This is John Daly in Paris. I'm standing outside the sentry booth in the square in front of the Bastille on this sweltering hot day of July 14, 1789. More than 50,000 citizens have been kept waiting here since 10 a.m. Paris time, 5 a.m. New York time, by the Marquis de Launay, governor of the Royal French Prison Fortress. The crowd is demanding that the governor surrender the Bastille so that the people may have the arms inside to defend themselves against the king's mercenary troops who are at this very moment surrounding the city. If Delaunay refuses to turn the fortress and its arms over to the citizens of
Paris, July 14, 1789. CBS is there.
The citizens of Paris before the Bastille. Columbia asks you to imagine that our microphone is at this famous event. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
This broadcast, the second in a special summer series produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Paris, July 14, 1789, and John Daly.
It's off the minute. The people of Paris are angry and restless. After years of indignities, hardships, and a struggle for a voice in their own government, King Louis XVI called a National Assembly at Versailles to write a new constitution. The hopes of the people for recognition of their rights were raised high, only to be rudely shattered a few days ago when the king suddenly, without warning, threw 30,000 troops around Paris, mostly foreign mercenaries, and threatened to suspend the National Assembly by force. The people are boiling with anger at this betrayal of their hopes, and they are also desperately afraid that the king's troops may invade the city, or at the very least attempt to force them into submission by starvation. In a frantic hurry to gather arms with which to defend themselves, they have assembled here before the Bastille, the only remaining royal garrison in the city. 4 times they have sent delegations inside to demand its peaceful surrender of the governor. 3 times they have returned not only empty-handed, but also with a warning to disperse. Now, the 4th and what may be the final delegation has been inside the Bastille for over an hour. If the governor still refuses, there's no telling what may happen. The people don't want bloodshed, but they're grimly determined to have arms and the Bastille, which to them is a symbol of tyranny. And they're carrying every conceivable kind of weapon right now that they've been able to lay their hands on. I can see pikes and sticks and hatchets. Others are carrying axes and old swords, and a few even have muskets, which they seized this morning from the Hotel des Invalides. There are also several cannons, but whether they can take the Bastille is another matter. I've asked a young Parisian lawyer to tell you what he thinks about that. His name is Jacques Danton. He's standing by the sentry booth with me at the foot of the outer drawbridge. The booth, by the way, is empty. The guard was taken away by the people earlier, enabling us to set up our CBS equipment here. Monsieur Danton,
oui.
The Bastille is surrounded by 2 moats. It has a 10-foot stone wall, a garrison of Swiss mercenaries and old French soldiers, and it literally bristles with cannon in the towers. Now, if the governor refuses to surrender, it would seem almost impossible for the people to take it.
The walls of the Bastille, monsieur, are no stronger than were the walls of Jericho.
Now, that red and blue cockade you're wearing, Monsieur Danton, I see that almost everybody here is wearing one. Does it have any special significance?
It is the colors of Paris, but we call it the cockade of liberty.
Now, tell me, sir, haven't I seen you at the Palais Royal with Messieurs Desmoulins, Robespierre, and Marat?
That is possible, monsieur. We are friends.
Well, aren't you more than that? Aren't you all leaders of the radical group here in Paris?
Some people say so.
Right. Well, where are your friends today? Are they with you? Are they down here?
Yes, they are out in the crowd somewhere.
And that crowd, sir, seems restive. It seems to have a bad temper.
Temper? We are sick of financial ruin caused by war, corruption, and extravagance, falling on those least able to bear it. We are no longer willing to carry the load our fathers endured. We look to political changes that will make all men free and equal, brothers of one great human family.
Well, some of your countrymen, Monsieur Danton, have told me that our own American Revolution has had some influence on the spirit of the French people during the past 6 months.
Monsieur Daly, we admire your young country very much. It has given the people of Paris hope for better things. Not beyond the grave, but here on earth, now, today.
Thank you, sir. Monsieur Danton is walking away now, losing himself in the crowd. A huge, brawny figure of a man, black-browed, with a powerful face, the heavy shock of black hair, which he keeps brushing away from his eyes. There's still no sign of the delegation's return from the Bastille. We thought they were ready to come out when we went on the air, but there seems to be more delay. We're still waiting here at the sentry booth, and we hope you'll stay with us. My colleague, Ken Roberts, is out there in the crowd somewhere with a portable transmitter. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to him. Go ahead, Ken. Come in, Ken Roberts. This is Ken Roberts. I'm standing approximately dead center of the Place de la Bastille, right in the very heart of this massive mob of people. It's hot here. The heat here is terrific. The temperature must be at least 110. Regardless of what happens here this afternoon, July 14th will probably be remembered by the people of Paris as the hottest day of the year. The crowd here around me stretches way back up the Rue Saint-Antoine as far as the eye can see, into the very heart of Paris. There are all kinds of people here, shopkeepers, middle-class citizens, and many of the city's 200,000 beggars. There are even some women and children. Most of them are poorly dressed and undernourished, reflecting the conditions under which they've been living for so long in these narrow, crooked, and dirty streets of Paris. They're standing and moving about in small groups. Some are hanging out of the windows bordering the square. I've been looking around here trying to find some people who can speak English, but I haven't had much luck except for one man. We'll get to him in just a moment. But first here's a typical young Parisian housewife, and I'm going
Madame Dufresne, monsieur.
Oui, madame, s'il vous plaît. She is slender, dark complexion, hair disheveled, wearing a faded gingham dress. I'm going to ask her what she intends to do with that axe in her hand.
Oh, demandez-vous.
Madame Dufresne, qu'allez-vous faire avec cette hache?
Détruire la Bastille, monsieur. Tout le monde a la de la Bastille. Nous en avons assez. À bas la famine.
Smash the Bastille, she says. Everybody's smashing the Bastille. We're tired of starving. We've had enough.
Mettre le feu aux quatre coins du château de Versailles.
Madame Dufresne wants to wipe out the aristocrats, to burn down the palace at Versailles. And she looks as if she means it, gripping that axe in one hand and her little boy in the other. Here's a little boy now. Comment te vas-tu, petit?
Philippe.
Philippe. And quel âge as-tu, Philippe?
J'ai 8 ans, monsieur.
Philippe says he's 8 years old. Philippe, qu'est-ce que tu fais ici aujourd'hui?
Je vais prendre la Bastille. Vive la liberté!
Philippe says he's going to take the Bastille. And now for the man I told you about before, the one who speaks English. His name is Monsieur Latude. Monsieur Latude, it's rather unusual for anyone in Paris today to speak English. Have you lived in England? Is that where you learned it?
No, monsieur. I learned English in the Bastille.
In the Bastille?
Oui, I was a prisoner there for 35 years.
35 years in prison?
You are astonished, monsieur.
Well, yes, you didn't tell me, Monsieur Latude. I had no idea. May I ask, how did it happen? Why were you in there?
I was charged with insulting Madame de Pompadour. She was the favorite of King Louis XV.
Well, did you insult her?
No, it was not true, but what can one do against the king's lettre de cachet?
Lettre de cachet? Isn't that the paper the king signs committing a person to the Bastille without trial, evidence, or judge?
Oui, monsieur, that is a lettre de cachet. The king signs it in blank, and he leaves the name of the victim to be filled in.
And then he gives these blanks to his friends to use as they see fit. Is that it?
That is it, monsieur. Now put yourself in that place. If anyone tries to make love to your wife or annoys you by loud talk at a dinner party, all you have to do is just write in the offensive person's name, hand it to the authorities, and voila, that is the last you hear of him.
Well, is that all you did, Monsieur Latude? Is that why you spent 35 years in the Bastille? For nothing?
For nothing, monsieur.
Well, Monsieur Latude, what is it like inside the Bastille? How do they treat you in there?
That is a long story, monsieur. But I will tell you one thing. Once they put me into a dungeon. The cell was covered with a foot of water. I was chained to the wall, and they kept me there for 40 months. Oui, the Bastille is a foreign vision. It should be destroyed. À bas la Bastille!
I understand how you feel, Monsieur Latude. And now tell me, please, who was it who taught you English in the Bastille?
It was another prisoner, Major the White from Ireland. He is still in there. You see, I escaped.
You escaped? Well, tell us about it, Monsieur Latude. I never heard of anybody escaping from the Bastille.
Well, monsieur,
Just a moment. Excuse me, please, Monsieur Latude. I can see a signal from the battlement. A man is up there waving to the crowd. Something is evidently going on. Perhaps the delegation is coming down. I'm too far away, so I'm going to switch you back to John Daly at the outer drawbridge. This is John Daly. The signal from the tower is coming from Monsieur Rosier, the leader of the people's delegation. He's waving his hat. He's holding up his hand for attention. The crowd is quieting down a bit now. Apparently, he's about to say something. I'd like you to hear it if it's possible, so I'm going to lift our CBS microphone high in the air.
Mes amis, action! Nous sortirons tout de suite. Tout de suite.
He says the delegation will be please. This is it. The delegation will be out immediately. The crowd is very... Looks like the governor has finally come to terms. The people will have the Bastille and the arms to defend themselves against surrounding Paris. Monsieur Rosier has disappeared from the tower. The people's delegation is on the way down now, and I'll have the details of this surrender for you in just a few minutes. A feeling of enormous relief seems to have swept the square. I don't think anyone here really, in his heart, thought he could take this fortress by storm. And if you were here with me, you could see what I mean. The 8 circular towers of the Bastille, each 70 feet high, bristle with cannon. The entrance is defended by 2 yawning moats, 25 feet wide and 25 feet deep. And even if the people could drag down the drawbridges and hurdle these moats, they would run into the murderous fire of the guns manned by the French and the Swiss garrison. But there's no chance of anything like that happening now. This powerful fortress, which has played host to nearly every famous man in France at one time or another, played host to the man of the Iron Mask, to Marshal Richelieu, to Cardinal de Rohan, to Voltaire, Rousseau, Montesquieu, is about to fall into the hands of the French people for the first time since it was built in the 13th century. By the way, you can probably hear the chains rattling as the inner drawbridge comes down. And remember, even Peter the Great, the Tsar of all the Russias, was refused entrance into this tower of human misery and inhuman woe. No one knows how many prisoners are in there now, but if you'll stay with us for a while, we'll soon find out. For their day of liberation is here. The inner drawbridge is down now. There are the delegates. They are coming over the bridge. 5 men in black hats and long black frock coats, with Monsieur Rosier in the lead. They're walking across the inner court, and the outer drawbridge is coming down. But the first one is being taken up again. I don't quite get the meaning of that, for if the Bastille is to be surrendered, both drawbridges should be down. But we'll find out about that in just a moment. Now the outer drawbridge is down, and the delegates are walking rapidly across the bridge. They seem to be in a great hurry, and this crowd is pushing me around here. They're pushing me forward onto the drawbridge. Monsieur Rosier! Monsieur Rosier, into the microphone, please.
En arrière! Le gouverneur ne s'est pas encore rendu! En arrière!
Something has happened. Something is wrong. Rosier has just shouted that the governor has not surrendered the Bastille. I'll repeat that. The governor has not surrendered the Bastille. Monsieur Rosier is right on the edge of the bridge with me. Now some of the people understand. They're pushing back towards the Place de la Bastille. But the ones behind them who haven't heard are still pushing forward. Attention, cab, s'il vous plaît, attention! There's a lot of confusion here, and I'm caught in the mob. En arrière! En arrière! La Bastille n'est pas encore en dos. Oh, it's no use. I just can't hold them. They pushed Rosier and the delegates aside, and we're being forced across the bridge with the mob into the courtyard. S'il vous plaît, laissez-moi sortir. En arrière! Attention, cab! I'm in the courtyard now, rather, and I hope the microphone cable is swung out over the drawbridge into the moat. I don't know whether I'm still on the air, but assuming that I am, the people are still coming over. There are about 200 with me, and they're screaming and yelling. The guards are raising the outer drawbridge. People are spilling off into the moat or jumping forward into the inner court. Both the drawbridges are up, and we're jammed into the island courtyard between the 2 moats. Now, this is what has happened. This crowd of about 200 men and women who pushed across the outer drawbridge have been cut off here from the main mob across the moat in the Place de la Bastille. There is water on both sides of us. We're cut off. Gee, Huckleback! The governor has turned the guns of the Bastille on the people here in the court. They're helpless. So am I. If these bridge timbers don't stop those bullets. He's shooting them down like cattle. Men, women, falling, screaming. This is horrible. The mob in the square outside can't do a thing. They can't get to us. They've opened fire on the Bastille, though, but their fire is useless. The bullets are smacking into these bridge timbers like so much hail. We're trapped here between the 2 drawbridges, but at least a couple of our men are up hacking away at the chains of the outer bridge. The people are being massacred, cut down. They're all on the ground, turning and twisting in agony. They're killing them, all of them, every one of them. There's hardly a person standing up. This is unbelievable. I can't believe it. It's ruthless, inhuman. Our only hope now is to get the outer drawbridge down and get some help from outside. 2 of our men have gotten up on that drawbridge, as I told you, and they're hacking away at those chains. You can hear it probably. They cut it through. There it goes. The outer drawbridge drawbridge is down. The outer bridge is down. And the mob from the square is coming across to help us. They're pouring in by the hundreds, by the thousands. The Bastille is stormed. The people are storming the Bastille. The people are firing up at the parapets, trying to pick off those Swiss guards. The bullets are flying all around us. Oh, that was close. The Frenchmen are shooting at the Bastille from across the square and up on the rooftops. The garrison, the guards, are answering with volley after volley of fire from the fortress. I can see some wagons now loaded with hay, and the people are bringing them up here. They're going to set fire to the governor's house here on the island between the two drawbridges, and they're doing it. There are 3 cannon. 3 cannon are being wheeled into place. The people must have taken them this morning from the Hotel des Havilland. They're training them on that inner drawbridge. They're going to blast it down. The governor's house is starting to burn. Smoke is curling up from it, and now our cannons are in position. They ought to go off at any minute. No, something's changed. The firing inside the Bastille seems to be slackening off a bit, but the people out here are still firing. They're mad with rage at the sight of the bodies of their own people who were shot down by the governor. Now the firing from inside seems to have stopped. The governor's house is burning, though, a flaming inferno. Smoke is shooting up in great billows. Oh, someone on the parapets is waving a white flag. He's shouting something. I can't hear what he's saying. There's too much racket. But the drawbridge, the inner drawbridge is coming down. The bridge is down. The Bastille is really surrendering this time. The gates are being opened. The people have stopped firing, and they're going wild. They're streaming over the bridge into the fortress. I can't follow them, but Ken Roberts is coming up with his portable transmitter. Go inside. Inside, Ken. Stay with the mob. I'll switch to you when you get well inside. Well, now the unbelievable has happened. The people have done the impossible. They have captured the Bastille. I still can't understand why the governor fired in the first place. It was either accidental, that is, a misunderstanding of orders, or it may have been deliberate treachery. I also can't understand the suddenness of this surrender. It was completely unexpected, and there must have been some strong reason for the governor to surrender so quickly after his massacre of these people out here. Perhaps there was a mutiny inside by French troops, or else maybe the governor could have been shot. Or perhaps it was the threat of the 3 cannon out here which persuaded him to give up in the hope of generous terms. Well, at any rate, the Bastille has surrendered, and Ken Roberts should be well inside by now and ready to tell you what's going on in there. Go ahead, Roberts.
This is Ken Roberts. I'm inside the Bastille in a huge inner courtroom, quite high, I'd say about 20 feet, and 40 by 40 in length and width. There are no lights, no windows, a stone floor and walls. Pine torches stuck into the walls cast an eerie light over the wild confusion going on in here. The people are still pouring in. Some have seized the keys and already gone down into the dungeons to release the prisoners. The mob in here is shouting threats at the terrified garrison. The soldiers are lined up on 2 sides. Old French soldiers on the right, Swiss mercenaries on the left. They're all trembling with fear. They're shouting at the top of their lungs, "Le Bastille se rend! Le Bastille se rend!" The Bastille surrenders. The governor is in the middle of the room, surrounded by the mob. He's wearing a gray frock coat, a red cross of Saint Louis, no hat. Somebody's just snatched his gold-headed sword cane from him, but the governor is taking it all. He's standing there, grim and defiant. He's got a lot to pay for. The brutal massacre of those people out there in the courtyard. Now I've worked my way up to one of the old French pensioners, and I'm going to ask him why the Bastille surrendered. Monsieur, pourquoi la Bastille s'est-elle rendue?
Nous l'avons forcé. Nous n'avons pas tiré sur nos frères. C'étaient les mercenaires suisses qui ont tiré.
He says it was the Swiss guards who fired. The French soldiers refused to fire on their own people. They forced the governor to surrender.
Le gouverneur voulait décharger son pistolet dans le tonneau de poudre. Il voulait faire sauter la Bastille. Nous l'avons empêché.
He says the governor wanted to blow up the Bastille, but they stopped him. And now the mob has seized the governor and the soldiers. They're dragging them out of the Bastille. Monsieur Rosière, est-ce que vous les emmenez?
L'hôtel de ville, pour répondre de ses crimes devant le tribunal du peuple.
They're going to take the governor and his soldiers to the Hotel de Ville to be tried before a people's court. Just a moment, there's a prisoner. The first one, he must be a prisoner. He's old, very old. His hair is down to his feet, and it's white, completely white. I can see where the chains have been cut from his ankles. He's dragging a chain with him. He's blinking. He's holding his hand above his eyes. I guess he's not used to the torchlight. I'm going to speak to him. Votre nom, monsieur. Votre nom.
Monsieur est parvenu.
Quel âge avez-vous, monsieur?
J'ai 90 ans.
He is 90. How long in prison, monsieur? Combien de temps avez-vous passé à la Bastille?
30 ans.
30 years in prison. Je vous félicite, monsieur, de votre libération de la Bastille.
Oh, merci, monsieur. Qu'est-ce que Louis XV et Madame de Pompadour diront de tout ça?
I congratulated Monsieur Tavernier on his release, and he says he wonders what King Louis XV and Madame Pompadour will say. Both have been dead for at least 15 years. Now I'm going to ask him how many prisoners there are on the Bastille today beside himself. Monsieur, combien de prisonniers y a-t-il?
Jean, Bouchard, Bernard, Laroche, Antoine Pujada, de White, le comte de Solage, la Conried.
Oui. Combien d'autres?
C'est tout.
This is incredible. Monsieur Tavernier named 6 men. Counting himself, that makes only 7 prisoners in the Bastille at the time of its fall.
This is John Daly again at the sentry booth by the outer drawbridge. I've taken the air away from Ken Roberts because I've just been informed by our CBS studios here in Paris that the news of the Bastille's fall has already reached the king and his troops in Versailles, and we'll switch out there in just a moment. First, a last look at this turbulent scene. Part of the mob is dragging the governor and his garrison up the Rue Saint-Antoine to the city hall, the Hotel de Ville. The people here are rolling barrels of gunpowder and cannon across the bridges. They're passing out guns, thousands of them taken from the Bastille arsenal. They're working feverishly against time because they're desperately afraid of the king's reaction. But now, for an on-the-spot account of that reaction, I switch you to Versailles. Harry Marble reporting.
This is Harry Marble in Versailles. King Louis XVI has just ordered his troops withdrawn from around Paris. The order was issued just a few minutes ago, after His Majesty was informed of the surrender of the Bastille. The king was in the palace when the Duc de Liancourt, a member of the royal household, brought him the news. When de Liancourt told the king that the Bastille had been stormed, His Majesty inquired, "Is this a revolt?" And the Duke replied, "No, sire, it is a revolution." The king then, without his usual bodyguard, without even his hat, but accompanied by his 2 brothers, ran out of the palace to the National Assembly on the edge of the palace grounds. There he made an unprecedented appeal to the National Assembly. He placed himself in the hands of the people's representatives, men he had only yesterday threatened to destroy. He urged them to help him ensure what he termed the salvation of the state. The king said, "I await this from the National Assembly, from the zeal of the representatives of my people." The king also announced that he would go to Paris tomorrow and personally conciliate the people. He has also appointed the Marquis de Lafayette, head of the new National Guard, and the Marquis will escort him into Paris tomorrow. Lafayette, who helped us, the American people, win our independence a short time ago, has been playing a major role during the last 8 years in France, helping his own people win a voice in their government. Today, he is Vice President of the National Assembly. It's a particularly happy day for him. He's standing right here beside me. Monsieur de Lafayette, what does this mean today for the people of France?
It means, monsieur, that the spirit of the rights of man, which was born in France and nurtured by your country, has now returned to Europe. The King's decision to permit the National Assembly to continue with our work of writing a new constitution is the first concession he has ever made to the people. Whatever happens from now on, France, like America, has set its course on the road to democracy. There can be no turning back.
Thank you, Marquis de Lafayette. And now, for the people's reaction to the King's announcement, we return you to Paris and John Daly.
This is John Daly. I'm standing in the Place de Grave, the city square in front of the Hotel de Ville, the city hall. The unexpected news from Versailles has turned Paris into a frenzy of celebration. The people are dancing and parading in the streets, no longer in fear of their lives. They're shouting, "Long live liberty, long live France." The governor of the Bastille has been executed for the massacre of the 171 men and women murdered by his guns this afternoon. Several of the soldiers have also been executed, and one was thrown into the Seine. The heads of the governor and his soldiers have been placed on pikes and are now being carried around the city. This strikes a rather ghoulish note in the celebration here, perhaps, but if you knew the suffering of these people and what they have endured for the last 50 years at the hands of such despots as the Marquis de Launay, you perhaps would understand, if not condone, their actions. Tyranny always breeds violence, and to the people of Paris, the Bastille, with its drawbridges and dungeons, was a symbol of rotting tyranny. The excesses committed will perhaps soon pass, but the ideals behind them are certain to live on and to grow. in the hearts of the French people here today and in the hearts of their children. Oh, here come the paraders once again, and they're singing. I recognize the tune. It's Ça Ira, an old French dance to which revolutionary words have been set. They're singing about hanging all aristocrats from lanterns. The streets of Paris, you know, are lighted by lanterns swung on ropes stretched across the roadway. But let's listen to the singing. Young women in the crowd is waving a large key, a very large key. One moment while I ask her what it is. Mademoiselle! Qu'est-ce que c'est?
La clé de la Bastille!
Oh, she said it's the key of the Bastille.
Demain, je la donnerai au Marquis de Lafayette.
And she says she's going to give the key to Lafayette tomorrow when he arrives in Paris.
Oui, monsieur. Au Marquis de Lafayette. Il la donnera au général.
À quel général?
Washington!
To Washington, our General Washington and Lafayette's former commander. She's going to give the key of the Bastille to Lafayette so that Lafayette may present it to our own first President of the United States, His Mightiness George Washington. The crowd is still singing. I hope you can hear them. They're singing that song with a passion and fervor hard to describe. On this 14th day of July, 1789, the day that will undoubtedly go down in history as
Paris, July 14th, 1789. The Bastille is stormed, and the French Revolution begins.
You have been listening to CBS Is There, the second in a special summer series of broadcasts of famous events. Next week,
October 12th, 1492. Columbus discovers America. CBS is there.
CBS Is There is produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, who wrote tonight's broadcast in collaboration with Macaja Wren. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Family Theater presents Robert Ryan and Hans Conried. From Hollywood, the Mutual Network, in cooperation with your Family Theater, brings you Hans Conried as Sidney Carton in Charles Dickens' classic, The Tale of Two Cities. To introduce the drama, your host and narrator, Robert Ryan.
Thank you, Gene Baker. Herewith, we bring you the tragic yet triumphant story of a man, Sidney Carton. A man of golden promise who'd wasted every opportunity. This was Sidney Carton. He hated life, its people, and himself. So he drank to forget, to numb the dull pangs of remorse. His disheveled, tipsy figure was a source of mystery in London legal circles. To all appearances, he was an errand boy and flunky for the Honorable Stryver, a rising young barrister. But the truth was, he was Stryver's mind, the brilliant legal strategist who engineered Stryver's quick success. It was in 1780 that a young Frenchman, Charles Darnay, went on trial at the Old Bailey. The charge was treason, transmitting military information to the American rebel, George Washington. The completely innocent Darnay retained Stryver as counsel, who, as always, appeared before the bar accompanied by his apparent flunky, Sidney Carton. Throughout the opening morning, Carton seemed far more interested in the movements of a fly upon the ceiling than in anything taking place in court. Even when court recessed, he remained indifferent.
Sidney?
The Honorable Stryver?
Let's follow the crowd out and have lunch. Drink a glass to the pretty witness.
Who's pretty?
The picturesque old doctor's daughter, Lucy Manette.
She pretty?
A man alive, she had the whole court goggle-eyed. I have a mind to marry her myself.
She's in love with Darnay. He with her. Well, not that they know it yet. But they'll be married.
I deny she'll marry the prisoner.
Poor fellow. There he sits. Alone, forgotten, frightened.
The prisoner?
Why don't you go over and cheer him up?
I'll go out and comfort the young lady. Meet you at the bar.
Right, Stryver. Mr. Darnay.
Yes?
I'm Sidney Carton, Stryver's jackal. That is, I'm useful to him. In return, he gives me lodgings and other considerations.
Indeed, sir.
Tell me, Mr. Darnay, that's a fair young lady to be pitied by and wept for. How does it feel? Is it worth being tried for one's life to be the object of such sympathy? Shall I find out how she fares and tell you?
Could you tell her I am deeply sorry to have caused her agitation? Could you tell her so for me?
Yes, I could. I will, if you ask it.
I do ask it. You're very kind. I hardly
I'm
know...
never kind. She'll be on the bench outside. I'll let you know.
Oh, yes. I feel much better, Mr. Lorry. Go have your lunch. Please do.
Miss Manette, I'm Sidney Carton, friend of Stryver's.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Carton? This is Mr. Lorry, an old friend of our family.
We've met before.
Unfortunate that we should meet again.
Lucy, I shall return in time to escort you to the trial when it resumes.
Won't you sit down beside me, Mr. Carton?
No, thank you. Miss Manette, the prisoner, Darnay, feels responsible for your distress. Perhaps you have a reassuring message I might take him. Would you say it were a pity if they sentence him to die?
Yes. Well, that would be wrong. It would be awful.
You would weep for him?
Yes. I would weep.
Shall I inform the prisoner of your womanly sentiments?
Could you?
Yes, I could. I will, if you ask it.
I ask it.
I'll convey your message to the prisoner.
Mr. Carton, thank you for your kindness.
No kindness was intended.
Mr. Stryver, you will continue the cross-examination of the witness Barsad.
Yes, my lord. Now, John Barsad.
Now what?
Mr. Barsad, the Crown has built its edifice of accusations upon your positive identification of the prisoner.
The fellow on the Dover coach was him, there.
It was night. The stranger's face was sunk deep in his muffler.
Yes.
When the coach stopped, he vanished in the ink-black darkness.
That's right.
Mr. Barsad, would you admit the possibility that the face in the Dover coach was someone who looked something like the prisoner?
It was the prisoner, no mistake.
Mr. Barsad, would you feel so positive if I showed you other faces resembling in a remarkable or less degree the prisoner's?
I doubt if there's another face like his in all of England.
Yeah. My lord, will you ask my good friend, Mr. Carton, to stand up?
Stand up, Mr. Carton.
Very well, my lord.
No, my lord, I must ask that Mr. Carton stand beside the prisoner.
Make way. Make way.
Thank you, Mr. Carton. And now, John Barsad, please to fix your gaze on Mr. Carton. You see anything remarkable?
Well, if you ask me, I'd say the gentleman has had a spot too much of port.
Not too much, Mr. Barsad, but the day is yet young.
Mr. Carton, you have ridden on the Dover coach at times?
How many times I would not care to say.
Mr. Carton, if you will please take off your wig and gown.
Oh, gladly. Beastly things, insufferably hot. There.
Yes, you see, you are astonished. My lord half rises from his seat. But wait! Now, Sidney Carton, if it be within your histrionic powers, assume the prisoner's habitual grave and noble mien.
Behold, a worm. And now, A butterfly.
Aye, my lord. Aye. And his veritable counterpart. My lord, gentlemen, and you, John Bassett. Let all eyes confirm the truth, so obvious. Gentlemen of the jury, it would seem the Crown has built its case upon a cornerstone of quicksand. John Bassett, for all your vaunted patriotism, you remain what you've always been, a liar, criminal, paid perjurer, and spy. I rest.
When the jury brought in its verdict of acquittal, Carton led the still bewildered young man to a tavern, where he saw to it that the best was placed on the table before the young man.
True. Tell me, Mr. Darnay, now that you have eaten, do you feel that you belong to this terrestrial mortal scheme again?
I do indeed. I'm still in a daze, but I'm certain that I live.
It must be an immense satisfaction. As for me, my desire is to forget that I belong to it, to the world, to life.
Oh, come now, sir.
No, life has no good in it for me, except wine like this. So we are not much alike in that particular. Indeed, I begin to think we are not much alike in any particular, you and I. You seem at a loss as how to answer me. Well, propose a health, a toast, then.
What health? What toast?
Oh, it's on the tip of your tongue. I swear it's there, sir.
Miss Manette.
Miss Manette, there. She was mightily pleased to have your message when I gave it her.
Was she?
Not that she showed she was pleased, but I suppose she was.
Oh. I wish to thank you for the kindness you've shown Miss Manette and me.
Mr. Darnay, do you think I particularly like you?
Well, really, Mr. Carton, I've not asked myself the question.
Ask it now.
Well, you have behaved as if you liked me. But I don't think you do.
And I don't think I do. I begin to have a very good opinion of your understanding, sir. Oh, go away.
I prefer to part before there is ill blood on either side.
A last word, Mr. Darnay. You think I'm drunk?
I think you have been drinking, Mr. Carton.
Think? You know I've been drinking.
Since I must say so, I know it.
Then you shall likewise know why. I am a disappointed drudge, sir. I care for no man on earth, and no man on earth cares for me.
Much to be regretted. You might have used your talents better.
Maybe so, Mr. Darnay. Maybe not. Don't let your sober face elate you. You don't know what you may come to. Good night.
When he arrived at his dingy room, this strange being took up a candle, walked uncertainly to a glass that hung against the wall, and surveyed himself minutely in it.
Confound you, Carton. What a mess you've made of things. Change places with Darnay. Would her blue eyes have wept for you? He's all you might have been. She is all you might have had. Carton, let's have it out in plain words. You hate them for it.
Oh, pray keep on with your sewing, Miss Manette.
Then sit here by me at the table, Mr. Carton.
Thank you.
It's been so long since we've seen you.
It's been good of you to tolerate me. I mean, the way I've dropped in uninvited over the past year, like a morose and moody spectre staring glumly at the wall.
Father says you talk quite brilliantly, when you choose to talk.
Really? Dr. Manette's health improved?
Yes. He seems more himself again. And your health, Mr. Carton?
The life I lead is not conducive to health.
Forgive me for saying so. But isn't it a pity to lead that kind of life?
God knows it's a shame. A shame.
Then why not change it, Mr. Carton?
I'm too late for that. By the way, Mr. Darnay told me of his good fortune. You'll both be very happy. You deserve to be.
God bless you both.
Thank you, Mr. Carton.
Miss Manette.
Yes? Yes, Mr. Carton?
I find it difficult to tell you.
Please say it, Mr. Carton.
Miss Manette, I've wanted you to know that you've been the last dream of my soul. The sight of you in this home have stirred old shadows which I thought were dead. Old voices have come back again. You have inspired me with a determination to begin anew, to fight my way back to decency.
And you can, Mr. Carton. I've always felt you could. You must. You resign yourself to death, Mr. Carton. Resign yourself to life for once. But you won't even try.
So, having made you miserable, I'll go now. Goodbye. Miss Manette.
What? Mr. Carton?
Remember this. While I still live, there is a man who'd give his life for you. And give his life for anyone you love.
"11 years pass. Then Charles Darnay returns to France to help a friend. Without telling his wife, Lucy, Charles foolishly plunges into the reign of terror of the French Revolution. The Paris mob recognizes him as the aristocrat, the Marquis Saint-Evremond, his rightful title. He is tried and sentenced to the guillotine. Then, on the day before the execution, an odd meeting takes place at a wine shop by the Seine. An Englishman elbows through the knots of blood-smeared revolutionaries and sits down at a small table. Sits opposite a man who wears the red cap of the Republicans. The man looks up suspiciously. He turns pale.
Good evening, Citizen Bassard.
It's not my name.
It was your name, John Bassard.
Not so loud.
Why not?
Well, I'm known by a different name in this shop.
Well, these are dangerous times to have two names. These are dangerous times to serve two masters.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're a spy for the British government. At the same time, you're a spy for the new French Republic, the Paris mob. I mean, you spy for one against the other and collect at both ends.
Well, someone has to do the spying.
Well, if these French Republicans, the mob, found out about your double dealings, it would be the guillotine for you, John Bassard.
Who are you?
You know me.
You look like Evremond called Darnay. But he's tight in his cell.
Think back 12 years to a trial at the Old Bailey.
Trial at the Old... Carton!
Yes, Carton.
How'd you find me?
I've been watching the prison where they have Darnay. You go in and out at will. I've picked up other scraps of information.
Such as?
Your old friend Roger Cly is turnkey at the prison.
Cly's dead. I saw him buried.
We found only rocks in his coffin. Do I seem to hold the winning cards, John Bassard?
What do you want?
I may wish to talk to Darnay in his cell.
If you think you can help him to escape, you're mad. There's no escape. His head will roll tomorrow afternoon at 2:00. There's nothing to prevent it.
Escape? Well, I didn't say that. I said that I may wish to talk to him. Can you arrange it? It would be safer for you to say yes.
Are you threatening me?
No, I didn't say so. But I am.
Very well. I'll get you in to see this Evremond Darnay, but don't wait too long.
You know the Paris branch of Tellson's Bank?
Yes.
Old Jarvis Loring is winding up the bank's affairs. He's living in a rear room at the bank. There's a rear door. Knock 4 times at 10:00.
I'll be there.
Yes, I'm sure you will, John Bassard.
So I live here at the bank. It's safer.
You'll find the brandy on that table, Mr. Carton.
Mr. Lorry, I see you do remember me.
Poor Charles, poor Lucy. You've been in Paris for some time. Lucy hasn't mentioned seeing you.
Mrs. Darnay hasn't seen me. I don't mean that she shall.
What's this you said? You can arrange to have a final talk with Charles. That won't save him.
Here are my passport and credentials. You may need them, sir.
Aye, what for?
Now, I beg of you not to ask for explanations, but follow these directions to the letter.
What are they?
Have a coach and horses in the courtyard on the stroke of midnight. Have Lucy Darnay in that coach, and her father, her child. Be in the coach yourself. And the instant I get into the coach, drive off. Drive for Calais. Then ship to England. Safety. The instant my place in the coach is filled, drive off.
But Carton, in the name of heaven...
For Lucy's sake. For those she loves. Forget it is the wretch named Sidney Carton who requests this, sir. But do it for their sakes. Your promise, sir.
Oh, this sounds like utter madness.
Your solemn promise.
Oh, very well, very well. I promise.
Thank you, sir. Well, now, shall we sit and talk a moment until the villain Barsad knocks? Huh?
Sit by your bottle. I'll sit here.
Yours, sir, is a long life to look back upon.
I'll soon be 80.
Useful all your life. Many people will miss you when you go, sir.
No, I'm a grumpy old bachelor. There's nobody who will weep for me.
Wouldn't she weep for you?
Lucy? Yes, thank God, I think she would. I didn't mean quite what I said.
It is a thing to thank God for.
Surely.
I have won no human creature's love, nor respect. Tell me, sir, does your childhood seem far off?
20 years ago it did. But now as I draw closer and closer to the end, my memories seem to travel nearer and nearer to the beginning.
Old faces coming back.
Yes.
Perhaps your pretty mother's. A host of childhood memories.
Yes.
And you find comfort in them.
Yes.
Yes, I know the feeling.
You are much too young to know such feelings. The end of life is still a faraway horizon for you.
Possibly. Such memories used to fill me with a terrible remorse. But of late, I, too, find much comfort in them. Perhaps it is that not...
How's that?
I'll let him in. Good evening, Mr. Barsad. So good of you to remember our appointment.
Yes, isn't it?
Well?
I've seen Clyde. The way is greased. I'll get you into the prison if you want it.
I want it.
Let's hurry, then.
Well, Mr. Lorry?
Yes, Carton?
I've decided to call upon Mr. Darnay at the prison.
Good luck. Another drink before you go?
No. No, thank you, Mr. Lorry. It is even likely I shall never have another drink.
I think I understand you, Mr. Carton.
In that case, you will understand about the coach.
Yes. A place in the coach will be reserved for you. I will pray the place be filled. Go in, work fast. I'll wait outside.
Carton. Darnay, do as I say. No questions. Take off your coat and put on mine.
Why?
Shake out your hair, like mine. Hurry, man.
No, they'll only kill you, too. No, Carton, I won't let... What's that?
This?
That vapor. All right.
Lie down.
No, Carton. No, I won't let you.
Now, the drug will give you a sound sleep, my friend. God willing, you'll wake up in England. Barsad.
Yes. Are you ready?
Yeah, you carry him, like you carried me in. Tell them the Englishman Carton has fainted with grief for his doomed friend. And then to the bank, to Jarvis Lorry's.
In the black prison of the Conciergerie, the doomed of the day had been gathered in a large room to await the death cards. As Sidney Carton stood by the wall in the dim corner, a man stopped in passing to embrace him. It thrilled him with the great dread of discovery, but the man went on. A moment later, a young woman with a slight, girlish form and widely opened, patient eyes came over to him.
Citizen Evermore, you don't remember me?
Oh, yes, we meet again.
I'm the seamstress who was with you at the other prison.
And of course.
If we ride together, will you let me hold your hand?
Oh, yes, child. I pray that we may ride together.
I'm not afraid, just lonely.
Along the Paris streets, the death carts rumble, hollow and harsh. 6 tumbrils carry the day's red wine to Madame la Guillotine. They plow a crooked furrow among the mob that lines the streets. Ridges of faces are thrown to this side and to that. The executioners work swiftly. As a head drops in the basket, it is held aloft and the mob screams out to count. The second death cart empties and rolls on. The third comes up and stops, discharges those to die.
Little sister, shall I carry you?
I am strong with your strength. I'm the next to climb the steps.
The guillotine is swift and merciful.
Brave, generous friend.
A sweet, gentle child. We two, so strangely met upon the dark highway, now going home together to our rest.
This is the moment.
My turn is next.
Kiss me. Goodbye.
I am the resurrection and the life, said the Lord. He who believes in me, even if he die, shall live. It is a far, far better thing I do than I have ever done. It is a far, far better rest that I go to than I have ever known.
This is Robert Ryan again. Do you know what it takes to make a house a home? Well, windows, and doors, and rooms. But something else, too. There must be happiness. And happiness is something that cannot be built with saw and hammer and nails. I'll tell you a way to bring happiness to your home. Invite God in. Invite Him in through prayer. Daily family prayer. If God is in your home, there's peace there, too. And happiness and love and unity. Discover for yourselves what millions of others have learned. A family that prays together stays together.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of.
From Hollywood, Family Theater has brought you Hans Conried as Sidney Carton in A Tale of Two Cities, with Robert Ryan as host and narrator. Others in our cast were William Conrad, Ken Peters, Willard Waterman, Hy Averback, Francis X. Bushman, Jay Novello, Virginia Gregg, and Barbara Whiting. Charles Dickens' great classic was adapted by Dick Creedon, with music composed and conducted by Henry Mancini. It was directed for Family Theater by Jaime Del Valle. This series of Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this type of program, by the Mutual Network, which has responded to this need, and by the hundreds of stars of stage, screen, and radio who have so unselfishly given of their time and talent to appear on our Family Theater stage. To them and to you, our humble thanks. This is Gene Baker inviting you to join us next week when your Family Theater will present Fred Allen and Dennis Day in William the Terrified. Join us, won't you? For adventure and romance, listen to The Count of Monte Cristo, heard on most of these stations on Tuesday evenings. Family Theater is released in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and is broadcast to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland in The Scarlet Pimpernel.
Lux presents Hollywood, the Robin Hood of the Reign of Terror. That was The Scarlet Pimpernel, whose daring defiance, whose colorful romance we bring you tonight with Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. Madame Hilda Grenier, formerly royal dresser to Queen Mary of England, is our special guest, while our music is conducted by Louis Silvers. Before our producer takes over the program, let me remind you that Lux helps you get longer wear out of your stockings. It helps them stay nice and elastic, so they give under strain instead of popping runs. Yes, Lux cuts way down on runs, so give your stockings regular Lux care. Buy Lux Flakes in the large size box for greater economy. Our producer takes over the program. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. They call it the poor man's weather glass, this little crimson flower that lends a splash of color to English waysides and closes up its petals in warning whenever there's a storm approaching. They also call it the Scarlet Pimpernel. And by the mark of this flower only, the mysterious hero of our play, Sir Percy Blakeney, signed his daring exploits. As a play, The Scarlet Pimpernel was performed over 5,000 times, and it's perhaps the most popular screen characterization of the celebrated star who reenacts the title role for Lux listeners tonight, Mr. Leslie Howard. All the acclaim the stage and screen can bring a star has been won by Mr. Howard. He may continue his career as an actor, but should his present plans materialize, he'll also join the ranks of film producers, which I hope he does. Olivia de Havilland, who's been away from our stage too long, is the brown-haired, brown-eyed heroine of Warner Brothers' new production, Dodge City, in which she plays opposite Errol Flynn. She's co-starred tonight as Marguerite, and Dennis Green plays Chauvelin. As producer of the Lux Radio Theater, I want to take a moment before raising our curtain to thank all of you for your support. Thousands of you have written, telling us that you show your appreciation by regularly purchasing our products. With this kind of cooperation, ladies and gentlemen, you can depend upon hearing Hollywood's brightest stars on our program every Monday night. And now for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland in The Scarlet Pimpernel. Paris, in the year 1793. The French Revolution is over, but the reign of terror casts its gruesome shadow across the city. Every day, the citizens of Paris watch an endless procession of death. Crude wooden carts, laden with the nobles of France, on their last journey through the streets, a journey to the guillotine. Into this maelstrom comes one man to stem the rising tide of French blood, an Englishman, known only as the Scarlet Pimpernel, the object of every nobleman's prayer and every revolutionist's curse. He works silently, mysteriously, and successfully. In his native England, they speak of him with bated breath.
The Scarlet Pimpernel. He's the only hope the French nobles have.
The Scarlet Pimpernel? Does anyone know who he is?
No, madam, but I must confess I feel quite proud when I remember that he is an Englishman.
They say he's always in disguise.
Oh, he's an actor, that man. He speaks French like a Frenchman, they say. And I've heard he can assume 100 disguises in an hour's time. An old hag, a peddler, a captain of the guards. You never know in what dress the Scarlet Pimpernel will strike.
And now the Scarlet Pimpernel is about to strike again. Into a barber's shop in Paris comes an old man in the black robes of a priest. The French barber greets him jovially.
Good morning, Father. You wish to be shaved this morning?
Yes, if you please, Barber.
Sit down, sit down. Have you come from the square, Father? The guillotine is busy again today, eh?
I don't know. I didn't stop.
No? Well, it is always the same. The drums roll, the knife falls, and another aristocrat parts company with his head.
Yes, very monotonous.
And so clumsy. That great, ugly machine. When all they need is a sharp razor like this, a quick grip, and flick.
Oh, please, please, don't flick quite so close to my throat. I only want to shave.
You? You are all right, Father. But I wish they'd give me a few aristocrats to shave. Can you not see me dealing with the Scarlet Pimpernel?
The what?
The Scarlet Pimpernel, haven't you, eh?
No.
There is a band of Englishmen helping these cursed aristocrats out of the country. Their chief is the only man who ever cheated Madame Guillotine. He is known by the title of the Scarlet Pimpernel.
And who is he?
That is the mystery.
The mystery, of course, yes.
But there will be heads falling today in spite of him. Some very famous heads, Father.
Yes?
We checked off the names last night. The Duc de Tours, the Comte de Terray, de Nijon, the Comte de Tournay and his wife and daughter.
The Tournay? Are you sure, the Tournay?
But certainly I'm sure. They were taken to prison over a month ago. Why, Father? You are not a friend of theirs?
A friend? No, no, no. No, it isn't safe to know any nobles these days.
Hmm? Oh, good, very good.
You wish to see the former Comte de Tournay, is that so, Father?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Very well, Father. They haven't long now. You'll find the former Comte de Tournay in that room over there.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Are you the Comte de Tournay?
Yes. I suppose you have come to offer me the last rites, Father.
In a manner of speaking. If you will just look at this passage I have marked in the book, your spirits will be uplifted.
I am not afraid to die, Father.
Even so, it is sometimes better to live, my son.
To live? What do you...
Read there, in the book.
But there is nothing on the page except a red mark.
Look carefully.
It is a flower. A Scarlet Pimpernel. Father, are you the Scarlet Pimpernel?
Be careful, it will do you no good to know. Just listen to me. Before you start on your journey to the guillotine, I will bring your wife and daughter to you. You will ride in the same tumbril. On the way there will be an accident. The wheel of the tumbril will come off. There will be a commotion. The soldiers guarding the cart will be jostled by the crowd, all carefully arranged for. Look sharp, then. An old hag will drive past in a wagon. There will be a place to hide in the back large enough for 3 people. The old hag will drive you through the city gates. If all goes well, you'll be safe in England in 3 days.
God bless you, whoever you are. God bless you.
Well, what is it? Good evening. Have you a crust of bread for an old lady?
No, I'm sorry. Here, take these.
Thank you, monsieur. Thank you.
Good night.
Oh, wait.
Isn't this the home of Monsieur Armand Saint-Just? Why, yes. I am Armand Saint-Just. What do you want?
I want to come in, Armand.
Merci. Quickly, quickly. Good Lord, merci.
How are you, Armand?
I'm afraid I will always be startled at these disguises of yours. Last time I saw you, you were a priest.
Now I'm an old hag. Here, help me out of these clothes. I feel silly.
Did you get to the Tournays out of the city?
I got the girl and the countess. What happened to the Tournay? He wasn't in the tumbril.
I know. He was remanded the last minute.
Why?
Because Robespierre wants to see him. And Robespierre wants to see him because the ambassador of the French Republic has come over from London.
Chauvelin? Here in Paris?
Yes. All in your honor, Percy. Your work is becoming even more dangerous than it was.
Our work, Armand. Well, let's hope Chauvelin will go back to England, knowing less than ever. I'll be going back myself for a few days. Then we must lay our plans to free the Tournay.
Percy, aren't you risking too much? Why do you persist in this mad sport?
Why do you?
Why? Because I'm a Frenchman. This is my country. You are English. You are Sir Percy Blakeney, an English baronet with a lovely home and a charming wife.
Even if she is your sister.
My sister or not, I'd still say Marguerite is charming. Or perhaps you don't think so any longer.
Why do you say that? Has she said anything to you?
She hinted at it in her last letter. She said you changed, Percy.
Did she? Well, I have changed. I'm rarely at home now, and when I am, I play the fop. I'm insipid, vain, silly. I think only of the latest fashions in clothes, the latest court gossip. But all for good reason, Armand. The greater fool I am in England, the safer I'll be in France.
But you could tell Marguerite.
No.
Just so she would understand.
I said no, and don't you tell her. Armand, you ask me why I live over here in the shadow of the guillotine while heads fall one after another. I can save only a few, I know that. The rest have to die. People I know and love. Innocent people, kindly people. Herded together like sheep and butchered like cattle.
But what has it to do with you?
Armand, do you remember the case of the Saint-Cyr family?
I think so. You were one of the first families to go to the guillotine.
Yes, because they were betrayed, Armand. Before their execution, they told me who it was who had betrayed them. It was Marguerite.
My sister.
My wife.
It was a lie.
I wish I could believe that, but I can't. I watched that execution, Armand. The Marquis, his wife, his son. And it was my wife who put them there.
So that's when you stopped loving her. What a tragedy.
Stopped? I shall love her till I die. That's the tragedy.
And it's to make up for what she did to them that you are risk your own life, week after week, to rescue the others.
Oh, don't be so heroic, Armand. I got a smack in the eye and took refuge in sport. And what a sport. By gad, I think I shall give up fox hunting this winter.
Percy, don't joke about it.
I have to. It's the only thing that can save me. Well, I'm off for England in the morning, Armand. My love to Monsieur Chauvelin, if you should see him.
Gad, Percy, but it's good to have you at home again.
So far, so good, folks. I've still got my head.
You should hear them talk about you in London. You're the greatest mystery of the age.
Yes, well, I hope no one solves me just yet. But tell me about Marguerite. Has she been well?
As well as a neglected wife can be.
What has she been doing?
Having her portrait painted, mostly. Rumney's been there every day.
And our friend, Monsieur Chauvelin?
French ambassador. What will he be doing at your house?
Oh, one never knows, folks. One never knows. Well, England again. I shall have to become the fop once more. The London dandy, who has been at Bath for the past 10 days taking the cure. And sink me, I'm not cured yet. I shall have to go back to Bath again.
Lady Blakeney. Lady Blakeney, please. I can't paint you unless you sit quite still.
I'm sorry, Mr. Romney, but we were just talking of this man they call the Scarlet Pimpernel.
Oh.
He must be quite wonderful, Marguerite. So they say. But it's maddening to think that somewhere there is a man as marvelous as that, and we never see him. He's of no use to us whatever.
Lady Blakeney.
Yes, Sprinkler.
Sir Percy, milady. He's just returned.
Percy.
Good day, ladies. So charmed to see you here. Have you been taking good care of my lovely wife, your servant, ladies? Marguerite, my dear, your slave.
Percy, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
So few things are surprising in this world, my dear. I should like to be one of them. And how are you, Rumney? And how is the portrait progressing?
You may see for yourself, Sir Percy.
Yes, the eyes are wrong, aren't they?
And is the nose all right? You know, I rather think you've missed the mouth altogether. Yes, you have, Rumney. Otherwise, of course, it's the image of her.
I think that will be enough for today.
Poor Mr. Romney. You're tired, and so am I.
Tired. Zoons, I too. You know, dear ladies, I've just been to Bath to be cured of the fatigue. And now I'm so fatigued by the cure that I really think I shall have to go back to Bath again to be cured of the fatigue.
Marguerite, my dear, we must be going. Yes,
Goodbye,
my dear.
Goodbye. Your servant, ladies, your servant.
Well, Percy, what do you think of my portrait?
It's clever. But there's something lacking.
What?
I don't know. There's a look in the eyes. He's lost it.
Perhaps I've lost it. Perhaps it was happiness.
Good gad, my dear, how you could be unhappy, I can't imagine.
Can't you? Percy, can't you?
No, cursed if I can. Why, you're the most courted woman in town.
By whom?
By everybody.
Except you.
Oh, but my dear, I'm your husband.
Months after we were married, we were still happy. And then came this estrangement. Heaven knows it's not of my making.
Can you honestly say that?
Can you honestly deny that you've changed? So changed that I scarcely know you. You're never with me now. You're always away on some pretext or other. I'm always alone.
My dear, the fashionable belief today is that one makes one's own life. I'm trying to make mine. You must try to make yours. And now I must leave you for a while. There's to be a fight for a prize out in the countryside. Mendoza versus Jackson. Quite a battle.
Percy, you've only just come home. Do you have to leave right now?
My dear, the prince himself invited me. I'm trying to make my own life, Marguerite.
I see. Goodbye, Percy.
Mendoza's groggy. He's done for.
Don't you believe it, Your Highness. He's foxing. You wait until the 30th round.
I'll wager 100 guineas he won't last 2 more rounds.
Done. Come on, Mendoza.
Come on, Jackson.
Percy.
Fulks, sit down.
Percy, I've got to speak to you at once.
Pardon me, Your Highness. Well, Fulks?
Percy, it's Chauvelin. He's returned to England.
Chauvelin? Where is he?
He's...
Well, come on, Fulks. Come on, man. Where is he?
He's at your house, Percy.
My house? Order my carriage. I'm leaving at once.
I would advise you to tell me, Lady Blakeney. You are French. You know these nobles who have escaped. You must know who it was who helped them.
I'm sorry, Monsieur Chauvelin, but I don't know. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You tricked me once into giving you information about the Marquis de Saint-Cyr. And I shall never forgive myself.
I'm sick of this sentimental twaddle about the poor, persecuted aristocrats. Have you forgotten what they did to the defenseless peasantry for centuries? What this very Saint-Cyr did to you?
No, I have not. But I'm no spy.
Then that is your last word?
Absolutely.
I wonder. Oh, by the way, how is your brother, Armand?
He is very well, I hope.
I hope so, too. But yesterday he was arrested.
Arrested?
At Boulogne.
What for?
As a traitor to his country.
Traitor? Oh, you're lying, Chauvelin, trying to trick me again.
I have the proof of his guilt in my pocket. A note he once wrote to the Scarlet Pimpernel. This scrap of paper will certainly send your brother to the guillotine. Unless, of course, you care to redeem it. Bring me the name of the Pimpernel, and this is yours.
But even if I wanted to, I don't know it.
Find it.
How can I, if you can't with an army of spies?
Because you go everywhere and know everyone in his circle. That much I do know. And this also, that he will be among the guests tomorrow night at the Grenville Ball.
So will half the world. The thing's impossible.
To a clever woman whose brother's life is at stake, nothing's impossible. Well?
Do you swear to give me that paper?
The moment I catch the Scarlet Pimpernel.
Zoons, that name again.
Percy.
I've heard nothing else all day, at the club, at the fight, and now here. I protest the fellow's a public nuisance. Oh, I beg your pardon, my dear. Do I intrude?
No. This is an old acquaintance, Monsieur Chauvelin, the French ambassador. My husband.
Charmed, delighted, enchanted. The devilish clever race, the French. How they speak that unspeakable language of theirs defeats me.
You flattered us, Sir Percy.
No. You've got the cleverest heads in the world. The only trouble is you all go to pieces round the neck.
Round the neck?
Yes. Now look at your cravat. Sink me, what a mess. Now, if you'd really like to know how to tie a cravat, I'll tell you, but it isn't easy, you know. It takes all my brains.
Yes, I'm sure it would.
Yeah, of course it would. Now, you see, look here. First of all, the thing goes twice round the neck, and then the front folds back to allow the back to come to the front. Otherwise, of course, the front would be all behind as it was before, you see.
Percy, what are you talking about?
You don't follow me, my dear. It's exactly what I say. It takes brains, doesn't it, Mr. Shovelin?
One can see that.
Yes, of course one can.
Well,
yes.
Good day, Lady
No,
Percy.
no, don't go, no. I want you to hear my verse about that Pimpernel fellow. You'll love it, Shovelin. Now, listen here. They seek him here, they seek him there. Those Frenchies seek him everywhere. Is he in heaven? Is he in... That dim, delusive Pimpernel.
Delightful.
Yes, I wrote it, you know. It's clever. Huh?
Yes,
Huh?
especially that line, those Frenchies seek him everywhere.
Oh, yes. I like that, too, yes. Because, you see, I hear that they do. And that gives the line sort of a something that gives it a sort of a something. If I make myself clear.
Yes, clear as crystal.
Yeah.
Good day, my dear Sir Percy.
Bonjour, monsieur, as the French say. Bonjour, monsieur. Oh, it was a magnificent fight this afternoon, my dear. Gad, I wish you could have been there. What's the matter, my dear?
Percy, who is this Scarlet Pimpernel?
Pimpernel? Gad, Marguerite, how should I know? What's your interest in the Scarlet Pimpernel?
Oh, no more than any other woman's. We'd all like to know who he is.
Yeah, so would your friend Chauvelin, I'll wager.
What makes you say that?
Well, isn't that what he's here for? Didn't he tell you?
Why should he?
Why not? Mind you, the man's clever, but a fellow who can't even tie his own cravat isn't likely to put a noose round the Pimpernel's neck, is he?
Oh, Percy, can't you ever rise above trivialities?
Can't rise above anything more than 3 syllables, my dear. Never could.
You were a man once. A man a woman could look up to. Could turn to in trouble. And now, I wouldn't know where to begin.
Could you begin by telling me what the trouble is?
What's the use? We don't speak the same language. We did once, but I don't think we ever will again.
Really? Well, perhaps you're right, my dear.
You have just heard Act One of The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. During our brief intermission, let's see what the Brownings are doing.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride a one-horse open sleigh.
Christmas spirit. That's Midge and Dot and 10-year-old Bobby practicing for the community sing. And here comes Mother, home from a shopping tour.
Hello, youngsters.
Hiya, Santa Claus. Whoopee, look at the packages.
Oh, what a day. Here's your ribbon and wrapping paper, Midge.
Thanks, Mother. And did you get the,
Yes, here it is, Midge.
Zowie, what's that?
Now, Bobby, no fair peeking.
Well, gee, can't I just feel it?
Nix, you keep away. Mother, did you get the stockings?
Yes, here they are, Dot.
Who are they for, Di? Mary Lou. She's always running out of them. Running out is right. Gosh, did she pop a runner in chemistry today? Gee, it's something awful, the runs she gets. And snaky scenes, too.
I'm a snake wriggling through the grass.
Oh, Bobby. Oh, I know. Why, what? Why, look, Dot, you could wrap a box of Lux Flakes in with Mary Lou's stocking. Oh, I bet she'd love to know about Lux.
I'm sure she would, dear. Lux cuts way down on runs.
Gee, and we could write a little card like this. Lux these stockings, fine and sheer, to help cut down on runs, old dear. Well, I think that's swell.
Now, that was mighty helpful of Midge, thinking of Lux Flakes for Mary Lou. In a month's time, I bet Mary Lou will be very grateful to Midge, for she'll be glad to get the special help Lux Flakes gives. You see, Lux saves the elasticity in stockings, so they give under strain instead of breaking into runs so often. If you haven't tried Lux for your own stockings, you'll find it's great, the way it cuts down on runs and helps stockings wear longer and fit better.
Buy Lux Flakes tomorrow in the large size package for extra thrift. Now, Mr. DeMille and Act Two of our play.
We continue with The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. The search continues. The search for the cursed, elusive Pimpernel. Forced by Chauvelin to lend her assistance, Marguerite attends Lord Grenville's ball. As she enters the crystal and marble room, she glances nervously around, wondering which of the guests is the Scarlet Pimpernel, never suspecting her own husband, the vain and foolish Sir Percy Blakeney. Chauvelin appears suddenly at her side.
Well, Lady Blakeney?
I've learned nothing yet.
I only want to know who one person is. If you don't tell me, you know the alternative. The guillotine for your brother.
Monsieur Chauvelin, you can't do this. What if I can't find the Scarlet Pimpernel?
My dear lady, the Pimpernel is under this roof, at this moment, among your friends. Your move, my lady. And good luck.
I beg pardon, Sir Percy.
Yes, my man?
Sir Andrew Fawkes wishes to speak to you.
Of course, delighted. Good evening, folks.
Good evening, sir.
Well, what is it?
Hastings has just arrived from France.
Any news?
The very worst. The king is doomed. He'll go to the guillotine any day.
Where is Hastings?
He's dancing. Shall I get him?
No, wait. I'll send him a note. Come over here to the desk. It wouldn't do for me to be seen with Hastings. I want you to give him this. Make certain no one sees you. I'm telling him to come to the library at midnight. You better come, too.
Very well.
Here, slip this note in the cuff of Hastings' coat. Then don't speak to him for the rest of the evening.
Ah, Lady Blakeney. Won't you take pity on a lonely compatriot?
Monsieur Chauvelin, are you asking me to dance with you?
Not with me. With Lord Hastings, madame.
Why?
He has a note in his cuff. It was just put there by Sir Andrew Fawkes. I want you to get it for me.
Oh, but listen,
Get
Chauvelin.
it. Hurry, please. It might be important. Come in, please. Well, Lady Blakeney, did you get that note from Hastings?
No,
You didn't?
I couldn't. I think he suspected me. I pretended to turn my ankle. He helped me upstairs, and then while I was sitting there, he read the note and burned it. Then he left.
He burned the note?
Yes, but not entirely. Some of the pieces were left. The note began...
Go on, quickly.
It said, "Start tomorrow myself," and the last sentence was, "Will be in the library at midnight."
Thank you, Lady Blakeney. And now, if your labors have tired you, you are quite at liberty to go home.
Thank you. I will.
Are you certain of this, Fawkes?
Quite certain. Hastings burned the note, Percy, as you've always ordered us to. Then he went back to the room, and she was reading what was left of it.
And she went Chauvelin?
Yes. You know what that means, Percy. It means that Chauvelin knows that the Scarlet Pimpernel will be in the library at 12 o'clock.
Perhaps. And perhaps he will.
Is this the library?
Yes, Monsieur Chauvelin.
Have you seen anyone go in or come out of this room in the last few minutes?
No, sir.
Who is that on the sofa?
Oh, I don't know, monsieur. He must be asleep.
Please wake him up and ask him to leave. I have an important engagement here.
It's Sir Percy Blakeney, sir.
Blakeney, that fool. Wake him up and ask him if he'll have the decency to go home and sleep in his own bed.
Yes, sir. Sir Percy. Sir Percy.
What is it? What is it? Is there no peace for the weary? What ails you, man?
The French ambassador, Sir Percy. He would like to have the library to himself.
The French ambassador? Ah, Monsieur Chauvelin.
I am sorry to disturb you, Sir Percy, but I have an important engagement here.
Really, Gad, there's not a comfortable sofa anywhere else in the house. I've tried them all. Sit down, Monsieur. What time is this gentleman to appear?
He's a little late. If you don't mind, I'll wait for him alone.
No, not at all, not at all. By the way, what do ambassadors talk about in libraries at midnight? It must be very fatiguing. Are you afraid England is going to declare war on France?
That does not concern me at the moment.
Is that so? Your revolution now. Now, there's a great bore. How's it going? Do you think you'll win?
We have won, sir.
Oh, you have, I see. Yes. Have I been asleep that long?
I I hate to hurry you, Sir Percy, but I'm afraid your presence here is keeping my friend from entering.
Oh, he can come in. Is he outside? Oh, come in, do, sir. Please don't stand on ceremony.
I hardly think that will persuade him.
Ah, this must be a very secret meeting. I have it. I'll wager you're expecting that Scarlet Pimpernel. Is that it?
Sir Percy, you're becoming insufferable.
Oh, Monsieur Chauvelin, you would not deprive me. Let me hide behind a curtain. Anything. Just let me be the first in London to glimpse that mystery man. Well, I'll be the most popular man at the club.
It is too late now. He has been warned.
Oh, then I shall miss him. Oh, sink me. Well, good night, Monsieur. Better luck next time. Good night. You've packed my things?
Yes, Sir Percy.
Good. See that Sir Andrew Fulks receives this note, will you?
Yes, Sir Percy.
Well, Marguerite, what are you doing up at this hour? That's all, Brinker.
Yes, Sir Percy.
Well, my dear?
Percy, it's about Armand. He's in the most terrible danger. They've arrested him in Boulogne.
How do you know?
Chauvelin told me.
When?
Yesterday.
Why didn't you tell me when I asked you?
Well, I don't know. He threatened me.
Why are you telling me now?
Because I thought you might do something for Armand. You have influence at court.
Didn't you ask your friend Chauvelin for help?
He promised me that, but I don't trust him.
He promised you the life of your brother. What did you give him in exchange?
What? Oh, Percy, what has happened to you? Why do you hate me?
Why did you denounce the Marquis de Saint-Cyr?
Oh, so that's it. Why did you never ask me what the Marquis de Saint-Cyr did to me?
You didn't even know him.
No, I didn't even know him. But I knew his son. I was only 17 when he asked me to marry him. His father heard about it and had me arrested and sent to Saint-Lazare. Do you know what Saint-Lazare is? Do you know the sort of women that are sent there? I would have killed myself only...
Only what?
The revolution came, the 14th of July, and I was free.
Free to denounce the Marquis. Free to send 2 innocent people to the guillotine. It was your information, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And yet, I still ask myself, am I really guilty of their death? The Marquis plotted with Austria. I told a friend, a man whom I thought a friend. He denounced him. The terror did the rest.
Who was that friend? Chauvelin? Yes. He promised you your brother's life. What price did you pay for it? What price did you pay for it?
A horrible one. I betrayed the Scarlet Pimpernel.
How?
Fulks gave a scrap of paper to Lord Hastings. I read it and told Chauvelin that the Pimpernel would be in the library at midnight. Oh, what am I to do, Percy? How can I warn him?
Warn him? Against what?
Against the danger that threatens him if he goes back to France.
My dear, if he's the kind of lunatic I take him to be, your warning won't help him.
But he might be going to his death.
Well, that's all the fellow lives for. Besides, he doesn't know that you're in love with him.
In love with him? I admire his heroism, but I don't love him.
Oh, but you do, only you don't know it.
Oh.
I didn't know it myself until a moment ago. You know, it's a dangerous game, falling in love with a phantom, my dear. For all you know, he may be a married man who's deeply in love with his wife.
Never.
Why not?
Would any man who is in love with his wife leave her continually to face death? Would you?
Me? Marguerite, Zoons, I'm much more romantic than you think. In a case like that, I wouldn't leave you, not even to go to my tailor's.
The horses are ready, sir.
Thank you, Brinker.
Are you going away?
Yes, didn't I tell you? Important business in town in the morning. Goodbye, my dear.
Your tailors, I suppose.
Not only my tailors, but also my bootmakers. And incidentally, I want to see what my influence is worth at court. That little matter of your brother, perhaps I can help.
Oh, Percy, if you could, I'd love you all my life.
Gad, I must remember that, my dear. Goodbye.
Milady?
What is it, Brinker?
It's very late, milady.
I suppose you want me to leave this room. I've never been here quite alone, have I?
I know, milady.
I've hardly even noticed the furnishings. Is that portrait of Sir Percy one of Romney's?
Yes, milady. A very fine one, too.
He's a great believer in detail, isn't he? Look at that ring on Sir Percy's finger. You'd think it was... Brinker.
Yes, milady?
Have you ever noticed that ring?
Why, no. It's a seal ring, milady.
Look closely. That flower, engraved on the stone. What is it, Brinker?
Why, bless my soul. It's a Scarlet Pimpernel. My lady.
Well?
A letter to be delivered into your ladyship's hands.
From Sir Percy?
No, madam. From His Excellency, the French ambassador.
Give it to me. My lady, I have at last discovered the identity of the Scarlet Pimpernel. I hope to catch him tomorrow, and true to my word... Brinker!
Yes, my lady?
Order my carriage at once. I must see Sir Andrew Ffoulkes.
Lady Blakeney. What's happened?
Sir Andrew, there's no time to waste in talking. Just listen to me. Your leader and friend, the Scarlet Pimpernel, he's my husband.
How do you know that, milady?
Don't ask me any questions now. He's in danger. Chauvelin knows that the Scarlet Pimpernel and Percy Blakeney are one and the same.
How did Chauvelin come to know?
Through me.
Ah.
Yes. I betrayed him. Never mind how. Just tell me this. Has Percy left for Boulogne?
Yes.
To save my brother?
And to Tournai.
What is their meeting place at Boulogne?
Why? Do you want to betray him again, milady?
Oh, look at me. Do I look like a woman who wants to send her husband to his death? I want to find Percy, to warn him, to save him, or die with him.
I'll go with you.
Can you bring your friends?
10 of them. The rest of them are in France. Percy has forbidden us to go over. It'll be the first time we've ever disobeyed him.
I'll save Percy if I have to kill Chauvelin. And if he goes to the guillotine, I'll go with him.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We've dropped the curtain on the second act of The Scarlet Pimpernel. It goes up again shortly when Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland bring us Act 3. During this short intermission, we hear from our special guest and Mr. DeMille.
In addition to being foremost authority on the period of tonight's play, Madame Hilda Grenier, like our drama, has been intimately concerned with English nobility all her life. For many years, she had the title of Royal Dresser to Queen Mary and has been on duty at every imaginable royal function from baptisms to coronations. Her background makes her one of Hollywood's most valued technical advisors. If there's a more proper introduction for an ex-royal dresser, Madame Grenier, please enlighten us.
It was infinitely better, Mr. DeMille, than my first introduction to royalty. Princess Charlotte of Germany had granted me an interview. Entering her salon, I tripped on a rug and went flying along the highly polished floor like a sailboat in the wind. When I dared to open my eyes, there I was at the feet of the princess. She laughed, picked me up, gave me my first lesson in poise. And now, sir, I can tell you a little about royalty, a little about the Scarlet Pimpernel. Which would you like first?
Well, we'd like to know a little more about you. Suppose you tell us what a royal dresser is.
In addition to direct supervision over Queen Mary's wardrobe, my duties included the care of her jewels, orders, decorations, messages, and other personal activities. I suppose my greatest responsibility was to see that everything Her Majesty wore was absolutely correct, right down to her umbrellas.
Her umbrellas?
Indeed. Each one in her tremendous collection was named after the person who gave it to her. She'd simply ask me to bring her Lord Chesterfield, or Papa, or the Emperor, or Dolly. But far more famous than her umbrella collection is her priceless array of antique furniture. Many of her most treasured pieces originally came to England with aristocrats escaped from France at the time of the Scarlet Pimpernel.
What mementos do you have, Madame Grenier, of your days in the palace?
Several cherished gifts from both the late King George and Her Majesty. I was also given a pair of silk stockings worn by Marie Antoinette, who was the guillotine's most celebrated victim. Handmade, they have a texture like gossamer. Of course, Mr. DeMille, I wouldn't dream of wearing them, as you can well imagine. But just from showing them to my friends, they became soiled, and I finally had to make a courageous decision. I had to wash them. But I did the job myself, and with Lux, they came out perfectly. Mm-hmm. Lux, incidentally, was used in Buckingham Palace during all the years I served Her Majesty.
That's a real tribute. Looking back over those years, what stands out most conspicuously in your host of regal recollections?
And not the pomp and glory, Mr. DeMille, but the little human traits of Her Majesty. I remember how, as Princess of Wales, she wept because she had to leave her little baby, Prince John, for an official visit to India. How, coming home from a new musical show, she would whistle tunes from the play, just as you and I. And I well recall how she'd carefully tear off bits of unused papers from letters and save them for memoranda. She was and is a wonderful woman. Now the word I promised about the play. It may be a surprise to most Americans to learn he actually existed, Sir Percy Blakeney, called the Scarlet Pimpernel. To this day, his descendants are well known in England. As portrayed so excellently by Mr. Howard, he was vain and foppish, but underneath it all, courageous, almost to the point of being foolhardy. Was the Scarlet Pimpernel ever caught? Well, suppose we all listen to the third act of the play and find out. Okay.
You've entertained us royally, Madame Grenier. The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard in the title role and Olivia de Havilland as Marguerite, with Dennis Green as Chauvelin. Armed with the knowledge that her husband is the Scarlet Pimpernel, Marguerite takes ship for France to be with him in his hour of danger. With Sir Andrew Fuchs, she stands on deck as their boat plows its way across the English Channel. Just ahead lies the coast of France, a few flickering lights in the darkness.
You'd better go below, Lady Blakeney. We'll be coming in soon.
What was the name of that inn, the one you told me of?
The Lion d'Or. Sir Percy's headquarters on this coast.
And he'll be there at 10 o'clock. You're certain?
If all goes well, he'll be there.
But Chauvelin knows that Percy is the Pimpernel. What if he goes there, too?
We can only hope that he won't. If Percy can escape this time, he'll never go back again.
Never again.
If he can free de Tournai and Armand, his mission is over.
His mission that I drove him to. Sir Andrew, will we be there in time?
I think so. Ah, there are the lights now.
Lights?
Yes, the signal. You see the window of that house off there to the left? That's the Lion d'Or. See the lights swinging back and forth? That means it's safe. Up and down means danger. You want to turn back now? I can't go with you, Lady Blakeney.
Don't worry. I shall be all right. He has been risking his life every day for me. I can risk mine once for him.
Who's there?
A message.
Well?
Is this the Lion d'Or?
Yes, madame, but...
Let me in, please.
Madame, what do you want here? This is no place for one of your sort.
I am the sort that pays well, Citizen Brogard.
For what?
For a seat by the fire. I'll wait here for a friend of mine and yours.
What should I know of your friend?
You signaled to him before. You must be expecting him. What time? What time, please?
10 o'clock. Madame, do you know him?
Yes, I know him. Who is that?
I do not know at this time.
Where can I hide?
Up those stairs, to the room on your left. Hurry.
Open here. Open.
One moment.
Citizen Brogard?
Yes?
Under arrest. Take him, Sergeant.
What for?
Betraying the Republic, helping the enemies of France, smuggling aristocrats out of the country.
That's a lie.
You've got one chance. Take it, or I'll hang you now from your own sign. Your leader's coming here tonight, isn't he? Isn't he?
Yes.
What time?
He ordered his boat to be off the point at 10 o'clock.
But he'll call here first for his passengers, won't he?
He might.
Might. You look pretty swinging in the wind. How does he know it's safe? What is the signal? Sergeant, ask him what the signal is. A twist of the arm will help him to remember.
Speak up.
Don't. I'll tell. A lantern in the attic window, waved up and down for danger. Across the window, when all is clear.
Thank you, citizen. Sergeant, you may take Citizen Broga outside.
Oh, God, let him see the signal. Let him see it. Up and...
Put down that light, Lady Blakeney.
Chauvelin.
We meet again. Permit me, madame, but you were giving the signals incorrectly. Up and down means danger. That will drive the Pimpernel away. You must move the lights back and forth across the window. So. Now he will come to us.
Chauvelin, listen to me. He's my husband.
A fact that you neglected to mention a few days ago.
You've got to let him go. I'll do anything you want. I'll give you any information you can, but you've got to let him go free.
Don't be a fool. You've no more information to give. Even if you had, you suppose I'd sacrifice my meeting with the Scarlet Pimpernel for it?
Monsieur Chauvelin.
Well?
Coach, monsieur, is pulling up at the door.
Our friend is early. I'll let him in myself. Sergeant, you shall have the privilege of watching over the Republic's most charming prisoner for the rest of the
Brogard. Brogard.
Don't move, Sir Percy. Stand where you are.
Monsieur Chauvelin. Well, this is a surprise.
Yes, I thought it would be.
Yes, a very pleasant one, too. How nice of you to wait up for me.
The time for laughing is past, Sir Percy. I've followed you for a year. Your energy, your ingenuity, your audacity have been quite admirable. But now, the game is over.
Because all the trumps are in your hand, eh?
Precisely. This house is surrounded by my soldiers. I have only to raise my voice.
Yes, of course, I see your point, yes. But suppose I could reach the door. The night is black. The sea is mine. I make a dash.
You won't.
Oh, of course I won't. I don't need to, because... You see, one of my friends might shoot you from behind, hidden in that clock.
What?
Come now, Chauvelin. You know that clock is too small to house a man. But there's still one other avenue of escape, one we could take together. In this pipe there is an ember, and in that cask behind me there is gunpowder. If I drop this ember here, I fly straight to heaven, and of course you know where you fly to.
Get away from that barrel.
Why, it isn't gunpowder. I merely wanted to see you turn pale. Come in the window, folks. You're a welcome sight. I would raise my hands if I were you, Chauvelin.
Another trick. I don't turn this time.
I don't think you'd better.
Why, you...
Now, you see, Fulks tricks us both. He must have sensed that you and I would meet here. Now, Chauvelin, I've had a delightful visit with you. In the meantime, my friends Armand Saint-Just and de Tournay are safely aboard my ship. And in a moment, if you'll excuse us, Fulks and I will join them.
You'll never get beyond that door.
We'll need the password, Percy.
Yes, the password. Yes. Well, Monsieur, do we have to use force?
Not at all, Sir Percy. The password is, the channel is free.
Thank you. Folks, give me your pistol. You get onto the ship, I'll take care of our friend here and join you in a minute.
Very good.
You know, that was quite sensible of you, Monsieur Chauvelin, to give us the password. Huh?
Not at all, Sir Percy. You may go because I know you'll come back of your own free will.
You overestimate the charm of your society.
I told you once the time for jesting was over. I have all the trumps in my hand. In that room upstairs, there is a woman under arrest who has forfeited her life by aiding the enemies of the Republic.
What woman?
Your wife, Sir Percy, who loves you very much.
Marguerite.
Is the game up, Sir Percy? Is this the last adventure?
All right, I give up, Chauvelin. What next?
There is a firing squad outside.
And my wife?
The Revolutionary Tribunal.
That means death.
It would have meant my death if I had not caught you. But don't be alarmed, Sir Percy. I don't want your wife's life. She's free the moment you die.
I offer you a pact. If you promise to say nothing to her, if you'll send her onto my ship immediately, I'll walk up in front of your firing squad.
I accept. Sergeant?
Yes, monsieur?
Bring the lady downstairs, please. You must be very fond of your wife, Sir Percy.
Yes, I am. Is that so strange?
Not at all. A charming woman.
Percy.
Marguerite.
Percy, I came to help you as soon as I knew. I wanted to give my life to save you. And now, forgive me, Percy.
You came to help me. Chauvelin didn't bring you?
No, I came with Sir Andrew.
Oh, Marguerite.
What are they going to do to you? Tell me.
Well, I'm in no danger, my dear.
What? No, you're lying. I know. He's going to kill you. I can see it in his eyes. Oh, Percy, don't leave me. I want to die with you.
Marguerite. She's fainted.
Some water, perhaps.
No. Our parting would be too cruel now, even for you. Take her while she's still unconscious. Goodbye, my sweet. It's good to know that you love me a little.
Sergeant, carry her to Sir Percy's boat. The boat is to sail the minute Sir Percy dies. The lady is free when you hear the firing squad.
Yes, monsieur.
Well, she's gone, monsieur. Now, are you quite ready?
Yes. By the way, do you like poetry, Monsieur Chauvelin?
That dim, delusive Pimpernel?
No. I mean poetry. This other Eden, demi-paradise, this fortress built by nature for herself against infection and the hand of war, this happy breed of men, this little world, this precious stone set in the silver sea, this blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England. I forget the rest.
Firing party. Hope. Round muck.
The firing squad. They're waiting.
Will you come and see me die, monsieur?
No, thank you, no. I shall remain here. I shall picture the scene in my own way.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, make it as horrible as possible. Yes. Good night, monsieur.
Good night.
Roll.
Present.
Present.
Fire.
Ah.
That dim, delusive Pimpernel.
I'm so sorry, monsieur.
Blakeney!
Yes, you see, I've come back for my hat. It's such a cursed good hat, you know.
You.
Oh, no. Don't look at me like that. Sink me if you don't think I'm my own ghost.
Duroc!
Oh, you mean the captain of your firing squad? I'm afraid it'll be an hour or so before poor Captain Duroc will be able to resume his duties. I regret that I struck him rather violently. Come in, gentlemen. This is my firing squad. Allow me to present Sir Andrew Fulks, Lord Hastings, Lord Belville, and all the rest of them. But, of course, you know all about them.
Your firing squad?
Yes, you see, those men you hired, excellent men, all of them. But oddly enough, they can't resist a drink of wine. Oh, they'll recover. It was just a mild drug, you know. But for the moment, they're all sleeping very soundly. And now, since the volley of shots has freed Lady Blakeney, I must make haste to join her. Good night.
By heaven.
Chauvelin. You know, I think a cooling off is what you need. Fulks, raise that trapdoor there. You'll find it very cool below, Monsieur Chauvelin, and you will have ample time to think things over. Bonsoir, monsieur. Vive la France. Long live the king.
Percy, you're here. They told me.
Yes. Marguerite, my darling, I'm here. We're on our way to England. That's all you have to know.
Are we free now? Really free?
I'm free, my sweet. But you know, Chauvelin said that you would not be free until the moment I die.
Darling.
And I won't let it be a moment sooner.
take leave of the Scarlet Pimpernel. You know, hearing the Brownings get all excited over Christmas reminds me of something, and I'd like to tell you about it before Mr. DeMille comes back with our stars. I want to tell you a very snappy way to trim your Christmas tree. All you need is your old friend Lux Flakes. Now listen. Pour a large box of Lux Flakes into a big bowl and add 2 scant cups of lukewarm water. Whip it up with an egg beater. Gosh, it's wonderful the suds you get. A big pan full of fine white suds that look like whipped cream in the bowl and like real snow on the Christmas tree. Now, take handfuls of the suds and spread them with your fingers all along the branches of your Christmas tree. If you want an even more glittering effect, while the suds are still moist, sprinkle the tree with artificial Christmas snow, the kind you get in the stores. Boy, what an effect you get. Your tree looks as though it had been out in a real, honest-to-goodness snowstorm. It certainly is pretty, all sparkling and everything. And you know, this is one way to help your tree last longer, because the Lux suds cling to the needles and keep them from drying out and falling off too soon. Want me to repeat the recipe? A large-sized box of Lux Flakes, 2 scant cups of lukewarm water, whip with an egg beater. That's all. Be sure to get the large-sized box of Lux so you can make plenty of snow. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Our stars drop their roles. Lady Marguerite is again Olivia de Havilland, and the Scarlet Pimpernel becomes Leslie Howard.
Well, it was every bit as enjoyable bringing this play to the air, Mr. DeMille, as it was bringing it to the screen. As Madame Grenier told us, the Scarlet Pimpernel really actually existed. I confess I didn't know that until I was making the picture, because surely no character seemed more a piece of elaborate fiction. So naturally, when someone sent me a note and said he belonged to Sir Percy's family, I wondered whether one of my friends had thought up the gag, you know. It was slightly embarrassing not long after when a Mr. Blakeney, a descendant of the original Scarlet Pimpernel, introduced himself to me.
2 weeks ago, Mr. Howard, I heard you say something on this program about turning motion picture director. Earlier tonight, Mr. DeMille added the word producer after your name. Apparently, you're really going into the picture business in all its branches.
Oh, you scare me, Olivia. As a matter of fact, we expect to produce certain pictures in England, but just to be sure that our efforts will appeal to our American audiences, we're going to write our first story right here in Hollywood. It'll be the first time, I believe, that this has been done by an English unit.
Well, there's no reason why the tie that binds the nations can't be made of celluloid. Mr. Havilland, you've been out of Hollywood a long time, filming Dodge Cities. Any adventures on location?
Well, I'm the Dodge City Dodger. I've been dodging kidnappers.
Not kidnappers?
Yes, kidnappers.
Really?
Let me tell you. We were on location near Modesto in the prairie country, and a very fine place, I thought, for a nice, quiet walk. But it seems that 2 very tough-looking gentlemen also decided to take a nice, quiet walk and follow me. And after a couple of miles, they were still right on my heels. There wasn't another soul around, and the only building in sight was a farmhouse. And when I made a dash for that, the 2 men dashed after me. I reached the farmhouse, found it was abandoned, and decided to face it out. I walked right up to the men, demanded what they wanted, and looked them straight in the eye. One of them took something out of his pocket. I didn't dare look. I was too sure it was a 6-shooter. Just as I was about to faint, the man poked it under my nose and said, "We sure would like your autograph, Mr. Havilland." And believe me, gentlemen, I signed. Well, Mr. DeMille, I hate to say goodnight, but I guess it's time to. Thank you for another grand evening.
Yes, with an added thank you to all who worked with us in the cast. Good night, C.B.
Good night, Mr. Howard. Good night, Olivia.
There's a great show awaiting you here next Monday night. Listen for Mr. DeMille's announcement of it shortly. Heard in the Scarlet Pimpernel were Dennis Green as Monsieur Chauvelin, Walter Kingsford as Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, Vernon Steele as Romney, Ramsay Hill as Armand St. Reginald Sheffield as Count de Tournay, Eric Snowden as the Prince of Wales, Gerald Cornell as innkeeper, Keith Kenneth as Brinker, Lou Merrill as a barber, George Pembroke as Lord Hastings, John Toty as a voice, Dave Roberts as a guard, and Geraldine Peck, Ethel Sykes, Coral Colebrook, and Betty Sutter as ladies of the court. Mr. Haviland's current film is the Warner Brothers comedy Hard to Get. Mr. Howard is co-director of the new picture Pygmalion. Our musical director, Louis Silvers, appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he was in charge of music for the new picture Kentucky. We want to remind you that this is the time to help the 1938 drive to fight tuberculosis. Help make the world safer. Purchase your supply of anti-tuberculosis Christmas seals now. Use them on all your Christmas mail. Show that you are helping, too, to fight the dread disease. Buy seals for Christmas, and you buy health for the new year. Mr. DeMille.
It carries a punch like a prize fighter's fist, the play you'll hear next Monday night.
Kid Galahad, an exciting drama of the squared circle. It's the story of a manager, the boy he picks to win the title, and the women who love this naive thunderbolt called Kid Galahad. The same two stars you saw in the picture bring the play to our stage. Edward G. Robinson and Wayne Morris, and with them, Miss Joan Bennett and Andrea Leeds. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Kid Galahad, starring Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett, with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds. And as the evening's special guest, the former heavyweight champion of the world, Jack Dempsey. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. The announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The fate of you who are listening, of nations, of the world, has often hung upon accident or upon decisions that, made the other way, would have substantially altered the course of human events.
Suppose fate had decreed that President Franklin D. Roosevelt had lived out his fourth term. Would there have been a war in Korea? What if by a stroke of fate the Curies had never discovered radium?
Yes, much depends upon a stroke of fate. And tonight we rewrite history as we present a dramatic conception of what might have happened
if, by a stroke of fate, Queen Marie Antoinette of France had escaped death by the guillotine.
Our story tonight is historically true up to the stroke of fate that changes our story from historical fact to historical possibility. Now may I introduce our narrator for this evening, Mr. Wesley Atty, who will relate our story of Marie Antoinette.
January 21st, 1793, in the Place de la Concorde, the Paris of the French Revolution. And so died by the guillotine Louis XVI, King of France. His wife, Queen Marie Antoinette, and his family were held captive in the forbidding Temple prison. But there were many plots hatched by supporters of the royal family to help Marie Antoinette escape from prison and death. And one of them, engineered by a daredevil, the wealthy Baron de Batz, nearly succeeded. Suppose it had. June 1793. We are in the office of Michony, inspector of the prisons of Paris. Seated opposite Michony and casually munching a chocolate is a man in his early 30s, soberly dressed. On his hat, the cockade of the Republic.
You say your name is Citizen Forgay?
Didn't Major Corte tell you about me, Citizen Michony?
Yes, he told me you had a very interesting idea to discuss with me. Your face, I've seen it someplace before.
I look like any one of 1,000 others.
No, it's you I've seen. Forgay. Well, it'll come back to me. What do you wish to talk about, Citizen Forgay? What are you doing?
You mind, Citizen Michony, if I lock the door?
Well?
Citizen Michony, I want you to help the Queen escape from Temple prison.
What? Now, I know when I've seen you before. You're that madman. When Louis was being driven to his execution, you're the one who drew your sword and shouted, "All of you who wish to save their king, join me."
Exactly. Of course, I admit it was a trifle harebrained. After all, the king was surrounded by 8,000 armed men. Still, nothing risked.
De Batz. Ci devant Baron Jean de Batz.
At your service.
You must be crazy. There are 100 warrants for your arrest.
I know. It is very flattering.
What magnificent impudence. To come to the very inspector of the prisons of Paris, a loyal servant of the Republic, and ask him to help Marie Antoinette escape.
Must you point that pistol at me?
Come with me. I'm going to arrest you.
What? And have it cost you 250,000 livres?
Come with... What's this about 250,000 livres?
Of course, it's really 500,000 livres. 250,000 now and 250,000 after the Queen escapes.
500,000 livres?
The Republic doesn't pay its loyal servants nearly as well.
Well, we're very badly underpaid. The Republic should appreciate our services more than it does. But no, she couldn't escape.
She could. I have a plan, but your help is necessary.
The military commander of the district, Major Corte, is he?
One of us? Oh, yes. He's being well rewarded. Not as well as you are, of course. He's not quite that important. Well, what do you say, Citizen Michonnet?
500,000 livres? What is your plan?
A few days later, Marie Antoinette, known to the revolutionaries since her husband's execution as Widow Capet, is visited in her closely guarded apartment in the Temple prison by Simon, the former shoemaker, now member of the town council and of the Paris Commune, one of the committees that rule France, an ardent and incorruptible revolutionary.
Ah, madame, and how are you today?
As well as may be expected, monsieur.
And your sister-in-law, Madame Elisabeth, and your daughter, Mademoiselle Maria Theresa Charlotte, where are they?
They are lying down in the bedroom, monsieur.
I trust they are well. And what are you doing there, Louis?
I'm writing my name, Monsieur Simon. Louis Charles Dauphin.
But you're no longer the Dauphin, the heir to the throne, Louis. France is a republic. Capet is your family name. You should learn to write Louis Charles Capet. I will teach you how.
Monsieur, I am now my son's tutor.
You're a bad teacher, madame.
Monsieur, are you quite finished here?
In a moment, madame.
There is nothing in that desk, monsieur, except my diary.
I'm just doing my duty.
This apartment is searched every day by Monsieur Michonnet.
Ah, Citizen Michonnet, a fine man, an excellent inspector of prisons, a loyal servant of the Republic. Well, farewell, madame, until next week. God.
Yes, Citizen Seymour.
You're a new one, aren't you?
Yes, Citizen. I've just been transferred to duty inside the prison.
Well, now that I'm leaving, see that no one enters this apartment.
No one, Citizen?
No one excepting Citizen Michonnet, of course.
Excepting Citizen Michonnet and myself.
What is this, monsieur? Can I not be left undisturbed in my apartment?
Your Majesty.
Will you please leave me? Why, you're...
De Batz. Baron Jean de Batz, Your Majesty.
But what are you doing here in that National Guard uniform?
I must speak quickly, Your Majesty. Plans are being made for the escape of you and your family.
Our escape?
Already there is a complete company of your loyal supporters within the prison, disguised as National Guardsmen.
Oh, but how?
By the cooperation of the military commander of the district, Major Corte.
You have bribed him?
Richly, Your Majesty. The plan itself, it will be unfolded to you by Citizen Michonnet.
Michonnet? Do you mean he is also...
Cooperating? Yes. I haven't the time to tell you the details myself, and some of them must still be worked out.
Thank you. To know that there are men who would still risk their lives for their queen is... Thank you, Baron.
I think someone's coming. I must go. Take heart, Your Majesty.
In the offices of the town council of Paris.
Citizen Petion. Citizen Simon. Look a little worried. What's the matter? I've just come from my weekly visit to the widow Capet and her son. Is there something wrong, Citizen? Yes, I smell a plot. I demand an investigation. Citizen Seymour, every week when you return to the town council after seeing the widow Capet and her family, you smell another plot. As mayor of Paris, I order an investigation. We find nothing. Look at this table. Well? It's covered with hundreds of demands for investigations of different people. Hundreds of denunciations. Here's an unsigned letter denouncing Robespierre himself. We cannot spend all our time investigating everything. You, as a member of the town council, should understand. I do understand. Citizen Seymour, the widow Capet is closely guarded. Her apartment is searched every day by the Citizen Michonnet. They have spies inside Temple Prison itself, and they've reported nothing suspicious. Why don't we have her executed? I have nothing against the woman herself, but she's a danger to the revolution as long as she's alive.
You are listening to What Might Have Happened,
If, by a stroke of fate, Marie Antoinette had escaped the guillotine.
Our story has been historically true so far, and will continue to be up to the stroke of fate. From then on, speculation.
It is 11 o'clock, the night of June 21st, 1793, the night of the escape attempt. We're in Marie Antoinette's apartment in Temple Prison.
Mama, it's Monsieur Michonnet.
Yes, Louis.
Ah, madame, see you are wearing your military cloak.
Yes, monsieur.
And your sister-in-law and daughter?
They're inside dressing.
Madame, you are perfectly acquainted with what you're to do?
Yes, monsieur. At a signal from the Baron de Batz, I, Madame Elizabeth, and my daughter are to leave this apartment. And shouldering muskets...
Yes, where are the muskets, madame?
In the corner, over there.
We are then to join a patrol of soldiers of the National Guard. You are certain they are all loyal, monsieur?
Every one of them in the patrol is a royalist, completely devoted to you. De Batz has arranged that through Major Corte. Continue, please, madame.
Then, with my son in the middle of the patrol, and with Major Corte at the head of the detachment, we will march to the outer gate of the prison.
The gate will be opened by order of Major Corte himself. And then, madame...
Oh, Baron.
Your Majesty, allow me to say you are most charming in military dress.
Thank you, Baron. However, I must say it is not something I would select for my own wardrobe.
Well, De Batz?
Corte has distributed the men I recruited so that they are in charge of all the exits. The great gate outside, however, is in charge of one of your men, monsieur, whom we know it is useless to attempt to persuade.
Oh, yes, I know, but...
How much longer must we wait, Baron?
Not too long, Your Majesty. Some of the soldiers who are not with us have their regular duties to perform, and Corte does not want to arouse any possible suspicion by changing their routine. We must wait until they are out of the way.
You have done splendidly, Baron.
Thank you, Your Majesty. The carriage is ready, only a short distance from here. You will be pleased to march to it. Monsieur Michonnet, if you please, I would like to converse with Her Majesty in private.
But,
if you please.
You may retire to that room, monsieur.
Very well.
After we get in the carriage, Your Majesty, you and the rest of the royal family will drive with me to a house of mine not too far from Paris, where you will remain for a while.
We will be safe there?
I own it under another name, Your Majesty, and it has not yet been raided by the police. You will remain there until we are able to safely take you over the border to Austria.
Baron, whether we are successful or not in this escape, I would like you to know that I will never forget your devotion and your courage. Indeed, I can scarcely find words to tell you of my very deep appreciation.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I must go now. I trust we have but a little longer to wait.
Citizen Petion, all of you.
Yes, Citizen Simon.
A plot. The widow Capet and her family intend to escape this very night from Temple Prison. A few minutes ago, a gendarme came to my house with this note. It was sent me by a soldier of the National Guard stationed in the Temple. He said he and another soldier had gotten drunk together, and this other man had made him suspicious with his loose talk, and then he found out he was a royalist. Here's the note. Read it yourself. And that there were many royalists inside the prison disguised as National Guardsmen. And read for yourself. Citizen Michonnet himself is part of it, and...
Citizen Michonnet, the inspector of prisons in a royalist plot? Michonnet is one of our most trustworthy officials.
True, but...
You yourself have often complimented him. There's never been a breath of suspicion cast upon him before.
All the more reason why the royalists should now make use of Citizen Michonnet. No one would suspect them. Citizens, while we waste valuable time, perhaps at this very moment...
It says here that the widow Capet and her family are to be helped in their escape by an entire company of royalists disguised as members of the National Guard who are now inside the prison. Impossible.
Why impossible?
Citizen Simon, dare you accuse Major Corte, military commander of the garrison of...
No, I did not say that. Corte is an honest man,
So is Michonnet. We can't waste our time investigating such a ridiculous affair.
Well, maybe you're right, but still, let's not take chances.
No.
Citizen, write me a note authorizing me to be in charge of Temple Prison for tonight, just for tonight, and to bring Citizen Michonnet here for questioning.
You're wasting your time, but... All right, Citizen Simon. I'll write you your order.
And in the Temple Prison...
There in the yard. That's the Batz's signal. Madame, all of you, gather your muskets. It's time for us to go downstairs.
Come, Louis. Sister, take your musket, Maria Teresa.
This is very exciting, isn't it, Mama?
Wait. Someone at the outer gate.
Open! Open in the name of the Republic!
Who is it?
I don't know. They'll have to open or arouse suspicion. Go inside and remove those uniforms quickly. I'll hide the muskets.
Open in the name of the Republic! Who is it? Who's there?
Major Corte. It's me, Citizen Simon. I'm taking over the prison for tonight. Here's my order.
All right. Citizen Simon?
I'm going up to see Citizen Michonnet. I would like one of your most reliable men with me.
Of course, Citizen. Private, go with Citizen Simon.
Be careful, Citizen Seymour. That stairway is in need of repair.
I know. Follow me.
Baron, we heard someone at the gate.
I know. I've taken care of him. He's locked up in a cell. He won't bother us for a while.
Oh, thank God.
Where's Michonnet?
He went back to his apartment. He was afraid to remain in ours.
Your Majesty, you and your family better put on the military cloaks and hats and the boots. I'll get Michonnet. He'll lead you down to the yard where the patrol will be waiting. We have no time to lose.
Here is the patrol, madame.
We're all ready, Your Majesty.
Mama, are we going to the Baron's house now?
Shh, son.
Mount! Halt! Open the gate for the patrol! Mount!
Mama, someone's coming.
Get the boy in back.
Quickly.
Major Corte!
Mayor Pétion.
Has Citizen Simon arrived at the prison yet? I was wondering if perhaps... Hey, what's this?
Quiet, or I'll kill you. Dismount quickly. Quickly! Jack, Philippe, carry him into that alley. And take the horse. Someone might recognize it.
There's a carriage, Mama. Is that for us?
I believe so, my son.
The worst is over. Your Majesty, will you please get into the carriage?
The royal family is driven safely to the Baron de Bat's house not far from Paris, where they remain in hiding for several weeks. Near the end of July 1793, this fantastic baron succeeds in getting the royal family over the border, into Westphalia, Prussia, and then to Austria, where rules Marie Antoinette's nephew, the Emperor Francis. The new Republic of France is already at war with a coalition consisting of Austria, Prussia, Holland, Spain, Sardinia, and England. Realizing that England must be the spearhead of the attack that will eventually place her son, the Dauphin, on the French throne as Louis XVII, Marie Antoinette goes to England, where her visit becomes a series of triumphal processions, culminating months later in an important interview with the British Prime Minister, William Pitt.
Mr. Pitt.
Your Majesty.
I am here to urge upon you your full prosecution of the war against the revolutionary government in my country.
We are already prosecuting the war against the present French government, Your Majesty.
But, Mr. Pitt, the English are now fighting an almost entirely naval war. My advisers inform me that it's necessary that an English army be landed in France.
Your Majesty, that will take an expenditure of much English blood and money.
But, Mr. Pitt, when will this opportunity come again? The leaders of the revolution are fighting among themselves. Added to their natural enmity is their fear of the corruption, the treason, as they call it, that made possible my escape.
I do admit your escape has had a great effect in France, Your Majesty.
It has indeed, sir. The supporters of the royal cause are fighting for us throughout France. If you land a force in one of the Channel ports, with Prussia and Austria attacking from the north and east, and England attacking from the west, You will crush these monsters of the revolution.
It is not quite as easy as all that, Your Majesty. This sort of thing takes time.
Mr. Pitt, restore us to power and we will be England's friend. If you wait, some strong ruler may arise from the French people itself, some soldier, some general. He will suppress all opposition, unite the people against you, and you will fight a war that will last for years and bathe all of Europe in blood. Mr. Pitt, the time to act is now.
Marie Antoinette's plea has its effect. On April 21st, 1794, 15 months to the day after the execution of her husband, Louis XVI, Marie Antoinette, supported by the victorious armies of the coalition, re-enters Paris, becoming regent of France during the minority of her son Louis. And the French Revolution is a failure.
Ladies and gentlemen, recall, if you will, this scene in the play.
Be careful, Citizen Simon. That stairway is in need of repair.
I know. Follow me.
There was our stroke of fate. And here to explain it is our history consultant, noted author of the books The New World, The Presidency, and Lincoln, a Picture Story of His Life, Stephen Laurent.
In reality, as we all know, Marie Antoinette lost her head under the guillotine on the 16th of October, 1793. But the story of her attempted rescue is an actual one. Baron de Batz did exist, and he was ready to spirit the Queen away when Simon, a member of the Commune, arrived at the prison. While Simon rushed up the stairs to see Michonnet, the head of the prison, Baron de Batz followed him, his mind working in feverish haste. He realized that his plan was about to be wrecked. Should he kill Simon? The stroke of fate was that he hesitated. It was now too late to do anything but shoot. Had he shot, the noise would have aroused the guards who were not involved in the plot. But suppose Baron de Batz had killed Simon and led the Queen and her son to freedom. How different French history would be. With Marie Antoinette and the Dauphin alive and outside the country, the coalition against France might have been successful. She and her son might have returned to Paris, just as her brother-in-law Louis XVIII did in 1814, and monarchy would have been restored a decade earlier. There would have been no Napoleon, and the French Revolution might have proved a futile attempt. But Baron de Batz did not kill Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Laurent. We invite you to listen next week to hear what might have happened
if, by a stroke of fate, the young Abraham Lincoln had secured the job he wanted, a position that would have taken him permanently out of the United States.
Featured in tonight's Stroke of Fate presentation were Anne Burr as Marie Antoinette, Peter Capel as the Count de Batz, Joseph DeSantis as Citizen Simon. Others in the cast were Ross Martin, Kermit Murdoch, John Stanley, and David Pfeffer. Your narrator was Wesley Addy. Your announcer is Lionel Rico. Stroke of Fate is produced by Mort and Lester Lewis, conceived and written by Mort Lewis, and it was directed by Fred Way.
This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half hour. Favorite story. I doubt if there's one person within the sound of my voice who hasn't seen a picture or engraving by Rockwell Kent. Mr. Kent is one of America's most distinguished artists, and we were honored when he chose his favorite story to be dramatized on this series. He told us that he's always been fond of the adventure of Jean Valjean and the Bishop, from Victor Hugo's masterpiece, Les Miserables. This is one of the most famous and moving stories in all literature. Its force and power has touched the hearts of 100 million readers and playgoers, radio listeners, and motion picture audiences throughout the entire world. We are proud to bring it to you now in this special radio adaptation. Act 1 of Rockwell Kent's favorite story.
Stop, you dogs! We're dropping anchor to pick up water.
This is the galley. I am number 24601. Once, Jean Valjean. A man who walked in the sunlight. But now a dog chained to a black hell.
Valjean.
Yes.
I cannot do it again. I cannot make my hands touch this accursed oar. When the drum begins again, I will not.
Then they will come with their whips and make the blood pour from your back.
Each day, the oarlock becomes a little looser. Someday it will tear from its iron mouth. We can lift it together. Then escape.
Yes. It will be better to die in the black water than to die here.
How long is it necessary to pay for a sin? I killed a man who did not deserve to live. But certainly the score is settled. 12 years.
And I, 15 years.
Jean, you have never told me why. Will you tell me why someday?
Yes, my honey. I will tell you why. I stole a loaf of bread.
Bonjour. It is time. He's turning around. He is yawning. Wrench the oar free. Together.
What are you doing?
We're doing this. We cannot go further. I'm exhausted from the swim.
I, too. But we must get far inland. Far from the shore.
Rest a moment.
For 4 hours, we have been free.
Free.
What was that?
Quiet. A bird. Merely a bird. You see, we're not free. There's not freedom to be hunted. To turn your head each moment, to tremble at the least noise, to be afraid of everything. The smoke of a chimney, the bark of a dog, the gallop of a horse, the striking of a clock. Be afraid of the day because you see, and of the night because you do not. Of the road, of the path, of a bush, of a bird, of sleep. Oh, God, how I want to sleep.
Prisoners, you're at bay. You're covered on all sides by guns. Come peacefully alive, or you shall come as corpses.
Prisoner 24601, for an attempt to escape 4 additional years in the galley with double chain.
4 years. For 4 hours. Charles Valjean, the man who was once inside this body, was in his 25th year when he came to the galley. At 19 years, and how old does that make him? 44 or 40 generations. In the blackness, the sweat stench of the galley, the throb of their drums becomes a pulse beat, and your mind reaches out for another melody. Reaches back 19 years.
Try to sleep, my baby. We will die if we do not eat, Mama. Sonele Martina, sonele Martina, Lendando, Lendando.
7 children and no bread. Sunday night, in the Place de l'Église, Emerald, there's a bakery shop with fat loaves in its window. Maubert Sabeur, baker. A fist. Smashed glass. An arm reaches in. The baker rushes out. The thief runs. The baker runs fast. The thief tosses the bread into the gutter. The dog digs his teeth into it. The baker captures the thief. No bread. But the arm still bleeds. Dun, dun, dun.
Valjean, you are free.
Huh?
Your 19 years are up. You are a free man.
Go away. Do not taunt me. Go away.
You see, your chains are off. Here is your passport. You are a free man.
After 19 such years, the brain of a man slows down. It takes a while to know this is true. But they said it. You heard them say it.
The 19 years are up. You are a free man.
They said it. They unlocked the chain.
You're a free man. Here is your passport.
And they stamped it. Then you looked down and saw their passport. Yellow. Convict. A free man. Dusty roads of France lead somewhere. Place a man can work. Place a man can eat. Place a man can lay his head. A town. The lights seem friendly. You can see the fire burning at the grate in the inn. At the galleys, they gave you money, so you do not have to beg. Cobblestones outside the kitchen of the inn are warm. The smells of food cut through the night.
The best partridge for Monsieur Bolivar. A side of beef for Monsieur Harron.
Food. Good brown, juicy food. Cooking at the spit. Not slop out of a bucket. Man waits 19 years for such food. The night air is cold. You're hungry.
More gravy, boy. The food must be just right for my guest. Yes, monsieur. What will you have?
Something to eat and lodging.
Nothing more easy. For money?
I have money.
Well, then I'm at your service. If monsieur will come to the desk, we'll make the necessary arrangements. Boy, do not spare the food. There's plenty. Now, if monsieur will show me his passport, I will take care of him.
My passport?
The rule of this village.
I...
Monsieur, your passport, please.
I will pay you very well. I'm very hungry.
Monsieur, it's necessary that I see your passport.
Yes. Here. May I eat soon? I'm very hungry. Extremely hungry.
I cannot receive you.
If you're afraid I shall not pay you, here is the money in advance.
All the rooms are occupied.
Put me in a stable.
I cannot.
Why?
The horses take up all the room.
Well, a corner in a garret, a bit of straw. We'll talk about it after dinner.
I cannot serve you dinner.
I'm dying with hunger. I've walked since sunrise. I've traveled 12 leagues. I'll pay. I want something to eat.
I have nothing.
But you just said there was plenty of food. There's enough there for an army.
It's all engaged.
I will have some food.
Go away. Go away, yellow passport. Another side of beef for Monsieur Arnaud. More gravy, boy. More food for my guests.
Tell me, is there another inn in this village?
There's a fine inn there. Behind you, in the square.
Only one?
Yes. Only one.
Thank you, monsieur.
Who is this? Yes, what do you want? Why do you rap at my window?
I beg your pardon. For pay, can you give me a plate of soup and a quarter in the shed of your garden to sleep in?
Oh, Mathilde, take the children to the back of the house. This is the man. This is the one they spoke of at the inn. The yellow passport.
Monsieur, I
Get
beg
out.
you.
Get out.
For pity's sake, a glass of water.
Get out before I take my gun to you.
What is that? What do you want?
Is this the village prison?
Yes.
Monsieur Tranquille, will you open and let me stay here tonight?
Prison is not a tavern. Get yourself arrested. Then we will open.
Mademoiselle, this stone bench, does it belong to you?
Oh, no, monsieur. I just sell matches in the square.
Will they run me out if I sleep here?
On the stone bench?
For 19 years I have had a wooden mattress. Tonight I have a stone one.
Have you tried to get lodging?
Everywhere. Every door in town.
Have you tried that door? The little cottage?
No. Not that one.
Knock there.
Come in. Yes, my friend. Won't you come in out of the night?
I'll tell you right now. I'm a convict. Look, I have a yellow passport. I've been in the galleys for 19 years. I'm dirty. I'm a dog, but I need food. I need a corner of a barn to sleep in.
Dinner will be ready presently, and your bed will be made while you sup.
How do you know I'm not a murderer? How do you know I won't kill you while you sleep? You do not even know my name.
Oh, yes, I do. Your name is my brother.
We're ready for the second part of the story of Jean Valjean and the Bishop from Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. The great American artist, Rockwell Kent, has chosen it as his favorite story. The prisoner, Valjean, weary and disillusioned, a yellow passport in his pocket, has found all the doors of the town closed to him, except one. Suddenly, in the darkness, there's a ray of light. A man who calls him my brother. Here's Act Two.
Sit down, monsieur. Sister, please put another plate at the table.
Very well.
What is this place? A woman in the square pointed to this house and said, knock there. I have knocked. Is it an inn? I'll pay. I have money.
We do not want your money, my brother. You're welcome here. Monsieur, may I present my sister, Mademoiselle Bastille?
Good evening. You cannot take this man in. You heard what he said.
Quiet, my sister. Come, monsieur. Sit by the fire. The night wind is raw. You must be cold.
I do not wish to deceive you. Here is my passport. Read it. Jean Valjean, a liberated convict. This man is very dangerous. There you have it. Everybody has thrust me out. If you can give me a corner of a dog kennel to sleep in, I shall be grateful.
Sister, put some sheets on the bed in the alcove.
A bed? With a mattress and sheets? 19 years since I slept in a bed. I pay you well, monsieur. Are you the innkeeper?
I am a priest who lives here.
Oh, how stupid of me. You are the curé. I did not notice your clothes.
Do not hesitate, monsieur. Sit down. You're hungry. There will be food on the table presently. Sister, this lamp gives very poor light. Please put on our silver candlesticks. We're having a guest for dinner.
But, brother,
Do as I say. The silver candlestick.
You take me into your house. You light your candles for me.
This is not my house. It is a house of God. You are hungry and tired. Be welcome. Thank you, sister. That is better.
Silver candlesticks.
They are beautiful. They are my one luxury. They were my mother's.
You are a curé. I must tell you that once my eyes saw a real bishop. Monseigneur, they call him. They brought us all up from the black of the galleys. He said mass. He had a golden thing on his head that shone in the light. He spoke to us. He was not near enough. We did not understand him. But it was a bishop.
Here's your soup.
Eat, my brother.
Oh. You will forgive my eating so. In the galleys, there are no manners. I am very hungry.
You have seen much suffering.
19 years. And now, a yellow passport.
Here's some mutton and cheese.
Sister, this man is our guest. Why have you not put on the silver plate?
Oh, really, this is going too
The
far.
silver plate, Baptistine.
Very well.
Will you tell me, my brother, why they put you in the galleys?
Yes, Monsieur le Curé. I will tell you. You see here, clenched in my fist, the bread you gave me so generously, which I know act like a wild beast. Once I had no bread. My family had no bread. My sister's 7 children. And so I stole a loaf of bread.
I will show you to your room.
Thank you, Monsieur le Curé.
Now, this is my room here. And beyond it, in the next chamber, is your bed, my friend.
Brother, where are the keys?
Keys? We use no keys in this house.
Well, I polished the silver plates. I want to lock them in the chest.
Put them in their usual place, sister. There, in the cupboard above my bed. Here, my friend, is your bed.
Sheets are so white.
A good night's rest to you. Tomorrow morning, before you continue your journey, you shall have a cup of warm milk from our cows.
You lodge me in your house as near to you as that. One door, one little door between us with no lock.
Locks are only for people who are afraid. When you have faith, you are never afraid.
But I may do some unspeakable violence. You read my passport. This man is dangerous, it says. This man is very dangerous.
God will take care of that. Sleep, my friend. God grant you peace.
It is difficult to sleep in a bed when you're used to a board. The pillow, white. The moonlight, so white. 3 o'clock. In the silence of the moonlight, you hear sounds from miles away. 19 years they stole from you. Life, air. Your weapon now is your hatred for them. All of them. None of them are good. They are all to blame. They have all robbed you. Anything you take back is your just due. Silver plates. 6 silver plates. Little enough for 19 years. Did they hear? No. His room. Above his head, the cupboard. And the silver plates. White, pious face. Sleep well, Monsieur le Curé. If you should wake, my fingers would have to quiet your breathing. So peacefully you sleep, like an infant. You're number 24601, and the silver plates will buy you back a name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 silver plates. Goodbye, Monsieur de Curé.
Good morning, Bastille.
Have you seen the silver? It's not in the cupboard.
Oh?
That man, that horrible man, is gone, and he's taken our beautiful silver plates. Oh, look there in the garden. It's all trampled. He must have jumped over the wall.
Yes, and I'm sorry he did. My camellia bush is bent and broken. I was very fond of the camellias.
The camellia bush is unimportant. The silver is priceless. Call the gendarme.
No, Baptistine.
Then I shall.
No, Baptistine. Sit down.
This is scandalous. I will not allow it.
Now, first, Baptistine, did this silver belong to us?
Oh.
I have for a long time wrongfully kept this silver. We should have given it to the poor. Who was this man? A poor man.
But what shall you eat from now on?
Have we no tin plates?
Tin smell.
Well, then, iron plates.
Iron taste.
Wooden plates, then.
Oh, was there ever such an idea to take in a man like that and give him a bed right alongside you? Oh, thank heaven he did not steal your mother's beautiful candlestick.
Come, eat your breakfast, sister.
The blessing he only stole makes the children over me when I think of what he might have done.
Come in.
It is the man who's...
Quiet, sister. Yes, Monsieur le Gendarme. What seems to be the trouble?
We found this man running rapidly through the forest. We searched him and found these silver plates. We knew that no one in the village had such silver but you, Monseigneur.
Monseigneur? Then he is not the curé.
Silence. This is Monseigneur the Bishop.
The Bishop?
Monsieur le Gendarme, there has been a mistake. This man is my friend, Jean Valjean. He dined with me last night, and I gave him these silver plates as a gift.
Gay?
But, Monseigneur, he was running.
A man is permitted to run. Do you not ever run, Monsieur le Gendarme? You may go now. As you see, it was all a mistake.
You're sure everything is all right?
Your bishop tells you so.
Very well, Monseigneur. Good day to you.
Monseigneur.
Brother, how dared you?
Baptistine, leave us, please.
Oh, yes, brother.
Oh, Monseigneur.
Go in peace, my friend. But when you come again, don't come through the garden. Come down the front path. The door is always unlocked, day or night.
Monseigneur the Bishop, will you forgive me and give me your blessing?
Yes, Jean Valjean, my brother, and remember, you belong not to evil, but to good. Your soul, your spirit belong to God. Kneel, son.
Yes, Father.
Absolvo te peccatis, in nomine Patris Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Now go, my son. Go in peace.
Here is your silver, Father.
My silver? But did you not hear what I told the gendarme? This is your silver.
Mine? I will use it well. I promise you. Promise this, Monseigneur. And now, goodbye.
Jean Valjean.
Yes, Monseigneur.
You have forgotten something. Here, my son. You have forgotten to take your silver candlestick.
listening to the story of Jean Valjean and the Bishop from Victor Hugo's famous novel, Les Miserables. Our thanks to the cast, particularly to Edmund MacDonald, who played Valjean, and Norman Field, who was heard as the Bishop. And our thanks to Mr. Rockwell Kent, who chose this week's favorite story. Next week, one of the most fantastic tales ever written. It's an adventure in a world I'll wager you've never dreamed of. The infinitely small world within a single drop of water. The story was chosen for you by the eminent composer, Mr. George Antile. It's The Diamond Lens by Fitzjames O'Brien. Next week's prize-winning play on Favorite Story. We hope you'll be listening.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Orson Welles and Rosemary DeCamp in A Tale of Two Cities. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Frank Cleveland.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Between the peoples of the English-speaking world are, fortunately, many strong and common bonds. Respect for freedom and democracy, a sense of fair play, and a love of tolerance. And to those bonds, you may well add, a common love of Dickens. There are many writers we pay homage to, but none has come as close to our hearts or moved us so thoroughly to tears and laughter as the author of tonight's great story, A Tale of Two Cities. And I say great, not from my judgment only, but because time and the world have called it so. And Dickens himself expressed the humble hope that posterity would consider it the best thing that he had ever written. For to him, it was an attempt to explain in terms of one man's life and actions one of the most inexplicable and violent periods of human history, the French Reign of Terror, when 25 million people armed with torch and saber bathed Europe in the blood of vengeance. Here, indeed, is the material of drama, recorded by a vivid and imaginative writer and portrayed for us tonight by two stars worthy of this staunch assignment, Orson Welles and Rosemary DeCamp, both veterans of this stage and of the screen and theater. Originally, most of Charles Dickens' works were published in installments and came to America by sailing vessels. Records tell us of how crowds thronged the wharves of New York City to receive the latest news of their favorite heroine or hero. For already the names of Dickens' characters were household words, as much, I imagine, as Lux toilet soap is a household word throughout America today, and for very much the same reason, the ability to find approval among people of all kinds of ages and in every walk of life. Not only among women who are anxious to preserve their loveliness, but with every member of the family, young and old, Lux toilet soap is quick to make friends and to keep them. And now our curtain rises on Europe 150 years ago, as we bring you the first act of A Tale of Two Cities, starring Orson Welles as Sidney Carton and Rosemary DeCamp as Lucy Manette, with Dennis Green as Charles Darnay. Paris, 1793. The French Revolution is over. The cause is won, but the bloodshed has only started. The Reign of Terror sweeps through the land in all its fury, and each day Madame the Guillotine has fed her share of human life. The dripping blade rises and falls, and the crowd counts in monotonous rhythm as each noble head rolls to the ground. The knife rises again and sweeps downward. 22 lives in a single day, and more to come, and more until nightfall draws a curtain on the scene.
behind the bleak walls of the forest prison, the doomed of the following day await their fate. In a bare dungeon cell, a single lantern throws a ghostly glow on their faces. With a rattle of chains, the great iron door is thrown open.
Everyone rise! Rise, aristocrats! In the name of the people of France, the tribunal hereby declares that you shall be put to death by the guillotine on the morning of February 2nd, 1793. Citizen jailer, which one of these is Charles Evrémonde? Evrémonde! Step forward. Evrémonde! Charles Evrémonde, call Charles Danny. Which one of you is he?
I am Evrémonde.
Step forward. Charles Evrémonde, known as Charles Darnay. In view of the excitement occasioned by your trial, it was felt that some small favor would be in order. We have decided, therefore, that you shall live long enough to witness the execution of your friends here. 51 heads will fall tomorrow. Yours will be the 52nd.
Citizen Evrémonde,
Yes?
I didn't know you were here with us. So dark.
Oh, yes. What is it you want, Chris?
Don't you know me? I'm Lisette, the seamstress. We were brought to La Force together.
Oh, of course. I forget for the moment of what you were accused.
They accuse me of plotting. But I'm innocent. How could I plot against the Republic? I'm nothing. I'm no one.
Don't cry, child. It's too late for tears.
I try to be brave. Soon the morning will come. It's growing light even now.
You have an hour yet. That's more. Ask God for courage.
Look. Sun's rising. I'm afraid. Yet I'm glad. At least we can see again.
What is it?
You are not Evrémonde. You are not Charles Evrémonde.
Quiet.
I knew Charles Evrémonde. His eyes were blue and his brow. His hair was light and yours. Who are you?
Like you, I'm nobody, nothing.
You are going to die for him. Why, monsieur?
I could never make you understand.
But I could set you free. One word from me
You
and...
can't do that. You must not, please.
Tell me about yourself.
How can I?
It would help so if you'd talk to me. Perhaps it would help you too, monsieur.
There's so much to tell. It all began so long ago.
When?
25 years ago. 1768. Have you ever been in England?
No, never.
There's a long hill on the Dover Road that sweeps down to the sea. It's a pleasant road on a summer day with the sun shining. A devil's own highway at night in the winter rain. On just that sort of night in 1768, a coach topped the rise of the hill. The mail, bound east for Dover.
Whoa, get up there. Get up, get up. Top of the hill, Tom. Let her rest them for a moment.
Oh. We'll be lucky if we make the boat for Calais.
Listen, hear that? What do you say?
I say a horse at the canter coming up the hill after.
I say a horse at a gallop. Oh, there. Stand there, old fire. Who are you? What do you want?
Is that the Dover mail? I want a passenger.
What passenger?
Mr. Jarvis Lorry.
Keep where you are. Is there a gentleman named Jarvis Lorry in the coach?
I'm Lorry. Who wants me?
It's me, Mr. Lorry. Jerry.
I know this messenger guard. There's nothing wrong.
I hope so ain't. Hello, you. Come on at a footpace.
Well, Jerry, what is it?
A dispatch, sir. Sent after you from London.
Be quick about reading it, sir. I don't like this.
It's not very long, you see. Wait at Dover for Mademoiselle. Very good. Jerry.
Yes, Mr. Lorry?
Ride back to London as fast as you can. Tell them my answer was recalled to life.
Recalled to life. That was Mr. Lorry's business that night. To recall to life a man who had been buried alive for 18 years, a prisoner of the French nobility. The man had escaped and was now hidden by friends in the village of Saint Antoine. To that village went Mr. Lorry, to the wine shop of a certain Madame Defarge.
You are Madame Defarge?
I am.
My name is Jarvis Lorry. I've just arrived from London. This young lady with me is Miss Lucy Manette.
Good morning, mademoiselle.
Please tell us, is my father here? Is he safe?
Your father? There is no one here, mademoiselle.
But Mr. Lorry was told
One moment, my child. Madame Defarge, perhaps I should have presented my credentials sooner.
recalled to life.
There is a man here. A man old beyond his years. A mender of shoes. Will you come this way? My husband and I have kept him locked in a room upstairs.
Did you say locked?
Yes.
Of his own desire?
Of his own necessity. He has lived too long alone. He would be afraid if his door was left unlatched.
Oh, Mr. Lorry, I'm frightened.
Hush, my dear.
Father.
Indeed, Dr. Manette. You are hard at work.
Yes, I am working.
You have a visitor, Doctor. Show him the shoe you are making. Now tell Monsieur the maker's name.
You asked my name?
Yes.
105 North Tower.
That is all?
105 North Tower.
You see, Monsieur, he remembers nothing.
Dr. Manette, do you remember nothing of me? Look at me. Is there no old banker, no old business rising in your mind? Think of England, a man who was your friend, Jarvis Lorry.
It's no use. This is what they have done to him.
Lucy, come here, my child. Now speak. Call him. Speak to him as you did long ago.
Father. Father.
Who is this?
Oh, Father.
Do you remember Dr. Manette? I remember a little girl with long golden hair. Ages ago. What was her name? Her name. She laid her head upon my shoulder when they came for me that night. Don't let them take you, Father. Hush, my child. My baby. Lucy. Lucy.
They crossed the Channel that night to a safe refuge in England. There for 5 years, the good doctor rested until at last his memory returned and he was well again. But now, in the English courts, a trial was in progress. A trial of a certain Charles Darnay, accused of plotting treason against His Majesty's government. Dr. Manette, called as a witness, sat with his daughter near the judge's bench. The court was hot, humid. Only one man seemed quite at ease. The assistant counsel for the prisoner, his court wig dipped in a slovenly fashion over one eye, his court gown stained with wine. His name, if anyone was interested, was Sidney Carton.
Carton, we must act quickly. With the evidence they presented, Darnay will hang by morning. Carton, do you hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Stryver.
Well, what shall I do?
If I were you, I should sit down.
Darnay is my client. I'm trying to protect him. I pay you well for your assistance, and I expect to have it.
You will have it, Mr. Stryver, when the time comes.
See, you've already had your bottle today.
2, I believe.
Drunk. Always drunk. Carton, listen to me.
At the present time, I'm more interested in Dr. Manette.
Dr. Manette, to the stand. You are Dr. Manette?
I am.
Dr. Manette, the prisoner, Charles Darnay, has been accused of carrying secret messages from Louis of France to spies here in England. Look upon the prisoner. Have you ever seen him before?
I don't know.
Really? Is it not true, Dr. Manette, that the prisoner was a fellow passenger with you 5 years ago on a boat from Calais to Dover?
I cannot say. When I came from France that night, I had been newly released from a long imprisonment. I have little remembrance of the occasion. My mind was a blank for some time.
I see. Your daughter made the trip with you, did she not?
Yes.
That will be all.
Are there any questions from the defense?
Any questions, Carton?
No questions.
No questions, Your Worship.
Miss Lucy Manette to the stand. And now, Miss Manette, look upon the prisoner, please. Have you ever seen him before?
Yes.
Where?
On board the packet boat you mentioned.
You spoke to him? You were friendly with him?
Yes.
Good. Now tell me, did he come aboard alone?
No, when the gentleman came on
Do
board...
you mean the prisoner?
Yes.
Then say the prisoner.
Oh. When the prisoner came on board, there were 2 gentlemen with him.
But these 2 did not make the crossing.
No.
Now tell me, did you see them give certain papers to the prisoner that night?
No.
You're sure of that?
I don't know. It was dark.
Then they might have given him certain papers. Is that right?
Yes, but I...
And that will be all, Miss Minette.
Please, I know he isn't guilty.
That will be all, please.
Are there any questions from the defense?
Well, Carton?
No.
Carton, you're mad.
No questions.
No questions, Your Worship.
Your Worship, the prosecution would like to recall its chief witness, the prisoner's accuser, Mr. John Barset.
Now, Stryver, we might have some questions.
Mr. John Barset?
Right here, sir.
Mr. Barset, look upon the prisoner. Do you recognize him?
I do, sir. He's a spy against His Majesty's government. That's what he is. I was on that mail packet myself that night, and I saw the kind of papers that passed into the hands of the prisoner. They were lists of our troops.
Thank you, Mr. Barset. No more questions.
The counsel for defense?
Well, Carton?
Ask him these questions I've written down here.
Mr. Barset, how do you know the papers you saw were lists of British soldiers?
I saw them.
Ah, you saw them. Then you took them out of the pockets of the prisoner, Charles Darnay?
Yes, sir. No, sir. They fell out, they did.
Oh, then you didn't take them. You're not a spy yourself. A man who makes his living by making accusations, just or otherwise, against his fellow countrymen.
That's a lie, a downright insinuating lie.
One moment. Will Carton?
Mr. Stryver, you've no imagination. Mr. Barzard, where did you get money to live on?
My property.
Your property? Where is it?
I don't exactly remember.
Then perhaps you can remember how you got that property.
I inherited it.
From whom?
From relatives. Distant relatives.
How many times have you been in prison? 6 times, isn't it?
What's that got to do with it?
Ever been kicked for cheating dice?
Well, now,
Mr. Barsad, you were positive it was the prisoner you saw that night with those lists.
I am?
It couldn't possibly have been someone else.
No, it couldn't.
Mr. Darnay, you will please face this witness. Now, Mr. Barsad, look at Mr. Darnay. Look at him carefully.
Well?
Now, Mr. Barsad, look at me. At me, the assistant counsel for the defense. You notice a resemblance between us. We are very much alike, are we not?
Well, now that you mention it, you are.
As a matter of fact, it could have been me you saw with those supposed lists that night, could it not?
Well, now,
could it not, Mr. Barsad?
All right. Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Order! Order! Are there any more questions? The jury will retire to consider its verdict. Has the jury agreed?
We have, Your Worship.
And how do you find the prisoner, Charles Darnay?
We find the prisoner not guilty.
Mr. Darnay, may we congratulate you, sir?
Thank you, Doctor.
I'm happy our testimony did you no harm.
Thank you, Miss Lucy. I'm sure it did nothing but good.
It was Mr. Carton who really won your case.
Mr. Carton? Mr. Carton, sir?
Someone call me?
May I thank you, sir, for saving my life?
Yes, only a part of my business.
Mr. Carton, this is Dr. Manette and Miss Lucy Manette.
Mr. Carton.
How do you do?
Oh, we thought you were splendid, Mr. Carton.
Mere professional claptrap.
Ah.
May I ask, sir, how did you happen to notice the resemblance between you and me?
Oh, it was very simple. I looked at you and admired your bearing and your character, and you see I have nothing but admiration for myself.
Lucy, my dear, we must go.
Goodbye, Mr. Darnay. Will you call at our house soon?
Thank you, Miss Lucy.
And Mr. Carton.
Aye?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good day, then.
Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, Doctor. Mr. Carton, would you care to dine with me?
Oh, you feel you must repay me?
I could never repay you for my life, sir.
Oh, don't be too certain. Bottle of wine or two? My fees are very low. Another glass, Mr. Darnay.
Thank you. I've had enough.
Yeah, Mr. Darnay. How does it feel to be alive again instead of hanging by your neck?
Well, I'm a little confused regarding time and place, but it's good to feel at home in the world again.
Oh, it must be an immense satisfaction. For me, the world has very little to offer, except wine like this. So, you and I are not very much alike in that particular, are we? You speak very faintly, Mr. Darnay.
I didn't speak at all, sir.
Oh, come, Mr. Darnay, call a health. Propose your toast.
What toast, sir?
Oh, it's on the tip of your tongue, man. It's been there all evening. Out with it.
Very well, then. Miss Lucy Manette.
Miss Manette. That's a fair young lady to hand into a coach in the dark, eh, Mr. Darnay? There's a fair young lady to be pitied by and wept for by. How does it feel, Mr. Darnay? Is it worth being tried for one's life to be the object of such sympathy and compassion?
I don't take your meaning, sir.
Mr. Darnay, let me ask you a question. Do you think I particularly like you?
You've acted as if you do, but I don't think you do.
I don't think I do either.
Nevertheless, I hope there's nothing in that dislike to prevent my calling for the reckoning and parting without ill blood.
Oh, nothing at all. You call the whole reckoning?
If I may, sir.
In that case, innkeeper, more wine.
Yes, sir.
Good night, Mr. Carton.
One last word, Mr. Darnay. You think I am drunk?
I think you have been drinking, Mr. Carton.
You know I have been drinking.
Well, since I must say so, I know it.
You should likewise know why. Because I care for no man on earth. No man on earth cares for me.
Much to be regretted. You might have used your talents better.
Maybe so, Mr. Darnay. Maybe not.
Good night, sir.
Good night. And don't let your sober face elate you. Never know what it may come to. Innkeeper, the wine.
Coming, sir.
Well, Carton. Has Mr. Darnay shown you what you've fallen away from? What you might have been? Change places with him, and would you have been looked at by those blue eyes as he was? Come on. Have it out in plain words. You hate the fellow. Sidney Carton knew it was too late to change his way of life. But he took to brushing his shabby coat and combing his untidy hair. And there were times even when he remembered that a gentleman does not drink himself nightly into a stupor. On Sunday afternoons, he would appear in Miss Manette's garden, sitting quietly, speaking but seldom, for Charles Darnay was there too. One evening, just at dusk, an approaching storm sent them indoors.
Listen, it's coming soon, Mr. Darnay.
It comes slowly but surely.
Isn't it impressive? Sometimes when I've sat here of an evening like this, listening to the thunder in the distance, I've had such a strange fancy. I've imagined that the thunderclaps were echoes. The echoes of footsteps that will one day enter our lives.
Well, if that is so, there is a great crowd coming into our lives. I take them into mine gladly.
It was my foolish fancy, Mr. Carton.
Well, there is a great crowd bearing down upon us now. Thousands upon thousands. Here they come. Fast, fierce, furious.
Oh, you make my fancy seem too real, Mr. Carton.
There was a great crowd coming into their lives. A numberless, overpowering crowd, which one day would decide the fate of these three. At first, it was but a whisper in the city of Paris. A whisper that was to grow with the years into a crashing roar of hatred. Slowly but surely, as the storm came, the crowd was coming too. Up from the cellars of Paris, up from the bare fields of a starving peasantry, the crowd was coming, chanting its hate, screaming for blood. The people of France in all their might, rising in revolution.
In just a moment, Frank Craven and our stars Orson Welles and Rosemary DeCamp will return in Act Two of A Tale of Two Cities. And now, here's a dance floor. Music. A soldier and his girl.
Did I ever dream this afternoon I'd be dancing with you tonight, Bill? I just couldn't believe it when you phoned me from the station.
Gosh, what a thrill seeing you. You're prettier than ever, Mary.
You're sweet to say that, Bill. And me wearing my old rainy day dress. I'd planned to wear a real glamour gown for our first date.
Well, you look like a glamour girl to me, Mary. With those eyes and that peaches and cream skin. Say, I wouldn't care if you were wearing blue jeans, darling.
It takes a lovely Lux complexion to win a compliment like that. There's something irresistible about soft, smooth skin. That's why screen stars, lovely women everywhere, never take chances with complexion beauty. They've discovered a care so simple, so effective, that they use it regularly. Here's what pretty Ann Baxter says.
I wouldn't dream of neglecting my daily Lux toilet soap facials.
Active lather leaves my skin so soft and fresh.
Lux Toilet Soap is a real beauty soap, you see. The gentle, extra creamy lather is right for delicate skin.
Feels like smoothing beauty in when you cover your face with the rich Lux Soap lather. I work it in gently but thoroughly. I rinse with warm water, then splash with cold, and pat my face dry with a soft towel. That's my beauty facial. It really does things for my skin.
Why not try these Hollywood beauty facials famous screen stars use? They really make skin lovelier. Recent tests showed actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time with this daily Lux Soap care. Remember, gentle Lux Toilet Soap is Hollywood's own complexion soap. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of A Tale of Two Cities, starring Orson Welles as Sidney Carton and Rosemary DeCamp as Lucy Manette. In La Force prison, awaiting death by the guillotine, the man called Darnay continues his story. The little seamstress, condemned to die with him within the hour, listens quietly, her eyes fixed on his face.
As time went on, Sidney Carton appeared less and less frequently in the men at home, for he knew that Lucy loved Charles Darnay. It was an evening in April, almost 10 years ago, that Charles Darnay spoke to Lucy's father.
I've only hinted at marriage to Lucy, sir. I didn't want to speak until... Well, there are certain things about myself that you should know.
Yes?
Dr. Manette, my name is not Darnay. I chose that name when I first left France in my heritage.
Heritage?
I'm of noble birth, sir, but I do not boast of it. Through generations, my family gained its wealth at the expense of the poor. When my uncle died, I was the sole remaining heir. I returned to France to sign away my title to the estate.
Why do you tell me this?
Because, sir, I know what you have suffered at the hands of the French aristocracy.
Your uncle's name and yours. What was it?
Saint-Evremond, the Marquis Saint-Evremond. He was... Doctor, you're ill, sir.
No. Charles, Lucy is not to know what you have just told me.
Not now, do you mean?
Not now or ever. She is not to know. Your word.
Very well, Doctor. You have my word.
Now go, please. Go. Saint-Evremond. Saint-Evremond.
Father, let me in. Father, it's Lucy. Let me in. Oh, please.
Lucy, what is it?
Oh,
What's the trouble?
Sidney.
I got your message. Anything wrong?
It's Father. He's been locked in his room all day. I'm so afraid.
Dr. Manette, open the door. Dr. Manette.
Miss Lucy, I found the key in the storeroom.
Well, give it to me and take Miss Lucy downstairs.
Yes,
will you,
sir. Come, my dear. Come, my lady.
Dr. Manette. Dr. Manette, what are you doing? Do you hear me? Doctor, what work is this you're doing?
A lady's shoe. A young lady's walking shoe. It should be finished. Let me be.
Is he all right?
He's all right. Dr. Jimison is with him.
Oh, you've been very kind to stay so long. I tried to reach Charles, but he wasn't at home. So worried.
There's nothing to worry about now. A few days and he'll be well again.
But what could have caused it? After all these years to go back to that. What happened to him?
How can we know? A shock, perhaps some sudden jolt of memory. Man's mind can play queer tricks, you know.
Lucy.
Yes.
I brought you a cup of chocolate.
Oh, thank you, Miss Frost.
And the doctor says everything will be all right. You're not to worry.
Oh, thank you.
Well,
Oh, Sidney, you're not leaving.
it's growing late. Not for me, of course. But I doubt if you see the dawn very often.
No, I don't. But I can welcome it today. A few hours ago, everything was so black and fearsome. And now, all my troubles are past. All my hopes reborn. It's always that way, isn't it?
There are some hopes a man may have which remain in the shadows forever.
Do you have such hopes, Sidney?
I No more. I'm like one who died young.
Sidney, you've come often to the house in the past few months, and yet we know very little about you, except that you're our friend. Is there nothing I can do to help you, Sidney?
I could never hope to repay what you've already done. May I tell you something?
Mm-hmm.
Will you hear me without shrinking from me?
What is it?
You've been the last dream of my soul. Seeing you here in your home has stirred old shadows that I thought had died out of me. I've heard whispers from old voices impelling me upward that I thought was silent forever. I've had unformed ideas of striving afresh, fighting out the abandoned fight. A dream. All a dream, but I wish you to know that you inspired it.
Oh, Sidney. Will nothing of it remain?
Perhaps as a dream might linger on after the dreamer awakes. But try to hold me in your mind as sincere in this one thing. I would embrace any sacrifice for you, or for those dear to you. Think now and then that there's a man who would give his life to keep a life you love beside you. The poor fool, Cotton. Drunk. Drunk this time with self-pity. And from that day on, he was seen rarely in the men at home. He was there when Lucy and Darnay were married. And again, some years later, when their child was born. A girl. But his visits were short, and he'd slip away at the first opportunity. In France, during these years, the echoing footsteps of the crowd had been growing louder. Grim patriots who were to bathe the soil of France in the blood of the hated nobility. Then the storm broke in all its fury. In July 1789, they swarmed from the rat holes of Paris to cover the country with a blanket of red. An army of vengeance, bent upon destruction and death.
The Bastille is fallen! The Bastille is ours! On, citizens! On!
The Bastille is fallen! Madame Defarge, how can you sit and knit so calmly on this day?
Our victory will come only when every noble head is rolled from every noble shoulder. And in this knitting I have inscribed their names. The names of those who have starved us, killed us. And for every stitch another head shall roll. For every stitch we shall be avenged.
Open the door.
What do you want at this hour?
I'm looking for Mr. Sidney Carton.
The inn is not open. There's no inn in London open at this time of night.
I want to see Mr. Sidney Carton. Let me in. Now, where is he?
He's in there.
Carton. Carton. Wake up. Wake up.
Who is it?
Oh, Darnay.
Oh, Mr. Darnay. Welcome, Mr. Darnay. You have some wine?
No time for that. Listen to me. I'm leaving for Paris within the hour.
Paris?
There's some business there that I must attend to at once.
Paris? Very warm this time of the year. If I were your lawyer, I should advise against the journey.
How much do you know of me?
This is an excellent wine, Mr. Darnay. French wine from the cellars of the aristocrats who fled the country. There will be few of these bottles left now. Being poured into the streets, along with the blood of the nobles who once drank it. Must you go to Paris, Mr. Darnay?
I see there's little I have to explain to you, but I received a letter this morning from a man who was once my servant. They threatened to send him to the guillotine unless he can explain why he's in possession of certain property. That's why I must go, to save his life.
What of your own life?
I'll be in no danger. I've renounced my inheritance. It's easily proved.
Why do you come to me?
There's no one else I can turn to. I don't know how long I shall be gone. I should like to feel that there's someone here in London who is watching over my family.
I? You trust me to watch over your child? Your wife?
Yes. I know that you love her.
When did you say you must leave?
Tonight, now.
Have no fear about your family. They'll be safe.
Thank you, Carton. Good night.
Good night. Godspeed.
Carton.
More wine, sir?
No. No, take it away.
Out! You there in the coach. Where are you going, citizen?
I'm going to Paris.
Let me see your papers.
If you'll hurry, please, citizen. I must be in Paris within the hour.
What is your name, citizen?
Charles Darnay.
Darnay. Also known as Evremont.
Why, yes, but I...
You are consigned, Evremont, to the prison of La Force.
In just a moment, our stars will return in Act 3 of A Tale of Two Cities. And now, here comes our young friend, Sally. My, Sally, that's a pretty corsage you're wearing.
I got it at the flower show this afternoon, Mr. Kennedy. What a lovely show it was, too. A regular preview of the spring garden. Lilies of the valley, lilacs, daffodils, narcissus, and dozens of other kinds of flowers.
I can't think of anything more refreshing to see right now, Sally.
The whole air was fragrant with them. A fresh, delicate perfume you never tire of.
A fresh, delicate perfume you never tire of. Now when you say that, Sally, you make me think of something.
Why, of course, Mr. Kennedy. The perfume of Lux toilet soap.
Sure thing, because that's just what the makers of Lux soap had in mind when they created its perfume. They knew women would enjoy delicate, subtle fragrance like the combined scent of many spring flowers.
Yes, and they do enjoy it, Mr. Kennedy. Screen stars say that's why Lux soap makes a wonderful bath soap. It leaves such a lovely, clinging fragrance on the skin.
Well, it took a lot of experimenting to make that Lux soap perfume. To be statistical, Sally, it took a blend of 34 different ingredients. It's a fragrance that's distinctive and different.
And expensive, too, I should think.
Yes, many of those ingredients are costly. But the price of Lux toilet soap is very low because so many millions of cakes are sold every year. It's a thrifty as well as a luxurious bath soap.
Here's a little trick I've discovered other women might like to know about. I slip a few cakes of Lux soap in my dresser drawer till I want to use them. They make a perfect sachet for my lingerie and handkerchiefs.
Thanks, Sally. Why don't you enjoy the luxury of this fine, fragrant white soap 9 out of 10 screen stars recommend? Use it for your daily beauty bath. Lux soap is hard milled to satin smoothness. It's economical. Each cake can be used to the last thin sliver. And now, Frank Craven returns to the microphone.
For a verbal introduction to our stars tonight, you're invited to join us after the final curtain for a brief chat. Now, Act 3 of A Tale of Two Cities, starring Orson Welles as Sidney Carton and Rosemary DeCamp as Lucy Manette. The sun rises slowly over the roofs of Paris, and the long shadow of the guillotine falls against the walls of La Force prison. In the cell of the condemned, Sidney Carton speaks in a hushed voice, his story meant only for the ears of the little seamstress.
They brought Charles Darnay here to La Force prison to be held in secret. Somehow the news filtered back to England. Soon his wife and child were in Paris with Dr. Manette and Mr. Lorry.
Mr. Lorry?
Their old friend. For months they waited for some word from Darnay in his cell, but no word came. And every day through the streets the tumbrils passed, filled with the condemned on their last journey to the guillotine.
Father, did you see him? Did you see Charles?
No, they would not take me to his cell.
Oh.
But I have news.
Yes?
Charles is summoned tomorrow for trial.
Tomorrow? Oh, Father.
I think it will go well, my child. They're going to allow me to testify for him.
You? Why, they'll brand you a traitor. They'll kill you, Father.
No, my child. I bear a charmed life in this city. I have been a prisoner in the Bastille.
Silence! Silence! Dr. Manette, is this tribunal to understand that you endorse the accused, the prisoner Charles Evremont?
That is so.
He is of noble blood. He is a traitor.
He is no traitor. I will swear to it.
Dr. Manette, we know your life, the cause you fought for. You are one of us.
Yes, and as one of you I speak. The accused, Charles Evremont, was my first friend when I was released from the Bastille. The accused, Charles Evremont, is my daughter's husband. In all these years, he has had no part in the tyranny against which we fought. He has renounced his share of the estate and returned it to the people. Charles Evermond is no enemy of the Revolution. I give you my word, he is innocent.
Free the prisoner. If the Doctor of Beauvais says he is innocent, free him.
Is the jury ready to declare itself?
We are.
How say you, then?
Let the prisoner be freed.
Wait, I say. The prisoner cannot be freed.
Citizeness Defarge?
I say the prisoner still stands accused.
By whom, Citizeness?
By three voices. By my husband, Ernest Defarge. By myself.
And the third?
By the Doctor of Beauvais. Dr. Alexander Manette.
I protest against it.
Continue, Citizeness.
Hear me, all of you. Dr. Manette, you have said Charles Evermond was your first friend. I was your first friend. It was to my wine shop you were brought where you made shoes under my care. You knew yourself then only as a number. 105 North Tower. The cell in which you had been confined. Is that not true?
If you say it is, I must believe it. I can't remember.
But I remembered. I resolved one day to examine that cell. And on the day the Bastille fell, I went to 105 North Tower. Hear me, citizens. In that cell, hidden in the stonework of the wall, I found a paper. A paper written by Dr. Manette in the year 1767, before the dark and loneliness drove him mad. It is that paper I hold in my hand now. It describes in the doctor's words how he was called one night to attend a peasant girl dying in a miserable bed of rags. A girl and her unborn child. In the stable, her brother with a wound in his chest was to breathe his last before the morning. And why? Because these two creatures had protested against the noble family who held them in bondage, had protested against the murder of the girl's father and her husband, killed by those same noble hands. The doctor buried the girl and her brother the following morning, but he had seen too much and heard too much from the lips of that dying girl. That night the doctor was thrown into the Bastille. The noble family had silenced him forever. And the name of that family, the name of those murderers, Son Evermond. Yes, Son Evermond. And now hear this. Listen to the words of Dr. Alexander Manette himself. The words he wrote. I, Alexander Manette, prisoner of the Bastille, having thus set forth the causes for my imprisonment, do denounce the Marquis Son Evermond and his descendants against the time when these crimes shall be answered for. I denounce them to heaven and earth.
No, stop.
You asked me to stop. Listen to me. I have long had the crimes of the Evermond family knitted in my register. Ask my husband, is that so?
It is so.
On the great day when the Bastille fell, I brought this paper home and we read it together, my husband and I. Ask him, is that so?
It is so.
Then I told him that I had a secret to communicate with him. I struck this bosom with these two hands as I strike it now, and I said, Defarge, I was brought up among the fishermen of the seashore. And that peasant family so injured by the Evermonds is my family. That sister of the mortally wounded boy was my sister. That husband was my sister's husband. That unborn child was their child. That brother was my brother. Those dead are my dead. And that summons to answer for those things descends to me. Ask him, is that so?
It is so.
Then tell wind and fire to stop. But don't tell me. What say you, citizens? Does this everyone go free?
Back to the prison of La Force to await death by the guillotine. That was the sentence passed by the tribunal. That same night, a coach left Calais for Paris, carrying but one passenger, slouched low in his seat, his shabby greatcoat pulled high about his neck. Reaching Paris, he haunted the inns and taverns, wandered like a lonely ghost through the city, and at last made his way to the lodging house where Lucy waited news from the force.
Sidney Carton.
You must forgive my coming at this hour. I didn't wish to be seen.
I knew you'd come. I've been waiting. Sidney, they're going to take Charles. They're going to kill him.
How long has he?
Until the morning. And they won't let me see him. I can't be near him in these last hours.
Lucy, remember what you said. Long ago, the dark hours before the dawn.
There'll be no dawn tomorrow. It'll be dark now, always.
Lucy, if there was some way I could comfort you. You must hope.
What hope is there? What comfort? My husband is going to die.
Lucy.
Oh, Sidney. Forgive me.
You were right. I have no strength to offer you.
You came to us tonight. I shall never forget that.
It is useless to speak to Dr. Manette. He's in no condition to see you now.
Mr. Lorry, if you will forgive me...
There is nothing you can do here, Mr. Cotton, nothing.
Mr. Lorry, you are a man of business, are you not?
I am?
Well, I am here on business.
Really,
I know
sir?
your opinion of me, Mr. Lorry. But a drinking fellow may learn things around the town if he can listen at the same time. I've learned that Dr. Manette is in great danger. He and Lucy must leave Paris tonight.
Leave Paris?
And they must take the child with them.
But why?
The revenge of Madame Defarge does not stop with Charles. The accusation is against the Marquis of Saint-Evremond and all his race.
Lucy, her child.
Now may I see Dr. Manette?
It would do no good, sir. He's gone back to his work.
His work?
He would not know what you are saying, Mr. Cotton.
Mr. Lorry, you have a pass that will let you through to Calais. Will it serve for Dr. Manette and Lucy?
Yes, for as many as are with me.
Then you'll use it tonight. You will arrange for a coach to meet you all here at midnight. The coach will take you to the side gate of La Force prison. Do you understand?
The prison?
There you will be joined by another person who will make the trip with you to England.
What time?
You will not stop to ask questions. You'll proceed at once to the gates of Paris and on to Calais, as fast as the coach can take you.
But this other person, who would it be?
Who? Mr. Sidney Cotton.
I don't understand.
I may be in poor condition for travel. I usually am at that hour, but as soon as I'm in the coach, drive on.
But you, at the gate of La Force, will you be within the prison tonight?
Yes. Yes, I'm going to see Charles. A certain Mr. Barsad, English spy, is a turnkey in the prison. He'll open the doors for me.
Oh, I don't understand all this, sir, but you give me hope.
And you will save them all, Mr. Lorry.
Not only I, sir. I shall have a young and ardent man at my side.
With the help of heaven, you shall. Tell me, Mr. Lorry, yours is a long life to look back on.
I'm in my 78th year, sir.
You've been useful all your life, trusted, respected. There are many in this world who would miss you.
A solitary old bachelor? No, there is nobody to weep for me.
Wouldn't she weep for you?
Lucy? Yes, thank God. I didn't quite mean what I said.
It is a thing to thank God for, isn't it?
Surely.
Surely. If you had to say with truth tonight, I have gained the love of no human creature. I've done nothing good nor serviceable to be remembered by. Your 78 years would be 78 heavy curses, would they not?
I think they would be. But you are not old, Cotton.
No. I'm not old. But the road I took was never the way to age. Good night, Mr. Lorry. How long before Darnay is taken from his cell, put with the others?
I can't tell that. Perhaps only an hour now.
Leave us alone. Stay within call.
But you keep your promise. I told you that I could get you in and out again. But for you both to try to leave...
I know. Open the door.
Who's there? Have you come for...
Cotton, you. Of all the people on earth, I'm the least expected. Is that it?
Why are you here? You shouldn't have taken the risk. It can serve no purpose.
It can serve one. I bring you a message from Lucy, a request, rather, that you do exactly as I say and ask no questions. Take off your coat.
Take off
Yes,
my...
take it off and change it for mine. Quickly now, man.
Are you mad?
Do as I say. It's her wish. Put on my coat. Your hair. Rumple it so, as mine is.
Cotton, there's no escaping from this place. You'll only die with me.
Have I mentioned escape? Do as I say. Now take my cravat. Here, give me yours.
Cotton, I warn you, it's...
Be quiet. Look, there's pen and ink on the table. Is your hand steady enough to write?
It was when you came in.
Well, steady it then. And write what I dictate. Quickly now.
To whom do I address it?
To no one. Write, if you remember the words that passed between us long ago, you will understand when you see this. Have you written that?
I don't... What vapor is that?
Vapor?
Yes, it's a strange vapor, something that crossed me.
I am not conscious of it. Take up the pen and finish. I told you once that there was nothing that I would not do.
Nothing that I would not...
What is it?
There is something, that odor.
You mean this on my handkerchief?
Yes, it's so...
Breathe deeply.
No.
Breathe.
But I can't...
Breathe. You down there, outside.
Are you finished? Are you ready to... Oh, what's this? What's the matter with him?
Nothing. He's unconscious. Carry him out the gate.
But you changed clothes.
Listen to me. Sidney Carton fainted from the shock of parting with an old friend. You'll find a coach at the side gate. Put him into it. Tell him to drive as fast as they can to Calais. No, wait. I'll finish this note. If you remember the words that passed between us, you'll understand. I told you once that there was nothing I would not do to keep a life you love beside you. God bless you for your sweet compassion. Here, take this note, and hurry.
Oh, there. Oh! Where are you going?
To Kerry.
Who are you?
Jarvis Lorry from Chelsea's Bank.
Past.
Dr. Manette.
Past.
His daughter.
Past.
His grandchild.
Who's there on the floor?
He is Mr. Sidney Carton.
Let me see him. Sidney Carton, eh? Past. Open the gate. Let this coach go through.
They're on their way now. Perhaps by this time, they've reached Calais, are bound for England and home.
And you are Sidney Carton.
Oh, yes.
And you're dying for him, for Charles Darnay.
Oh, no. For someone else.
Aristocrats, your carriage is awaiting. 6 tumbrils will carry the day's wine to Madame la Guillotine. Guards, take them out. You, Evrémonde, it will be as I promised for you. You shall wait for the last tumbril. Your head shall be the 52nd today.
I'm ready.
Move along there. Move along.
Mr. Carton, may I go with you?
Keep your eyes on me, child. Mind nothing else.
I mind nothing while I hold your hand.
49. 50. 51.
It is a far, far better thing that I do than I've ever done. It is a far, far better rest that I go to than I've ever known.
52. We lower our curtain on the roaring crowds of Paris and the sacrificial destiny of Sidney Carton, and raise it again on the stars who have made tonight's performance such a vivid memory. Orson Welles and Rosemary DeCamp.
Well, Frank, it was a real privilege to be cast as Sidney Carton and to play opposite Rosemary.
Thank you, Orson.
Orson, I understand that to your many attributes of writer, actor, producer, and magician, you've added a new one, journalism.
That's right, Frank. I've got a newspaper column running now called Orson Welles' Almanac.
Yeah, I know. I have a copy here.
Full of biting witticisms, I imagine, Frank.
Well, it depends upon what you call biting witticisms. It starts with the following items. Never salt turnips while cooking. Always wash spinach with warm water.
Orson, aren't you afraid you'll start a social revolution with those radical ideas?
And the final item in the column is as follows. Always use Lux toilet soap for the complexion.
Well, wait a minute. I've been sabotaged.
Oh, no, you haven't, Orson. That's the best advice that you could give to any girl who wants to look her best.
And I can see it's the advice you follow, Rosemary. Tell us, what was your first bit of acting in the theater?
The very first? I was a bunny in an Easter pageant.
The original female Harvey,
Were you ever a rabbit, Orson?
Well, if he hasn't been, just give him time. He'll get around to it.
Well, as a matter of fact, when I was 5, I impersonated Peter Rabbit in Marshall Field's department store.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Well, anytime you two want to be rabbits here in Lux, we'll lay in a supply of carrots.
Thanks. What do you have for Lux next Monday night, Frank?
For next Monday night, we have a deeply moving play that brings us some of America's best-loved music. It's the 20th Century Fox hit, Swanee River, and the story of that brilliant, colorful composer, Stephen Foster, whose life of romance brought us such immortal songs as Old Kentucky Home, Susanna, Jeanie with the light brown hair, Old Folks at Home, and many others.
Whom do you have in the cast, Frank?
Well, for this special occasion, we have a gentleman whose billing always read, the world's greatest entertainer, Al Jolson, co-starred with the ever-popular Dennis Morgan and the lovely Frances Gifford.
Well, that sounds like a great combination, Frank. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and happy Easter to you. And now, a brief reminder from Uncle Sam that to the millions of American men and women overseas, nothing is more important than mail from home. Write often. Make your letters cheerful. And be sure to use V-mail. V-mail is private, speedy, safer, and it helps to lighten the burden of delivery. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Dennis Morgan, Al Jolson, and Frances Gifford in Swanee River. This is Frank Craven saying thanks for listening and good night.
Frank Craven will soon appear in the 20th Century Fox 30th anniversary production, Colonel Effingham's Raid. Orson Welles, currently working in the international picture Tomorrow is Forever, can be heard on This Is My Best every Tuesday over this network. Rosemary DeCamp will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture, Pride of the Marines. Heard in tonight's play were Dennis Green as Charles Darnay, Griff Barnett as Dr. Manette, Verna Felton as Madame Defarge, Norman Field as Laurie, and Ken Christie, Charles Seal, Lorene Tuttle, Ferdinand Mounier, Jay Novello, Robert Regent, Eric Snowden, Boyd Davis, Paul McVeigh, Alec Harford, Thomas Mills, Regina Wallace, Virginia Gordon, and Herb Litton. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our Lux Radio Theater production of A Tale of Two Cities has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care that 9 out of 10 Hollywood screen stars use. This is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Swanee River with Al Jolson, Dennis Morgan, and Frances Gifford.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Well, Tocqueville, what are you thinking about as you stare at these picturesque shores? Are you thinking about America?
About America? No. I do not see America. I see more than America. I am trying to make out the image of democracy itself, with its inclinations, its prejudices, and its passions.
Where could I be better off? A study in Jacksonian America. Item 1 in the series Democracy in America. Prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in Jacksonian America. Where could I be better off?
The month of May, 1831. The President, Old Hickory, General Andrew Jackson. And this is New York City. Over 200,000 people live here. Across the clear, fresh water of the East River, we look at Brooklyn, New York's dairy, a countryside of breezy heights and pasture land and cows. And looking across the beach is a New York clam dealer in an orange check waistcoat, tight-fitting gray gaiters, and a plug hat as tall and stately as a belfry with rips in the sides as if to let the noise of the bells out.
Clams, choice clams, here's your Rockaway Beach clams, fine sand clams.
But his mind is on the New York Consolidated Lottery.
To be had in the greatest variety of lucky numbers at Arnold, 313 Broadway, opposite the Masonic Hall.
10 years ago, the state legislature had forbidden the famous old New York lotteries, but the proprietors are still finding loopholes to satisfy their customers who swarm through the bright May streets to produce the busiest community that any man could desire to live in. In the streets, all is hurry and bustle. The very carts, instead of being drawn by horses at a walking pace, are often met at a gallop and always in a brisk trot. Omnibuses are racketing and terry-hooting through the New York streets with as much hubbub, hullabaloo, and general unmitigated uproar as the most optimistic man might expect in a city 7 times the size.
Get up there, team! Get up, team! Out of the way there, mister! One side, get up!
It is May the 11th, 1831. And on the deck of the fine steamboat President, just coming into New York Harbor, there stand 2 young men, both well-dressed, although both seem very tired. They have been without sleep for some time. They are surrounded by luggage, and they glance back and forth at the sights, as if they were strangers from another planet that had never seen the Earth before. They are strangers, come from France to see this curious new land that is supposed to be a democracy. This one, age 26, is Alexis Charles-Henri Clérel de Tocqueville, son of a French count.
As for the harbor and the city itself, well, picture to yourself an attractively varied shoreline. The slopes covered by lawns and trees, in bloom right down to the water. And more than all that, an unbelievable multitude of country houses, big as boxes of candy. I am much struck by how convenient these little houses must be, and by the attractive air they give the countryside. Such is our impression of the city of New York.
Beside young Mr. de Tocqueville stands his great friend, also a French nobleman, but 3 years older. This young man, wearing a cloak, is 29. His name is Gustave Auguste de la Boninière de Beaumont.
At each instant you glimpse great bays which cut into the shores and form the most picturesque sides. We were full of real admiration. What struck us particularly was the animation given this majestic tableau by the immense number of vessels, brigs, gondolas, and boats of all kinds, which cross and recross in every direction.
Tocqueville and Beaumont plunge into the crowd as though into a bath and are lost in the tumult of activity and motion. The carriages rattle through the streets, the carts dance as if they were running races with them, and the ladies trip along in all the colors of the rainbow.
Lord, Mabel, skip into that door right smart, or I declare that carriage is going to splash our skirts.
And as for the passers-by, they look as though they actually had something to do.
Now I tell you what it is. Pardon me. I'm going to let you in on the ground floor of this development. I'm going to let you, excuse me, take an option in the purchase of some real first-rate, pardon me, Western Pennsylvania speculations. Basically, it's a granite quarry, which can
Watch where you're going.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
So am I.
Now, basically, like I say, the investment is a granite quarry that's financing an India Rubber Company, joint stock, and all enterprise, all pure enterprise. Excuse me, if you want to make money...
Everybody is walking as if he were in a hurry.
Well, if you want to find your way around this country, you'll have to hurry. We firmly believe that if a man means business, he better look as if he meant business. We Americans are born in a hurry and educated at speed. We make a fortune with a wave of a wand and lose it just as fast, and then remake and relose the whole thing in a twinkling of an eye. Our body is a locomotive ripping along at 30 miles an hour. Our spirit is a high-pressure engine. Our life resembles a shooting star, and death surprises us like an electric shock.
The governor of the state of New York, Mr. Throop, looks through his boarding house window at everybody in motion and observes,
"They all seem as if they were running away from an indictment."
And Governor Throop draws out a toothpick and continues to enjoy the May morning and watches the hogs happily rooting around in the gutters, indulging in hearty repasts of offal of every description. And this, too, in the midst of coaches, horses, and pedestrians.
Cholera. That's what you're going to get, cholera. That's what you're asking for right here in New York City.
I wouldn't give you more than a dog's chance.
Well, experience, sir, has proven that the most efficacious and powerful method of keeping the streets of a town in a state of perfect and refined cleanliness is plenty of hogs. And if the hogs aren't doing the trick, then you haven't got enough of them.
Or in 1831, New York City, with its 200,000 people and 11 daily newspapers, is very unequal in style and quality from one district to another. The great avenue of Broadway is striking from its continuous and unbroken length of 3 miles in a straight line. But its breadth, about 80 feet, is not sufficiently ample for the due proportion to its length. It is, moreover, wretchedly paved. And as for 3rd Avenue and 8th Avenue, these are no more than long, muddy lanes leading respectively to the remote villages of Harlem and Manhattanville. But New York is now and always has been a port, a city of ships. The side-wheel steamers with their long, flaring funnels like postboys' trumpets lie side by side with the forested sailing ships whose long bowsprits hang over the passers-by like sabers at a wedding.
We must quickly find a boarding house and get some sleep.
Do these people never stay still? Look how they chase along the streets. Everyone seems to be afraid to let the next man get ahead of him.
And indeed, an American is always on the lookout lest any of his neighbors get the better of him. If 100 Americans were going to be shot, they would contend for the priority. So strong is our habit of competition.
Look, Beaumont, over there.
It must be some kind of parade.
In the early 1830s, New York was a city of parades. Here's Major Downing. He calls himself a major from the state of Maine. He says he's from Maine, rode in one of those parades with the 7th president himself, Andrew Jackson himself, Old Hickory in person and none other. At least he says he did.
I like to meet the man that'd disbelieve me to my face with my glass in my hand.
You tell him, Major.
If you'd been out that day, you'd have seen me and the general figurine considerable large, I guess. There never was anything like it in New York afore.
I'll swear to that, Major.
There's many an accomplished liar sitting outside the tavern drinking his whiskey and telling his stories, though certainly the great men are a great deal more accessible now in 1831 than they ever became later.
One thing strikes me at once.
What is that?
Look at the people. Look at their general ease. Most of them seem well-fed. Most of them seem well-dressed. This is a country where men live well by the work of their hands.
Irish labourers, straight off the boat, get as much as 75 cents a day. Together with lodging, 3 big meals a day, and 6 to 8 glasses of whiskey, depending on the state of the weather. Bread, meat, sugar, tea, fuel are cheaper than in the old country, and wages are triple.
The stores are full of things, some startling enough to horrify the casual visitor.
We observed the open sale of Dirk's Bowie knives and a long kind of stiletto called the Arkansas toothpick. These are sold by druggists in whose shops or stores these deadly weapons are hung up for public inspection and sold by them as part of the legitimate wares of their calling, thus plainly indicating that weapons to kill as well as medicine to cure could be had at the same shop.
A city of green trees and fresh paint. A lively, new, sparkling city for all its roughness and vigor. Towards each other, the citizens are forthright and breezy, as when the clam dealer calls on the governor of the state.
Hello there. Brought some fresh clams for the governor.
He's sitting in the parlor picking his teeth. Go right in.
Hello there, Mr. Garrett. Step right in.
Morning, Mr. Governor. Brought you some clams.
Well, that's just fine. Pull up a chair and bite yourself off a chew.
One man's as good as another, if not better, and people don't forget that elected officers are nothing but their servants. Towards women, however, the attitude is usually very different.
There are no women around here. The females are ladies, should be treated accordingly as the precious repositories and fair blossoms of virtue, beauty, and high morality. And anyone who suggests these dainty creatures should have their innocence sullied by too much education or the toil of commercial or political affairs deserves the active opprobrium of all decent men.
Equality and easy manners, then, and pride. Such pride. Boasting is a virtue, and a good boaster is a man to be admired.
When the ancient, respectable, and patriotic Tammany Society celebrates its 42nd anniversary tomorrow, May 12th. I shall propose the toast to democracy, the finest institution devised by the mind of man, especially suited for the greatest people on earth, the fortunate inhabitants of the greatest country on earth, under God's special protection, America.
Equality, boasting, and business. This is a city of merchants and men of affairs. Even in the streets full of hurrying people, business goes on as usual.
I'll go 30 cents a pound.
I can't cover the cost of shipping at that price. 32.
That takes up all my profit.
You do better than that now with your markup.
There's overhead charges. 30 and a half. If that's what I'll make it, 30 and a half.
And yet, amid the bustle, there are some who sit calm, like this old gentleman here with a white beard and whiskers and the clean-shaven top lip. He's reading the Mercantile Advertiser at the foot of Cortlandt Street and seems undisturbed by the bustle.
What bustle? This is the 11th of May. You've been here the 1st of May, you'd seen some bustle.
Well, why the 1st of May? What's so special about that?
Why, New York City, the 1st of May is moving time.
Well, how do you mean moving time?
Time universal flitting. Time when everybody moves. People here are very locomotive in their habits. They are anxious to better themselves, see? It's the day of all others in the year when the good people of this town have one and all agreed to play at the game of move-all. 1st of May, they're all at it with all their might. 2nd of May, everything will be quiet. It'll all be settled again.
Did you move the 1st of May?
I most certainly did. I moved every May Day for the last 40 years. Everybody does the same. People can't bear not to be like their neighbors. Oh, it takes a live fish to swim upstream. Well, good day to you. Nice fresh day.
And it is a nice fresh day, perhaps a little too fresh. For down here by the water, there's quite a wind. Look at that poor lady, tacking along with the wind behind her skirts and flounces.
A lady has a time of it when the wind blows and the dust is flying in clouds, as it does in New York almost all day long. I encountered a puff at the corner of one of the streets, and there I stood holding my hat with one hand and my cardinal cloak, which has 56 yards of various commodities in it, with the other. I thought I should have gone up like a balloon and stood stark still until I came near being run over by a great hog which was scampering away from some mischievous boys. At last, a sailor took compassion on me and set me down at the door of a store. As he went away, I heard him say to his companion,
"Damn my eyes, Bill. What a press of canvas the girls carry nowadays."
But this lady is not the only one to complain of the wind, for as we near the waterfront, we see the air full of plug hats and people chasing after them.
Catch it! Catch it! Don't step on it, you confounded blockhead!
But particularly notice this. See the pieces of paper sailing about, together with a variety of vegetables, pieces of linen, and other materials, entirely interrupting the view. Where does all this come from? Is it garbage?
No, sir, it is not. All those commodities come from hats. And no nation on earth uses a hat for so many purposes as a Yankee. It serves him at once for a head covering, a writing desk, a larder, and a portmanteau. In it, the merchant deposits patterns of various descriptions. The doctor uses it as an apothecary's shop. The married man, returning from market, converts it into a depository for potatoes and other vegetables. And to the traveler, it serves as a knapsack.
Look, 66 Broadway. Room for rent.
A boarding house.
1831. Now, let me see. I was in New York City at the time. My husband had gone to his long reward. He used to work as a speculator, trading in commodities, you know. You can make a lot of money that way. He didn't, but he sure tried hard. A fine man. I guess that's what killed him. So I opened a refined boarding house for ladies and gentlemen of standing and position, number 66 Broadway, just down the street from the American Hotel. These two French gentlemen came in off the steamship President, and I never saw two fellas look more tired. They just rolled into their beds in the middle of the afternoon, and I guess they must have slept clean through until 8 o'clock next morning, when I told Kitty to ring for breakfast. All right, Kitty. All the cold meats are on, and the lobsters will be ready in a moment. Might as well let them have the gong soon as it's 8 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Kitty, let them have it. Morning, Mr. Griggs.
Morning, ma'am.
Do any studying last night?
I reckon I did. I've just about proved that the Babylon of the Apocalypse refers to the Scarlet City of London, England.
Mr. Griggs from Kentucky. Very keen Bible student, though just a piece biased about proving England's downfall. Good morning, Marquis.
Good morning, madame.
I hope you passed a good night, Marquis.
The wrongs of my unhappy country.
Get the bagwig and the ruffles. That gentleman's a real French Marquis. That's the way they call it. I believe right now the Marquis is teaching dancing to young ladies of refinement and... Morning, Major General.
Morning, ma'am.
You look fit as a fiddle this fine morning, sir.
An old soldier usually comes out pretty fit, ma'am.
The Major General's from Vermont. A regular walking encyclopedia about the war, if you ask me. Morning, Mr. O'Brien.
Oh, morning, ma'am.
One moment, Mr. O'Brien. I wondered if we might have something on account on that little bill.
Well, I tell you, ma'am, I've got a job this morning at the Hudson River docks checking consignments. And whatever I get, you can have half of it. No, you can't say fairer than that.
I'd rather have the whole of it. But you can't say too much to the poor fella with his ribs all sticking out. He has to stand up twice to cast a shadow. A lot of Irish gentlemen are over here to live cheap, even though it cost them a year's wages to get here. Morning, Mr. Beasley.
Morning, ma'am.
Any luck yesterday?
I thought I saw one of them over near the courthouse, but he'd give me the slip.
Well, I hope and trust you have better luck today. Mr. Beasley is from the Carolinas, indigo planter. He's up here on business and keeping his eye open for half a dozen of his slaves that ran away. He's heard tell they're in New York City at present. I hope he can make those slaves realize that every time they run away, they deprive a gentleman of his lawful property. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning, madame.
Good morning.
Now, let me see. Which of you gentlemen is which?
I am Mr. de Tocqueville, and this is Mr. de Beaumont.
Mr. Tocqueville's the little one. Mr. Beaumont's the big one. Well, I hope I can remember that. And you gentlemen are from France?
That is perfectly correct.
Well, you can't start the day on an empty stomach, and you will if you don't step lively. Why, it must be 8:05 if it's a minute. The gong here goes at 8 o'clock, you know, and I wouldn't answer for there being many victuals on the board by 1:15.
Then we had better hurry.
Sit wherever you like. If there's any left, there's fish, ham, beef, boiled fowls, eggs, pigeons, pumpkin pies, lobsters, vegetables, tea, coffee, cider, sangaree, and cherry brandy.
Oh, we can sit here.
Yes. Beef?
Thank you. Potatoes?
Thank you. Cabbage?
No, thanks. Coffee?
No, not at this time in the morning. I'll have brandy.
Beaumont, look at the ladies.
It is also too early in the morning to look at ladies.
No, I'm serious. You notice they are completely dressed for the day. Everything complete and finished. And here it is only breakfast. At this rate, a lady would be ready to receive visitors at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Things will be very different here in America. See how fast you must eat. This food is melting away before our eyes. More beef?
Thank you. More potatoes?
Thank you.
Oh, some of them are leaving already. Certainly there seems to be very little formality in a democracy.
Then you and I shall gobble our breakfast as though we were Americans and hurry out to see the marvels of New York. Let me see. Where are we?
This is the Bowery.
And this is Bayard Street. Now, look at that hotel.
The North American Hotel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floors. And an exchange table attached.
Never mind that. Look at the roof. What I want you to notice
But I do mind it. I want to notice everything and make a note.
Look on the roof beside where the American flag is flying. There is a wooden statue of a poor boy with ragged knees and elbows.
Oh.
Now, why should the management put such a thing on their roof? Surely there must be some instructive story connected with it.
Yes, sir, there surely is. And you'll find it's a tale of American industry, American opportunity, and American courage.
Are those things abundant here?
Sir, those virtues and many others besides are always found in America and never found in other countries. Now, sir, 38 years ago, a poor boy came to this town, a poor Yankee boy, named David Reynolds. He was 12 or 14 years of age at the time, without a crust of bread to feed him, without a copper in his pocket. Weary and hungry, he leaned against a fine elm tree, since cut down, made into lumber, and sold at a good price. That elm tree stood where the North American Hotel now stands. While young David Reynolds was leaning against it, luxuriating, you might say, in his beautiful shade, he racked his little brains to try and devise some means of procuring for the sustenance of his childish needs a livelihood that should be both honest and honorable. While he was thus reflecting how to get his dinner, a gentleman came up to him.
Name?
I beg your pardon, sir.
I wondered if you knew this gentleman's name.
This gentleman's name, sir, has not been handed down to posterity. May I proceed?
Pray do.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman, whose name has not been transmitted to us, approached this poor friendless boy and asked if he were willing to carry the gentleman's trunk down to the wharf. The boy eagerly consented and received for his labors the sum of 25 cents. Now, what do you suppose he did with it?
Spent it on food.
Perhaps he reserved some to pay for his night's lodging. Or was he prepared to sleep in the street?
He was prepared to do anything, sir, providing it was honest. I'll tell you what he did. He did an American thing. With a little of the money, he bought food. And with the rest of it, he bought fruit, which he offered for sale beneath that same elm tree. American initiative, sir, grasping the opportunity. He soon disposed of his little stock to advantage and spent that night richer than he had ever been before. On the morrow, he repeated the transaction. Soon, he had a fruit stall under the tree, then a small shop, then several houses on either side. Finally, he acquired such an estate that he pulled it all down and built this magnificent hotel. On this plaque, which he caused to be erected, he has set out his own story. And you will perceive it concludes with these words. The tree was cut down, but from its beloved trunk he caused his image to be carved. That's it up there. As a memento of his own forlorn beginnings and his grateful recollections. From a penniless, ragged boy, David Reynolds rose to be one of the most prosperous citizens in his community and the owner of the finest hotel in New York City. And possibly the world. That, sir, is an American story. And I myself am David Reynolds at your service.
Sir, I'm enchanted to make your acquaintance.
Delighted. But tell me this. Do not your fellow citizens hold against you in some way these humble origins of yours?
They do not, sir. Most emphatically not. I am a man of property and position. And in New York, that speaks for itself. I trust, by the way, gentlemen, that you are yourselves not in need of lodgings, because if you are...
No, thank you, sir. We are already accommodated. And in any case, we must very shortly leave the city. We hear New York is not America, and we want to see all the country.
You should see it all. The finest country in the world. Ask any American, and he'll tell you, where could I be better off? Goodbye, gentlemen, and remember that little American story.
I think he is right. That is an American story. A poor boy rising to be a large property owner, enjoying the respect of his community.
But chiefly because of his money.
Perhaps it is the symbol of position, as blood is with us.
This is indeed a new world.
And one to which we had better become accustomed. I am going to find out about this place, Beaumont, because I think in this country we can perceive something of the future of our own.
Democracy?
Yes. America is only my setting. Democracy is my subject. It appears to me, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that sooner or later we shall arrive, like the Americans, at an almost complete equality of condition. But first, we must collect the facts. We must dissect American society and search out the elements of which it is composed. We must ask useful questions. The smallest conversations will be instructive. There is not a man, on whatever rung of society he finds himself, who cannot teach me something.
You have just heard Where Could I Be Better Off? A study in Jacksonian America. Item 1 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen, script by Lista Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to join us next week for Item 2, The Governor in the Boarding House, on Democracy in America.
Wherever you travel in the USA, stay well informed. Tune to Radio NBC.
Human Adventure. Presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System with the University of Chicago for America's radio audience. These evenings, through science and scholarship, enter with us upon a new search toward the fuller understanding of our universe, ourselves, and our society. Our host is Meredith Wilson of the Department of History of the University of Chicago. Our story is the story of man's search for knowledge, which is science, his search for wisdom, which is scholarship, the adventure in ideas, which is the human adventure. This day, from a recent work of historical scholarship, new light on the economic and political beginnings of a new nation. This hour, a study of revolution.
Seems a bit unfair to me.
I suppose one could say so, but we're part of a great empire. Really, it's not so serious as you would have me believe.
No, perhaps not. Yet I feel imposed upon.
Come now, you mustn't grumble so, or we'll put you down for a crank.
I'm no crank. I'm a perfectly good, law-abiding subject of the British Empire.
So help me, my friend. I don't question your loyalty.
I should hope not. No one knows better than I do. Here in the colonies, we draw our strength from Britain. Yet I do feel we are being treated rather shabbily. Crank or no crank, I say it seems a bit unfair.
How long are we to bear such injustice? It rankles my very soul to think about it.
Easily, my friend, easily. Would you have us take you for a radical?
Take me for what you will. I've had my fill, and I intend to speak my mind. This is no longer the Dark Ages. This is 1762.
Be calm now. Be calm. We are all linked together in a profitable chain of dependence. The colonies, with our parent England, form a beautiful whole, and together we shall all make our fortune.
If fortunes are to be made, let them be made for us and not for England. Let us have our independence.
Independence? You are a radical.
Burn it down! Burn the house down! Give the scoundrels a taste of our independence!
Listen to me, men! Listen to me! This is the house of an honorable agent of the king!
This is the house of a sneaking tax collector! This is the house of a nation of tyranny! Burn it down! Burn it down, I say!
Hear me! Hear me! Are you without respect for the law? Are you without respect for the crown? Have you no respect for your own mother country?
Show your mettle, men! You afraid of your shadows? Let them know what it is to be an American. Burn the house! Burn it down!
Burn it down! Burn the house down!
Burn! 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 Burn!
They tell us, sir, that we are weak, unable to cope with so formidable an adversary. But when shall we be stronger? Will it be the next week or the next year? Will it be when we are totally disarmed and when a British guard shall be stationed in every house? Shall we gather strength by irresolution and inaction? The battle, sir, is not to the strong alone. It is to the vigilant, the active, and the brave. Besides, we have no choice. There is no retreat but in submission and slavery. Our chains are forged. Their clanking may be heard on the plains of Boston. The war is inevitable, and let it come. I repeat it, sir. Let it come.
Patrick Henry made that speech in 1775. But many of his countrymen considered him a Virginia hothead and failed to share his joy in the prospect of conflict. Why, then, should the bloody struggle be welcomed? What are the causes of the American Revolution? Tonight, we dramatize the struggle of the 13 American colonies for independence from the British Empire, as told by John C. Miller in his study of the origins of the American Revolution. And now, our host for the human adventure, Meredith Wilson of the Department of History of the University of Chicago.
World War II is ended, and we have victory without peace. The cries for independence are heard from colonial peoples around the world. The dictators may be dead, but tyranny lives wherever men are taxed without consent or forced to yield obedience to alien peoples. In such a crisis, this country, as the world's strongest power, must face the persisting question of empire and colonial peoples. A university is concerned with the problems of history, problems which involve revolution and empire. Tonight we turn to the story of our fathers, who fought for the principle that all governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. Our struggle for freedom in 1776 is the timeless struggle between despotism and democracy. For when men are moved to revolt, mere economic concessions do not satisfy them. Our unhappy generation must learn that freedom is not something to be owned, but something to be lived. We can have it only when we insist that others share it. The quest for freedom is our great human adventure.
In the year 1764, the tiny island kingdom of Great Britain has reached a new height in empire. She has secured Canada and India, and numbers among her possessions 13 colonies strung along the Atlantic seaboard of North America. Thus, the fashionable aristocracy in London, basking in the victories won in the Treaty of Paris in 1763, looks to the government of its empire, dances the newest minuet.
Egad, sir, I told him. Who is to be the master, England or the colonies?
my dear Lord Ratcliffe, I feel sure no colonial could properly answer that, eh, what?
You may feel so, Sir Henry, but you have no idea what unreasonable scoundrels these colonials may be.
Is that so? More wine for you, Lord Ratcliffe.
If you don't mind. A fine bottle, this.
You, other gentlemen, will you have some? You, sir. You've drunk precious little. Won't you join us, sir?
Thank you, no. I'm not used to such quantities of good wine.
But my word, I believe you speak with an American accent, sir.
It is not surprising, my lord, inasmuch as I am an American.
Oh, how very embarrassing.
Please understand, sir, that my comments upon the character of our colonials were not personal ones.
Am I to understand, then, Lord Ratcliffe, that you do not consider me quite so boorish as my brother colonial?
Oh, indeed not, Not nearly so boorish. Isn't that so, Ratcliffe?
My dear fellow, some of my best friends are colonials.
You are very generous, Lord Ratcliffe.
Not at all. But come now, sir. You will agree that the American colonies are making a great deal of sound and fury about nothing.
Yes. What in the world has gotten into you chaps? You spout grievances like so many naughty school children.
Some of us feel, Sir Henry, that the schoolmaster is unjust.
Unjust? An Englishman unjust? Please, sir, be more specific or be more courteous.
Oh, very well. For a full century, the English Parliament has been channeling American trade into British coffers.
So help me, I see nothing unjust in that.
Naturally not, sir. The coffers are yours. But we are bound to resent it when you pass laws making it virtually impossible for us to trade with other nations.
Oh, upon my soul, pish tush.
By your laws, we must supply your manufacturers with raw materials.
And why not, my good fellow? It's always been so.
Moreover, your laws dictate that the American colonies purchase the fruit of Britain's factories while making it most difficult for us to establish our own.
Sound business policy. Surely you'll admit that.
Some of my countrymen are not so certain of Tory business policy.
But how perfectly impractical of them. The very size and wealth of the empire contradicts them.
The empire, sir, has been won partly by wars.
A time-honored method, I should say.
Quite so, but wars are expensive. The 7 Years' War is just now exacting its fee.
We shall devise means of paying for that. Never worry.
I do not doubt it.
Gracious man, what are taxes for?
Exactly. And whom will you tax?
You imply, sir, that there would be a large colonial tax. And I quite agree. Why should there not be? We have fought a war to save the Americans from the French and Indians. Now they must pay for that defense.
Hear, hear. What do you say to that?
I say, gentlemen, that you will be adding one more hot coal to an already smoldering fire. It's possible that you cannot now find a revolution in the colonies, but I am certain you can make one. Well, gentlemen, this is a party, and I shall make no more dreary political conversation. You will excuse me, I'm sure.
Perfectly astonishing, fellow.
Most unreasonable. Radical, perhaps. Possibly a Whig.
Quite typical of the American colonials, I should say. I didn't catch the fellow's name. Did you?
Oh, my wife mentioned it earlier this evening. I believe it was, oh, dear. He is the agent of Pennsylvania, as I remember. Franklin. Yes, that's it. Mr. Benjamin Franklin.
Revolution? No, not in the polite conversation of a London drawing room. But Mr. Franklin is a wise man, and he has detected a source of resentment. A resentment uttered later in the same year of 1764 by a shocked Virginia planter and soldier, George Washington. He says,
I've learned on good authority that Britain plans to tax us for the support of her troops among us. It is said we'll be taxed £60,000 per year.
Washington's authority is good indeed. 10,000 redcoats are sent to America, British soldiers whose presence in the colonies must be paid for. And Parliament, for the first time in its history, turns to the pockets of the colonists for revenue. In 1764, George Grenville, penny-pinching Chancellor of the Exchequer, pilots 2 laws through England's Parliament. First, the Sugar Act.
For improving the revenue of this kingdom, a duty of 3d a gallon shall be imposed on foreign molasses and on refined sugar.
That's not just another tax. By taxing molasses from which rum is made, Grenville threatens New England with ruin, strikes a blow at the economic foundations of the Middle Atlantic colonies, and at the same time opens the way for British West Indians to get rich at the expense of the American colonials. Then in 1765, another Grenville law, the Stamp Act.
To secure revenues toward the expense of defending, protecting, and securing the colonies, stamps sold by His Majesty's government must be affixed to all deeds, mortgages, inventories, college diplomas, playing cards, pamphlets, newspapers, and calendars.
Just how bad is that? Is it something to get excited about? What do the colonists think of it? They cluster in drawing rooms and taverns and on street corners and on the town commons in Massachusetts, in Virginia, in Rhode Island, and South Carolina. Farmers, merchants, printers, mechanics, planters, the crowds gather.
Quiet! Quiet! I have something to say. I'll tell you what this Stamp Act is. A hateful project to transfer the whole property of the king's subjects in America to his subjects in Great Britain.
Take your ease, Thomas Todd. It ain't no such thing.
You defend the Stamp Act, friend? Then tell us how.
I ain't defending no one. I'm saying Thomas Todd is a hothead, and this Stamp Act ain't no more serious than a fly on a horse's rump. I heard a lawyer say today that all it meant was 1 shilling per man in all these colonies for a whole year. Now, that's but a third of an honest day's work, and it won't hurt none of you to pay it.
Aye, my friend, but by the same power by which England can make us pay 1 shilling, in time they can make us pay our last shilling.
We are Englishmen. We must let the Parliament lay what burdens they please on us. It is our duty to patiently bear them till they shall be pleased to relieve us.
Then why don't they tax themselves, too? Why must we colonists be the only ones?
There's a man with brains in his skull.
Brains? Is it brains to speak disloyally of king and country? Is it brains to utter treason?
Call it what you will, friend. I tell you that the Stamp Act not only threatens to fleece us of our money, it does something worse than that.
Nothing could be worse than that for you, Thomas Todd.
Make your jibes and have your jokes. But remember, I warn you now that this Stamp Act threatens more than our money. It threatens our liberty.
Big words, friend. Explain yourself.
Answer me now. Who is being taxed?
We are.
And who asked us if we wanted to be taxed? Eh? Who asked us? No one asked us, that's who. And tell me this now. Who passed the Stamp Act that taxes our money? The British Parliament did. And is there anyone in the British Parliament to stand up for us and say our say for us there? There is not. Are we properly represented in our own government? No! So what have we got? I'll tell you. Taxation without representation. And for one, I won't stand for it. We've got to protest. Is that right? We've got to protest! Protest! Protest!
Protest, they say. Is that revolution? Not yet, but closer, always closer. The colonists refuse to buy British. Patriots swear they will fight up to their knees in blood against the Stamp Act. Hatred surges into riot. Crown officers and stamp masters are chased through back alleys of America and hanged in effigy. But it is not yet revolution. And in 1766, as the American boycott takes effect and British merchants look to their pockets, Parliament repeals the obnoxious Stamp Act. A clerk in the British Treasury Office makes a notation.
Debit, £631, 9 shillings. Representing administration and printing expenses for revenue stamps, unused.
The Stamp Act is gone. The British are making concessions. The British are appeasing the colonists. But the seeds of revolution are still there. Each man with a grievance is one more such seed. Each man like this merchant.
At first, I didn't complain about the navigation acts that forced me to trade with Britain and Britain only. You could always get around them with a little smuggling. But now, Grenville has clamped down on smuggling. He has made paper money illegal and tried to drain us of hard money. I wonder now, why should our trade be restricted? Why should I let a British merchant profit from my work?
Each man with a grievance is a seed of revolution.
I'd like to have been an iron worker like my father. But in 1750, Britain prohibited erection of any new mills in the colonies. So I can't get the job I want.
Each man with a grievance, one more seed.
Parliament is restricting our trade and ruining our manufacturing. And now the last straw, they're robbing us of our political liberty. I say that all men have a natural right to life, liberty, and property.
Each man, one more seed.
To me, the absurdity of absurdities is that these paltry fellows who have jockeyed, fought, and pandered their ways in the House of Commons should regard themselves as representatives of Virginians or Pennsylvanians whom they have never seen. And our taxes support them.
In that discontent, there is enough ill will and enough malice to start a fight. But it takes two to make a fight. Where American colonies grumble their grievances against the British protest against the colonies. For every American who said no taxation without representation, there was an Englishman who said,
"A country which we cannot tax is a country not subject to us. You colonials are English subjects. It is therefore perfectly within the rights and duties of Parliament to demand taxes from you."
For every American who complained of a domineering British Parliament, there was an Englishman who said,
"The supremacy of the British legislator must be complete, entire, and unconditional. To allow otherwise would weaken us all, including the colonies."
For every American who called upon the principle of natural law and natural rights to defend his views, there was an Englishman who said,
"An American rioter and rebel thinks he has a right to defraud the customs, to perjure himself at the customs house, to tar and feather government customs officers. But the laws of nature, which give these surprising rights to American rioters, give no such right to the king's officers to strike back."
For every American who cursed the British and shouted for blood, there was an Englishman who said,
"Patriots, sons of liberty, poppycock, merely a few self-seeking rabble-rousers. Catch and hang those few and all will be quiet over there."
Is it revolution then? Not yet. Not just yet. But gradually, year by year, the kindling is piled higher. In 1767, Parliament imposes the townshend duties on window glass, on lead, on paints, on paper, and on tea. Tea is a short word. Tea is a common, harmless drink. But in 1773, tea becomes a bigger word. It becomes a great issue. And here is how it happens. In 1773 in London, Lord North, the British Tory leader, calls his advisers to a meeting.
Gentlemen, I have called you this night to discuss the question of tea.
Tea. I wish I'd never heard the word.
You forget, sir, that the tax on tea is the source of great revenue to His Majesty's government.
Split me, sir, I forget nothing of the sort. I only wish to know why these accursed Americans object so to the tea tax. It's not they who are taxed, it's the East India Company.
You are naive, Raycliffe. The Americans are entirely aware that the revenue derived from the tax on tea is used to support our troops and civil service in the colonies. The colonists, unjustly, I feel, regard this as an infringement of their liberty.
Scurvy pack of troublemakers?
Be that as it may, Sir Henry, I believe I have hit upon a solution.
I should be amazed if that be true, Lord North.
Hear me out. First, you're aware that the East India Company has again fallen on evil days. Millions of pounds of tea stand unsold in their warehouses in India. Now, this is an unhappy state of affairs for the government. An obvious danger to our treasury.
Of course the tea rot's unsold. The Dutch are smuggling tea into the colonies and underselling the East India Company.
Then our only recourse is to reduce the tea tax in order that our tea may be sold not cheaply.
Not at all, my dear Sir Henry. I have a better means. I simply propose that we allow the East India Company to sell its tea directly to the Americans. I propose that we no longer require that company to sell the tea to merchants here in England, who have always then resold it to the Americans. I propose simply that we eliminate the middleman.
Lord North, I congratulate you, sir. You are a wizard, sir.
Clever, most clever. Even the Dutch smugglers will be undersold. Deucedly clever.
Still, however, there is a question unsolved. The Americans will continue to object to the tax for the same reason they have objected before.
The Americans object to the tax on the ground that it interferes with their liberty. And liberty, sir, bothers a man less when his purse is enlarged.
I have heard that 1 million Americans drink tea twice a day. Make it easier and cheaper for them to have their tea, and patriotism will wither.
Who would have thought that tea would be the key to domestic peace? Astonishing, wouldn't you say?
No, very sorry, Tory gentlemen. Peace is not the word. True, the colonists now actually pay less for tea than do the English themselves, but fear of monopoly, fear of stolen liberty, these things are not killed by low prices. Patriotism does not wither. Cheap tea does not sweeten colonial bitterness. Instead, in America, men talk like this.
Americans, do not suffer yourself to sip the accursed duty tea. For if you do, the devil will enter you, and you will instantly become a traitor to your country.
Beware the East India Company.
It's a trick, that's what it is. What the Parliament couldn't fleece from us by taxes, the Crown will take from us by monopoly. I'll buy no British tea, not I.
There are 3 shiploads of their foul tea in Boston Harbor. And you know what I say? I say let them go back to India with him. Let them take it back where it came from.
Is that what you say? I say differently. I say we ought to show them what we think of their tea tax and their tricks. I say, let's throw the tea overboard. Let's dump the stuff into the salt water.
On the night of December 16th, 150 Bostonians disguised as Indians creep quietly to the sides of the tea ships in the harbor.
Who goes there?
Indians!
Then be gone. You can't come aboard this ship. Here, what's going on here? I tell you, you can't board this ship.
Board the ships, men. Board the ships.
Here, you! There's British goods aboard this ship. You can't do this. What do you think you're doing? Get off here. Get off.
To the tea, men. Find the tea. Into the water with it. Dump it all. Down with the Tories, men. Down with the king. Show your spirit. Find every chest of tea aboard. That's the boys. There's the first one.
You can't do this. This is treason. It's treason.
Get it all, men. Every last chest of it. Every last chest of it.
This is treason. You'll all hang. This is treason, I
say. Treason is a bigger word than tea. He who commits treason is disloyal. He who is disloyal is a rebel. He may not be a rebel with a gun. The guns come later. But there is still time for the worried British General Gage to write to his superiors in London.
If you think 10,000 soldiers sufficient here, send 20. If 1 million is thought enough, send 2. You will save both blood and treasure in the end.
There's barely time for Patrick Henry to say,
The next gale from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. I am of the opinion, sirs, that we must fight.
Britain girds for revenge and mastery, but when she attempts to punish Boston, the other colonies unite in alarm. At a Continental Congress in Philadelphia, they pledge aid in case of an unprovoked armed clash of Bostonian and Redcoat. It's closer now, much closer. Then on the night of April 18th, 1775, a farmer sits reading in his house near Lexington, Massachusetts. His wife interrupts him.
John, I'm afraid.
Afraid of what, wife?
This wild talk, these angry men. These men who've stored the powder in the big house in town.
I helped store that powder, Elizabeth.
I know it well. You've caught the fever, too.
'Tis no fever. If a man must fight, he needs the tools to do it.
Must you fight? There is no war.
Not yet.
Not yet. Then you think there will be war?
You believe it as much as I.
Say you'll not fight, John. Please say it.
I have not fought. Yet.
John, I've hid your musket.
Hid? Foolish woman. 'Tis no time to play such pranks.
I'm afraid for you, John.
The rumor has it General Gage may march his redcoats on our town to take our powder from us.
Here? To Lexington?
Aye, here to Lexington. Wait. Quiet.
What's the matter? What do you hear?
Listen, Elizabeth. You hear? A horse. Listen.
A galloping horse.
Give me my musket, Elizabeth.
Why? Why, John?
You will hear. Listen now.
The redcoats are coming!
You hear, Elizabeth?
The war has come now. The war has come.
Where is my musket, Elizabeth? I must go now. Have faith, my wife. The time has come. Where is my musket?
Your musket is behind the chimney, John.
it has come. Now there is revolution. Now the 13 colonies along the Atlantic seaboard of the continent band together, call themselves the 13 United States of America. It is inevitable now that a year later a new nation shall announce to the world,
we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness.
The Human Adventure is jointly presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System and the University of Chicago. Selected programs are transcribed for rebroadcast for the overseas network of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Music was by Kenneth Churchill, the conductor, Robert Trendler. The script editor, in cooperation with the University of Chicago, Francis Coughlin. The writers, Velma Burke and John D. Hess. The director, Morrison Wood. 1 week from tonight, the Human Adventure will present Machiavelli, Teacher of Tyrants, A Guide to Practical Evil. That's next week, Machiavelli. This program has come to you from Chicago. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Before an American Revolution can occur, before the dream of independence can take shape, a new man has to be born, something called an American. But who was this man before he became an American?
Me? I'm a New Yorker. Just cleared me 30 acres here in the valley.
Virginia joined with the other colonies? Joined together against the Crown? Well, that's absurd.
Here in North Carolina colony now, we know how to enjoy life.
On my recent trip through the southern colonies, I was appalled to discover that cards, dice, the bottle, and horses seemed to engross the populace much of the time.
Those in the North, they're just too, well, they're not like us at all. It's hard to believe we came from the same sauce, so to speak.
Don't give tuppence what goes on in Boston or Philadelphia.
A real man has never intended to grub away his days.
Nasty little gray men. And they're women. Why, their embroidery is so crude, and they don't even know how to dance.
It is so pleasant to be back once again in the cultural center of the colonies, Philadelphia.
No, I'm a North Carolinian, and the less I have to do with the other colonies, the better.
I'm a New Yorker, loyal to the Crown. That's that.
Nasty little gray man.
Don't care what goes on in Georgia.
Nasty little
Maryland.
gray man.
Don't care Virginia. What goes on in Georgia.
Down here, we know how to enjoy life.
Virginia.
Cards, dice,
horse. Don't care what goes on in Maine.
Down here, we know how to enjoy life.
They don't even know how to dance.
What made them Americans? What happened in the years just before the Revolution? Perhaps some things change a man without his knowing it. Perhaps the land he stands on makes itself felt, seeps into his boots and makes itself felt. Slowly, through the alchemy of circumstances, the American is forming. A black woman in one of the southern colonies talks about her cooking.
Poke salad. Why, that's a bowl of wild greens. Turnip tops, cresses, dandelions, all them things. 'Cause we like cooked turnip greens, too. And with 'em, always corn. Some kind of corn. Hominy, hush puppies, corn dumplings, corn pones. They say corn was here when we all came. Was here even before the white folks, too. Well, now, I reckon we all got a little corn in us.
Corn picked sweet and shucked and boiled immediately. No, not in an hour or two, but right away. That's what my men like.
A Yankee woman in New England talks about her cooking.
And cornmeal mush at dawn before the plow-in starts can carry 'em till mid-morning. Especially if there's a little pat of butter and some maple syrup in the middle. And the old grains? Well, look at my chickens there. They're corn-fed. And you don't see chicks like that in England, now do you?
Slowly, the American is forming in his hopes, his speech, his tastes.
Homebred! She's homebred! Born and raised right here in the colonies. Come and see her for yourself. Right this way, please. See for yourself. She's homebred. She weighs 825 pounds. Only the colonies could produce such a hog.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
The art of dancing, carefully taught by Samuel Pierpoint at his school next door to Mr. Brindley's Hatter in Chestnut Street, where for the recreation of all gentlemen and ladies, there will be country dances every Thursday evening. Likewise, he teaches small sword.
Formed by common experiences and common grievances.
Tell me, Pinckney, exactly what is the cause of all this ill feeling in Charleston?
Don't you know? We feel we're being taxed to death. First, Parliament passed the Acts of Trade and Navigation, and now this latest, this Revenue Act.
But the money collected will help defray the cost of defending and protecting His Majesty's dominions in America, namely you.
But as a loyal subject of the Crown, I feel I must warn you. You are beginning to tread on dangerous ground.
How is that?
You're trying to change our drinking habits. Imagine a customs duty of 7 pounds per double hogshead of Madeira wine. And as an alternative, what do you offer us? English port. Ah!
Oh, I say.
Common experiences and common grievances in the North.
That French and Indian War cost Great Britain a great deal in both blood and money. A war debt of 130 million pounds. Now, who's going to pay for it, eh? Since the war was fought in the interests of the colonies, it seems only just that they...
In the interest of the colonies? In the interest of the Crown, you mean? Oh, what's the use? Tax us more and our businesses will fail, our ships will rot in harbor, our mills will shut down. We just don't have the money for your great taxes. You can't get blood out of a turnip.
As subjects of the Crown, you will do as you are told.
As subjects of the Crown. It never occurs to most of the colonists at this time that they may one day no longer be subjects of the Crown. But without quite knowing where it will lead, they are joining together in resistance. In Boston, young Joshua Bascom is well into his 12-hour day as a clerk in a large merchant firm. With sleep in his eyes, he has swept out the offices and shined the big brass doorknobs, started the fires and sharpened the quills. And then, still in the dimness of the early autumn morning, he has opened the huge ledgers and begun meticulously scratching in the accounts. But now, a senior partner steps from the inner office.
Bascom,
Sir?
Records for the customs house. Step along now and don't dawdle.
Yes, sir.
As he leaves the merchant house, Joshua moves along the street with a brisk and businesslike stride, but as he gets out of sight of his employer, his walk loosens, his arms swing a bit more freely, and he sniffs the morning air, enjoying its salty tang and the smell of codfish that lingers around the wharves of Boston Harbor. He reaches the long wharf, and looking out past the pilings, he sees a swarm of sailors off a newly arrived merchant ship. They carry their sea chests and their bundles, their monkeys and mattresses. Moving along the wharf, Joshua sees a friend of his, an old sailor, now landlocked, who spends his days sitting in the sun, dreaming of
Madagascar, Calcutta, Zanzibar.
Good morning to you, Patty.
Good morning yourself, young Bascom.
She's a pretty ship.
Aye, she's a beauty. The Leopold out of Bristol, loaded with linens, woolens, dry goods mostly.
Well, then maybe she won't be here long. It's the boycott I'm referring to. Do you think it'll work, Patty?
Well, I can tell you that right at this minute there are fine Boston gentlemen doing without their Madeira wine and their laces and ruffles, and their wives without their fancy dresses because of all these British taxes.
But do you think the people here in Boston will really keep on doing without like that?
Joshua, Boston men have always been an ornery lot. Been fighting for free seas as long as there's been Boston. There'll be real trouble here if old King George don't let us be.
Maybe you're right about Boston. But what about the other towns in the colonies? Do you think all those other people will refuse to buy British goods because of the taxes?
I don't know about that, Joshua. All I know about is Boston. Don't know what those others will do. Not at all.
New York Gazette, 22nd November, 1764. The young gentlemen of Yale College have unanimously agreed not to make use of any foreign spirituous liquors. The gentlemen of the college cannot be too much commended for setting so laudable an example. This will not only greatly diminish the expenses of education, but prove, as may be presumed, very favorable to the health and improvement of the students. A New England rum does not come under this boycott.
Vanity may call for lace and silk and ruffles, but self-respect in the face of British oppression dictates that I shall be clothed in homespun. Vanity can wait the day of justice. Besides, my neighbors would cut me dead.
In a large home near Williamsburg, a group of Virginia aristocracy gather together to dine and to discuss the current situation in the colonies. Out in the kitchen, last-minute preparations are underway for serving dinner in the grand dining room. The smoky air, laden with the smell of cooking meat and seafood, simmering greens and savory pies, wafts out the open door into the early Virginia evening. The head cook stands before a huge brick fireplace that almost fills an entire wall of the kitchen. He stoops to the ham and pokes an edge of the crackle, and then lifts a ladle down from the wall and dips it into the great pot of turtle soup swung out over the fire on an iron crane. He bobs from copper pot to kettle to pot, and a large bead of sweat falls from his forehead into the oyster sauce. Nearby, a young boy, a kitchen slave, sits cross-legged on the floor and grinds the coffee in a big coffee mill. Next to him stand the serving slaves, waiting to carry the procession of platters over to the dining hall. The cook looks up from his pots and calls out to them.
Soup be ready to carry out in a minute now. Be ready here.
Be ready? He always shouting at us, be ready. What else you think we can be, standing around here all the time waiting on him?
The folks won't care if we take all night.
Never saw 'em so deep in their talk.
What are they talking about?
Never you mind, boy. Just keep grinding that coffee. Wouldn't surprise me none we'd serve them folks pig jaws, and they never know. They on to something big. Keep grinding, boy.
Yeah, there is something big going on. I seen it myself. Young Martha Jefferson, he looking worried. Martha Henry getting red round the ears. Martha Washington scowling away and clearing his throat. And the older ones, they all talking at the same time. You know what it's all about?
Oh, they talking about someone stood up in some meeting and he said there shouldn't be no New Yorkers no more and no New England men no more. Everybody should just be an American.
What'd it mean? An American?
You just hush and keep grinding. Now, you sure gonna be field boy again.
Yeah, but what'd it mean? American?
Never mind, boy, never mind. You don't need to know.
Resistance is organizing. The radical sons of liberty move through the colonies, gathering together the strands of dissent. In Boston, trouble grows on the waterfront, and 2 regiments of British infantry land in town. Then, on a March evening in 1770, the tension explodes.
Listen, I'll tell you what happened. Those soldiers waving their guns around, an insult to every man in Boston.
What rot! Radicals filling people's head with rubbish, calling it a massacre. A riot, plain and simple, that's what it was. I had this from Captain Preston himself, so I know whereof I speak.
Peaceful citizens shot down in cold blood.
A lot of unruly boys and rough seamen with nothing better to do than cause a ruckus.
Peaceful citizens.
Throwing rocks and sticks. Did your radical friends tell you that? Crowd attack soldiers, naturally they'll be fired upon.
In cold blood by those lobsterbacks.
Lobsterbacks? You're speaking of Crown regulars, sir.
I'm speaking of a group of bloodthirsty pigs. We won't forget this massacre.
5 men were shot. I wouldn't exactly call that a massacre, would you? 5 men? One of them a black man? Well...
Now I'll tell you how it really was on that March evening. I am Crispus Attucks, dead since that day. What happened? A sudden pain, the final horror of my mouth full of blood, and then, well, I was the first man to fall, wasn't I? Do you think they'll remember?
In London, Benjamin Franklin sits with a friend in a tavern, sharing a glass of wine. He has been in England for some time now, pleading the case of the colonies, trying to preserve harmony between England and America. He has heard the angry voices from across the sea, and he thinks of home.
I learned to hate candles from him. The stench of that tallow still clings to my nose. Have a pinch of snuff, Joseph.
Thank you.
Yes, I learned from my father to hate candles, and I learned from my brother to hate tyranny.
Tyranny, Ben?
I was apprenticed to him when I was 12. My brother James, you see, he was a tyrant.
But what does all this mean?
Oh, nothing in particular, except I suppose that you could say we learn to hate some things and love others as we go along, depending on our experiences.
Even in the colonies?
Especially in the colonies.
And who taught you about electricity, my friend?
Ah, the sky, my kite, and my curiosity. Those 3 were near the death of me once. Flipped me flat onto the ground, dead to the world for hours.
Back in Boston, the next year, on a cold, drizzly December night, an upstairs window of a white frame house is cautiously slit open. Something that looks in the darkness like a thick gray snake slithers from the window to the street. And then a boy comes sliding down. When his feet touch the ground, he runs along the cobbles and around the corner and blends in with the other shadowy figures slipping noiselessly down the street.
Meet her over here.
Otis, thought I'd be late. Old man Gray locked me in.
He's a proper grim old Tory, all right. How'd you get out?
Out of my bedclothes. Slid right now.
Did you now?
Wouldn't have missed this tea party for anything.
Look at Mr. Hancock up ahead.
Where? Which one?
The one in all the feathers and the blue paint.
What a sight.
Boys, be quiet. This is sober business we're on.
Overboard she goes, my boys, heave-ho, where darkling waters roar. We love our cup of tea full well, but love our freedom more. With a ring-tum-ding-tum, fa-la-ling-tum, love our freedom more. With a ring-tum-ding-tum, fa-la-ling-tum, love our freedom more.
The British reaction to the Boston Tea Party is swift and brutal. Parliament passes a series of laws meant to punish Boston and to assert the power of the mother country over all its American colonies, the coercive or intolerable acts.
The Boston Port Bill, closing that port to commerce until compensation for the loss of its tea has been granted by the inhabitants of
Massachusetts
the
Government and
East India
Administration of Justice Acts to regulate the government of Massachusetts Bay, whereby the provincial council is made appointed, as in other royal colonies,
in uninhabited houses, barns, or other buildings that are more suitably located than barracks for the particular purpose in mind.
On June 1st, 1774, the Boston Port Act goes into effect. The harbor is closed with the intent to starve the colonists into submission. The wharves fringing the waterfront stand deserted. Not so much as a skiff moves upon the surface of the harbor. Nearly everything upon which Boston depends, food, fuel, even fodder for her livestock, comes to her by boat. And now the people of the town begin to wonder how long they can hold out.
Looks bad for us, Patty. Unless the other towns in the colony send us food.
Aye, don't be counting on our rivals now, the folks of Salem or Marblehead. With Boston closed, they stand to make a tidy profit.
How about the other colonies, then? Remember how they joined in on the boycott?
I do, but I expect they'll be shrinking from showing their hand in this, fearing they'll get the same treatment from old King George. But then, I could be wrong.
Hold out, Boston. The citizens of Philadelphia are sending money and provisions.
Baltimore, Maryland is sending bread and grain.
The colony of Virginia is sending 8,600 bushels of corn and wheat and several hundred barrels of flour.
The lowland planters of Carolina are sending rice.
And while provisions are flowing into Boston during the summer of 1774, colonial leaders throughout the colonies are deciding it is time for them all to meet together in a general Congress. The first Continental Congress is planned for September 5th, to be held in Philadelphia. One of the delegates must cross the sea from London itself. Ben Franklin says goodbye to his friend.
So you're going home, Ben?
Yes, going home. Hand me that little case there, will you, Joseph? Going home a failure, one might say, and plenty will. I could make a dandy stove and bifocals and electrical batteries and all the rest. But I couldn't keep a lot of stubborn fools from stepping on each other's toes.
I think the forces at work were just too much for you. This idea of independence, it was bound to come.
Perhaps you're right.
You're sure you won't stay with us, Ben?
Dear Joe, how could I stay in England at a time like this? After all, when all's said and done, I am...
Section 1, The French Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The French Revolution by Hilaire Belloc. Section 1, Preface. The object of these few pages is not to recount once more the history of the Revolution. That can be followed in any one of 100 textbooks. Their object is rather to lay, if that be possible, an explanation of it before the English reader, so that he may understand both what it was and how it proceeded, and also why certain problems hitherto unfamiliar to Englishmen have risen out of it. First, therefore, it is necessary to set down clearly, without modern accretion, that political theory which was a sort of religious creed supplying the motive force of the whole business, of the new civil code, as of the massacres, of the panics and capitulations, as of the victories, of successful transformation of society, as of the conspicuous failures in detail which still menace the achievement of the Revolution. This grasp, the way in which the main events followed each other, and the reason of their interlocking and proceeding as they did, must be put forward, not, I repeat, in the shape of a chronicle, but in the shape of a thesis. Thus the reader must know not only that the failure of the royal family's flight was followed by war, but how and why it was followed by war. He must not only appreciate the severity of the government of the Great Committee, but why that severity was present, and of the conditions of the war upon which it reposed. But in so explaining the development of the movement, it is necessary to select for appreciation as the chief figures the characters of the time, since upon their will and manner depended the fate of the whole. For instance, had the Queen been French, either in blood or in sympathy, had the King been alert, had any one character retained the old religious motives, all history would have been changed, and this human company must be seen if its action and drama are to be comprehended. The reader interested in that capital event should further seize, and but too rarely has an opportunity for seizing, its military aspect, and this difficulty of his proceeds from two causes. The first, that historians, even when they recognize the importance of the military side of some past movement, are careless of the military aspect, and think it sufficient to relate particular victories and general actions. The military aspect of any period does not consist in these, but in the campaigns of which actions, however decisive, are but incidental parts. In other words, the reader must seize the movement and design of armies if he is to seize a military period, and these are not commonly given him. In the second place, the historian, however much alive to the importance of military affairs, too rarely presents them as a part of a general position. He will make his story a story of war, or again a story of civilian development, and the reader will fail to see how the two combine. Now the Revolution, more than any other modern period, turns upon and is explained by its military history. On this account has so considerable a space been devoted to the explaining of that feature. The reader will note again that the quarrel between the Revolution and the Catholic Church has also been dealt with at length. To emphasize this aspect of the revolutionary struggle may seem unusual and perhaps deserves a word of apology. The reader is invited to consider the fact that the Revolution took place in a country which had, in the first place, definitely determined, during the religious struggle of the 16th and 17th centuries, to remain in communion with Rome, and had, in the second place, admitted a very large and important body of converts to the doctrines of the Reformation. The determination of the French people, in the crisis of 1572 to 1610, to remain Catholic under a strong central government, was a capital point in the future history of France. So was the presence of a wealthy, very large, and highly cultivated body of dissentients in the midst of the nation. The two phenomena hardly coexisted elsewhere in Europe. Between them they lent to the political history of France a peculiar character which the 19th century, even more than the Revolution itself, has emphasized. And it is the opinion of the present writer that it is impossible to understand the Revolution unless very high relief is given to the religious problem. If a personal point may be noted, the fact that the writer of these pages is himself a Catholic and in political sympathy strongly attached to the political theory of the Revolution should not be hidden from the reader. Such personal conditions have perhaps enabled him to treat the matter more thoroughly than it might have been treated by one who rejected either republicanism upon the one hand or Catholicism upon the other. But he believes that no personal and therefore exaggerated note has been allowed to intrude upon his description of what is a definite piece of objective history lying in the field of record rather than in that of opinion. Some years ago the paramount importance of the quarrel between the Church and the Revolution might still have been questioned by men who had no personal experience of the struggle and of its vast results. Today the increasing consequences and the contemporary violence of that quarrel make its presentation an essential part of any study of the period. The scheme thus outlined will show why I have given this sketch the divisions in which it lies. Hilaire Belloc, King's Land, January 1911. The end of section 1. The end of the preface. Section 2, The French Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The French Revolution by Hilaire Belloc. Section 2. Chapter 1. The Political Theory of the Revolution. The political theory upon which the Revolution proceeded has, especially in this country, suffered ridicule as local, as ephemeral, and as fallacious. It is universal, it is eternal, and it is true. It may be briefly stated thus, that a political community pretending to sovereignty, that is, pretending to a moral right of defending its existence against all other communities, derives the civil and temporal authority of its laws not from its actual rulers, nor even from its magistracy, but from itself. But the community cannot express authority unless it possesses corporate initiative, that is, unless the mass of its component units are able to combine for the purpose of a common expression, are conscious of a common will, and have something in common which makes the whole sovereign indeed. It may be that this power of corporate initiative and of corresponding corporate expression is forbidden to men. In that case, no such thing as a sovereign community can be said to exist. In that case, patriotism, public opinion, the genius of a people are terms without meaning. But the human race in all times and in all places has agreed that such terms have meaning, and the conception that a community can so live, order, and be itself is a human conception, as consonant to the nature of man as is his sense of right and wrong. It is much more intimately a part of that nature than are the common accidents determining human life, such as nourishment, generation, or repose, nay, more intimate a part of it than anything which attaches to the body. This theory of political morals, though subject to a limitless degradation in practice, underlies the argument of every man who pretends to regard the conduct of the state as a business affecting the conscience of citizens. Upon it relies every protest against tyranny and every denunciation of foreign aggression. He that is most enamored of some set machinery for the government of men, and who regards the sacramental function of an hereditary monarch, as in Russia, the organic character of a native oligarchy, as in England, the mechanical arrangement of election by majorities, or even in a crisis, the intense conviction and therefore the intense activity and conclusive power of great crowds as salutary to the state, will invariably, if any one of these engines fail him in the achievement of what he desires for his country, fall back upon the doctrine of an ultimately sovereign community. He will complain that though an election has defeated his ideal, yet true national tradition and true national sentiment were upon his side. If he defends the action of a native oligarchy against the leaders of the populace, he does so by an explanation, more or less explicit, that the oligarchy is more truly national, that it is more truly communal than the engineered expression of opinion of which the demagogue, as he will call them, have been mouthpieces. Even in blaming men for criticizing or restraining an hereditary monarch, the adherent of that monarch will blame them upon the ground that their action is anti-national, that it is anti-communal, and, in a word, no man pretending to sanity can challenge, in matters temporal and civil, the ultimate authority of whatever is felt to be, though with what difficulty it is not defined, the general civic sense which builds up in a state. Those words civil and temporal must lead the reader to the next consideration, which is that the last authority of all does not reside even in the community. It must be admitted by all those who have considered their own nature and that of their fellow beings, that the ultimate authority in any act is God. Or if the name of God sound unusual to an English publication today, then what now takes the place of it for many, an imperfect phrase, the moral sense. Thus, if there be cast together in some abandoned place a community of a few families so depraved or so necessitous that, against the teachings of their own consciences, as well as knowing that they are doing, is what we call wrong, yet they will unanimously agree to do it, then that agreement of theirs, though certainly no temporal or civil authority can be quoted against it, is yet unjustifiable. Another authority lies behind. Still more evidently would this be true if, of say 12, 7 decided, knowing the thing to be wrong, that the wrong thing should be done. 5 stood out for the right, and yet the majority possessed by the 7 should be determined a sufficient authority for the wrongful command. But it is to be noted that this axiom only applies where the authority of the moral law, God, as the author of this book, with due deference to his readers, would prefer to say, is recognized and yet flouted. If those 12 families do sincerely believe such and such a general action to be right, then not only is their authority, when they carry it into practice, a civil and temporal authority, it is an authority absolute in all respects. And further, if upon a division of opinion among them, not perhaps a bare majority, nay, perhaps not a majority at all, but at any rate a determinate current of opinion, determinate in intensity and in weight, that is, as well as in numbers, declares an action to be right, then that determinate weight of opinion gives to its resolve a political authority, not only civil and temporal, but absolute. Beyond it and above it there is no appeal. In other words, men may justly condemn, and justly have, in 1,000 circumstances condemned, the theory that a mere decision on the major part of the community was necessarily right in morals. It is for that matter self-evident that if one community decides in one fashion, another also sovereign in the opposite fashion, both cannot be right. Reasoning men have also protested, and justly, against the conception that what a majority in numbers, or even what is more compelling still, a unanimity of decision in a community, may order, may not only be wrong, but may be something which that community has no authority to order, since, though it possesses a civil and temporal authority, it acts against that ultimate authority which is its own consciousness of right. Men may and do justly protest against the doctrine that a community is incapable of doing deliberate evil. It is as capable of such an action as is an individual. But men nowhere do or can deny that the community, acting as it thinks right, is ultimately sovereign. There is no alternative to so plain a truth. Let us take it then as indubitable that where civil government is concerned, the community is supreme, if only from the argument that no organ within the community can prove its right to withstand the corporate will, when once that corporate will shall find expression. All arguments which are advanced against this prime axiom of political ethics are, when they are analyzed, found to repose upon a confusion of thought. Thus a man will say, this doctrine would lead my country to abandon her suzerainty over that other nation, but were I to consent to this, I should be weakening my country, to which I owe allegiance. The doctrine compels him to no such muddlement. The community of which he is a member is free to make its dispositions for safety and is bound to preserve its own life. It is for the oppressed to protest and to rebel. Similarly, men think that this doctrine in some way jars with the actual lethargy and actual imbecility of men in their corporate action. It does nothing of the kind. This lethargy, that imbecility, and all the other things that limit the application of the doctrine in no way touch its right reason any more than the fact that the speech of all men is imperfect contradicts the principle that man has a moral right to self-expression. That a dumb man cannot speak at all, but must write, is so far from a contradiction, a proof of the truth that speech is the prime expression of a man, and in the same way a community utterly without the power of expressing its corporate will is no contradiction, but a proof of the general rule that such expression and the imposing of such decisions are normal to mankind. The very oddity of the contrast between the abnormal and the normal aids us in our decision, and when we see a people conquered and not persuaded, yet making no attempt at rebellion, or a people free from foreign oppression, yet bewildered at the prospect of self-government, the oddity of the phenomena proves our rule. But though all this be true, there stands against the statement of our political axiom not a contradiction added, but a criticism, and all men with some knowledge of their fellows and of themselves at once perceive, first, that the psychology of corporate action differs essentially from the psychology of individual action, and secondly that, in proportion to the number, the discussions, the lack of intimacy, and in general the friction of the many, corporate action by a community, corporate self-realization, and the imposition of a corporate will varies from the difficult to the impossible. On this no words need be wasted. All men who reason and who observe are agreed that in proportion to distance, numbers, and complexity, the difficulty of self-expression within a community increases. We may get in a lively people explosions of popular will, violent, acute, and certainly real, but rare. We may attempt, with a people more lethargic, to obtain some reflection of popular will through the medium of a permanent machinery, of deputation which, less than any other, perhaps permits a great community to express itself truly. We may rely upon the national sympathies of an aristocracy or of a king. But in any case, we know that the large communities can only indirectly and imperfectly express themselves where the permanent government of the whole interest is concerned. Our attachment, which may be passionate to the rights of the common will, we must satisfy either by demanding a loose federation of small self-governing states, or submitting the central government of a large one to occasional insurrection and to violent corporate expression of opinion, which shall readjust the relations between the governor and the governed. All this is true, but such a criticism of the theory in political morals which lay behind the Revolution, the theory that the community is sovereign, is no contradiction. It only tells us that pure right cannot act untrammeled in human affairs, and that it acts in some conditions more laboriously than in others. It gives not a jot of authority to any alternative thesis. Footnote 1. We need not waste any time upon those who talk about such and such a form of government being good because it works. The use of such language connotes that the user of it is fatigued by the effort of thought. For what is working? For example, successful action in any sphere. The attainment of certain ends in that sphere. What are those ends in a state? If material well-being, then there is an end to talk of patriotism, the nation, public opinion, and the rest of it, which, as we all very well know, men have always regarded and always will regard as the supreme matters of public interest. If the end is not material well-being, but a sense of political freedom and of the power of the citizen to react upon the state, then to say that an institution works, though apparently not democratic, is simply to say that under such and such conditions that institution achieves the ends of democracy most nearly. In other words, to contrast the good working of an institution superficially undemocratic with democratic theory is meaningless. The institution works in proportion as it satisfies that political sense which perfect democracy would, were it attainable, completely satisfy. The end of Section 2. Section 3, The French Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The French Revolution by Hilaire Belloc. Section 3, Chapter 1, concluded. Such is the general theory of the Revolution, to which the command of Jean-Jacques Rousseau over the French tongue gave imperishable expression in that book whose style and logical connection may be compared to some exact and strong piece of engineering. He entitled it The Contrat Social, and it became the formula of the revolutionary creed. But though no man perhaps has put the prime truth of political morals so well, that truth was as old as the world. It appears in the passionate rhetoric of 100 leaders, and has stood at the head or has been woven into the laws of free states without number. In the English language, the Declaration of Independence is perhaps its noblest expression. And though this document was posterior to the great work of Rousseau, and though the genius of Jefferson was in some part descended from it, its language, and still more the actions of those who drafted and supported it, are sufficient to explain what I mean to the English readers. Now, with this general theory there stands connected on the one hand certain great principles without which it would have no meaning, and also, on the other hand, a number of minor points concerning no more than the machinery of politics. The first are vital to democracy. The second, in spite of their great popularity at the time of the Revolution, and of the sanction which the Revolution gave them, nay, of their universality, since the Revolution have in reality nothing to do with the revolutionary theory itself. Of these two categories, the type of the first is the doctrine of the equality of man. The type of the second is the mere machinery called representative. The doctrine of the equality of the man is a transcendent doctrine, a dogma as we call such doctrines in the field of transcendental religion. It corresponds to no physical reality which we can grasp. It is hardly to be adumbrated even by metaphors drawn from physical objects. We may attempt to rationalize it by saying that what is common to all men is not more important, but infinitely more important than the accident by which men differ. We may compare human attributes to tridimensional and personal attributes to bidimensional measurements. We may say that whatever man has of his nature is all the standards of man, and we may show that in all such things men are potentially equal. None of these metaphors explains the matter. Still less do any of them satisfy the demand of those to whom the dogma may be incomprehensible. Its truth is to be arrived at for these in a negative manner. If men are not equal, then no scheme of jurisprudence, no act of justice, no movement of human indignation, no exaltation of fellowship has any meaning. The doctrine of the equality of man is one which, like many of the great transcendental doctrines, may be proved by the results consequent upon its absence. It is in man to believe it, and all lively societies believe it. It is certainly not in man to prove the equality of men, save, as I have said, by negation. But it demands no considerable intellectual facility to perceive that void of the doctrine of equality. The conception of political freedom and a community's moral right to self-government disappear. Now, to believe that doctrine positively, and to believe it ardently, to go on crusade for that religious point, was indeed characteristic of the French. It required the peculiar and inherited religious temper of the French, which had for so many hundred years seized and defined point after point in the character of man, to grow enamored of this definition and to feel it not in the intellect, but as it were in their bones. They became soldiers for it, and that enormous march of theirs overrunning Europe, which may not inaptly be compared to their adventures in the 12th century when they engaged upon the Crusades, was inspired by no one part of the doctrine of political freedom more strongly than by this doctrine of equality. The scorn which was in those days universally felt for that pride which associates itself with the things not inherent to a man, notably and most absurdly with capricious differences of wealth, never ran higher, and the passionate sense of justice which springs from this profound and fundamental social dogma of equality, as it moved France during the Revolution to frenzy, so also moved it to creation. Those who ask how it was that a group of men, sustaining all the weight of civil conflict within and of universal war without, yet made time enough in 20 years to frame the codes which govern modern Europe, to lay down the foundation of universal education, of a strictly impersonal scheme of administration, and even in detail to remodel the material face of society, in a word, to make modern Europe, must be content for their reply to learn that the Republican energy had for its flame and its excitant this vision, a sense almost physical of the equality of man. The minor points which wove themselves into the political practice of democracy during the Revolution, which are not of its principles, and which would not, were they abstracted, affect its essence, are of quite another and less noble kind. I have taken as the chief of these the machinery of deputation or of representation. The representative system had been designed for a particular purpose under the influence of the Church, and especially of the monastic orders who invented it in the Middle Ages. It had been practiced as a useful check upon the national monarchy in France, and as a useful form of national expression in times of crisis, or when national initiative was peculiarly demanded. In Spain it became, as the Middle Ages proceeded, a very vital, national and local thing, varying from place to place. It is not surprising that Spain, seeing that in her territory the first experiments in representation were made, should have thus preserved it popular and alive. In England, representation, vigorous as everywhere else in the true Middle Ages, narrowed and decayed at their close, until in the 17th century it had become a mere scheme for aristocratic government. In France, for nearly 200 years before the Revolution, it had fallen into disuse, but an active memory of it still remained, especially a memory of its value in critical moments, when a consultation of the whole people was required, and when the corporate initiative of the whole people must be set at work in order to save the state. It is no wonder, therefore, that the French, on the eve of the Revolution, clamored for a revival of representation, or, as the system was called in its French tongue, the States General. But as a permanent machine of government, no one in Europe had the least idea how the system might serve the ends of democracy. In England, democracy was not practiced, nor was representation connected with the conception of it. The nation had forgotten democracy as completely as it had forgotten the religion and the old ideals of the Middle Ages. In those parts of Christendom in which this ancient Christian institution of a parliament had not narrowed to be the mask of an oligarchy or dwindled to be a mere provincial custom, its use had disappeared. The ancient function of representation, when it had been most lively and vigorous, that is, in the Middle Ages, was occasionally to initiate a national policy in critical moments, but more generally to grant taxes. What a democratic parliament might do, no one in 1789 could conceive. There was indeed one great example of democratic representation in existence, the example of the United States. But the conditions were wholly different from those of Europe. No true central power yet existed there, no ancient central institution, no crown, nor any custom of the city. The numbers over which American representative democracy then held power were not to be compared to the 25 millions who inhabited the French realm. And even so, most of what counted in their lives was regulated by a system of highly local autonomy, for they were as scattered as they were few, and the wisest and strongest and best were dependent upon slaves. In Europe, I repeat, the experiment was untried, and it is one of the chief faults of the French revolutionaries that, having been compelled in the critical moment of the opening of the Revolution to the use of election and representation, they envisioned the permanent use of a similar machinery as something sacred to and normal in the democratic state. True, they could not foresee modern parliamentarism. Nothing could be more alien to their conception of the state than the deplorable method of government which parliamentarism everywhere tends to introduce today. True, the French people during the Revolutionary Wars made short work of parliamentary theory and found it a more national thing to follow a soldier, being by that time all soldiers themselves, and to incarnate in a dictator the will of the nation. But though the French revolutionaries could not have foreseen what we call parliamentarism today, and though the society from which they sprang made short work of the oligarchic pretensions of a parliament when the realities of the national struggle had to be considered, yet they did, as a fact, pay an almost absurd reverence to the machinery of representation and election. They went so far as to introduce it into their attempted reform of the Church. They introduced it everywhere into civil government, from the smallest units to the highest. They even for a moment played with the illusion in that most real of games which men can ever play at, the business of arms. They allowed the election of officers. They were led to do this by that common fallacy, more excusable in them than in us, which confounds the individual will with the corporate. A representative, they thought, could in some way be the permanent receptacle of his electorate. They imagined that corporate initiative was always sufficiently active, in no matter what divisions or subdivisions, to react at once upon the delegate, to guide him as may be guided by a driven animal, or to command him as may be commanded as a servant. It was in vain that Rousseau, the great exponent of the democratic theory upon which France attempted to proceed, had warned posterity against the possible results of the representative system. They fell into the error, and it possesses many of their descendants to this day. Rousseau's searching mind perceived indeed no more than the general truth that men who consent to a representative system are free only while the representatives are not sitting. But as is so often the case with institutions of genius, though he saw not the whole of the evil, he had put his finger upon its central spot, and from that main and just principle which he laid down, that under a merely representative system men cannot be really free, flow all those evils which we now know to attach to this method of government. What a rather clumsy epigram has called the audacity of elected persons is part of this truth. The evident spectacle of modern parliamentary nations driven against their will into economic conditions which appall them proceeds again from the same truth. The conspicuous and hearty contempt into which parliamentary institutions have everywhere fallen again proceeds from it, and there proceeds from it that further derivative plague, that the representatives themselves have now everywhere become more servile than the electorate, and that in all parliamentary countries a few intriguers are the unworthy depositories of power, and by their service of finance permit the money dealers to govern us all today. Rousseau, I say, the chief prophet of the Revolution, had warned the French of this danger. It is a capital example of his talent, for the experiment of democratic representation had not yet in his time been tried, but which much more is that power of his by which he not only stamped and issued the gold of democracy as it had never till then been minted. No one man makes a people or their creed, but Rousseau, more than any other man, made vocal the creed of a people, and it is advisable or necessary for the reader of the Revolution to consider at the outset of his reading of what nature was Rousseau's abundant influence upon the men who remodeled the society of Europe between 1789 and 1794. Why did he dominate those 5 years, and how was it that he dominated them increasingly? An explanation of Rousseau's power merits a particular digression, for few who express themselves in the English tongue have cared to understand it, and in the academies provincial men have been content to deal with this great writer as though he were in some way inferior to themselves. The end of Section 3. The end of Chapter 1.
Thus saith Koheleth in Ecclesiastes, he who was a son of David and a king in Jerusalem, better is a poor and wise child than an old and foolish king who knoweth not how to take admonitions any more.
The NBC University of the Air presents We Came This Way, a new historical series for our listeners at home and overseas. With Clifton Utley as narrator, we present Chapter 14, a story of King Louis XVI and the French Revolution, in We Came This Way.
Beat out the slow, suspenseful year, you drums. For the time is 1789 and the place France. It is summer, and stupendous events loom up like thunderheads against this year. The French throne is crumbling. Beat, you drums, beat. This is the crisis of the year, and King Louis, fat and bored, the 16th Louis to rule France, king by divine right, the glory of feudal France, tinkers in a workshop, fixes locks, and plays with mechanical toys.
One need only turn this key, my dear brother. Release this lock, and the iron wheels begin to turn. And then the hammer strikes and the bells ring.
A miracle, Your Majesty.
It is, isn't it? I must take it apart and examine it. Stay with me, Artois. It'll be interesting.
More than a mechanical toy needs examining.
It has a wonderful feeling when I turn the key, Artois.
Brother, you're a king of France, not a locksmith.
If you do not wish to stay...
Today, these overstuffed deputies of the National Assembly voted to forbid all taxes not specifically established by them. Can't you see what's happening, brother?
Oh, take those things to Monsieur Necker.
Monsieur Necker is an ass.
He is my minister.
When it comes to counting francs, Necker is magnificent, true. But a politician... a man to deal with a crisis? We're not in a counting house now. This is not a business arrangement we're engaged in.
You are raising your voice, Artois.
You do not hear me otherwise.
Get out, Artois. Get out.
Listen to me, Louis. I'm your brother. The same father sired us. Left a great kingdom in our hands. You're its head. I follow and love you, Louis. But power, my brother, power is slipping away from us. It's slipping into the hands of peasants and butchers. All that our father and his father's father built stands in mortal danger now. Reform. Reform. A constitution is the sword they would kill us with. Listen to me, Louis. I'm a brother who loves you. I'm not an enemy.
You should not raise your voice to me, Artois.
Forgive me, Louis, but something must be done.
I have been thinking.
What will you do?
Well, I'm not certain yet.
The Assembly must be dissolved. They must be packed off before they declare themselves the sole governing body in France.
You think that is best, Artois. But, will they go, do you think? Will they leave Versailles?
They will if we use the flats of our swords.
France is bankrupt. Taxes bleed the poor. Hunger is in the land. And at Versailles, a parliament is meeting for the first time in 175 years. The people's deputies are crying,
"Let us take an oath never to separate until a constitution is established in France."
and Louis Bourbon tinkers with the key of a mechanical toy. The nobles are shouting sedition. The people's deputies are threatening the entire world of aristocratic rights and privileges. Prince, Duke, and Count beg of King Louis, dissolve this assembly, dissolve it now before it's too late. And Louis continues to hunt, to eat well, and play with his toys. While his wife, the ambitious Marie Antoinette, plays the role of the king.
Her Majesty will see you now, my Lord Artois.
Artois, well?
I have just now come from his workshop.
And?
You must strike now, while sparks will still fly, Your Majesty. Louis must not be given time to change his mind.
He has agreed, then, to the dissolution of the Assembly.
My brother will agree with the last one he's spoken with. So far, I believe, it's been I.
I will speak to him.
He must hold a royal sitting of the Assembly, Your Majesty. Louis must appear on the rostrum and inform these deputies of what they are permitted to do. If they disobey his wish, which I hope they will, then we can dissolve them instantly.
With what, my dear Artois?
With troops.
Do you think me all a simple woman, Artois? I know what is happening in France. Are you sure of those troops?
I'm not sure of anything, except the need for action. To hold on to power, the royal family and the nobility will have to gamble on the troops remaining loyal.
A doubtful crutch to lean upon.
But a crutch nonetheless, Your Majesty.
Oh, if only...
If only what?
I have no complaints over Louis as a good husband and father, but he's weak. If only he were made of steel.
We will be his steel, Your Majesty.
Aye. We will prop the king.
I will do nothing rash, Marie.
Is to save your kingdom an act of rashness?
But they may refuse to dissolve.
You will have troops about the building.
Troops. Each one of you is more bloody than the other. I don't like it. Let them meet and talk till Lent comes around.
Have you been seeing Monsieur Necker? Have you, Louis?
I see whom I wish.
What has he told you? Yield? Compromise?
Monsieur Necker is a reasonable man, Marie. He does not think it advisable to do anything rash with the Assembly.
What are you doing to us, Louis? Will you hand these bumpkins all of France with a curtsy and a smile?
Marie!
France slips through your fingers as if it were nothing but sand. Hold it at least for your son. I want a kingdom for him, Louis. My father was a king. My brother is Emperor of Austria. My husband is the King of France. My son, by rights, must wear a crown.
He shall have his crown.
Louis, dissolve the Assembly before they make an empty thing of it.
Very well. I shall call a royal sitting. I have let the situation go as long as justice permitted. Yes?
Monsieur Necker, to see His Majesty.
Necker. Well, tell him to wait. I shall... No, Marie? I shouldn't, you think, eh? But it may not be wise.
Play the king, Louis. Play the king.
All right. Tell Mr. Necker I cannot see him today nor tomorrow. Let him wait until I call. He will be angry.
Where are you going, Louis?
The shop. Something I wanted to look at. A new box, most ingenious. It works on a secret spring.
Hear ye. His Majesty, King Louis of France, commands the deputies to prepare themselves for a royal sitting upon the 23rd of June. Further does he command, each be seated separately. Neither nobility nor clergy nor those of the third estate shall intermingle. Their ancient relationship shall be maintained. Signed this day of June and affixed by the royal seal of Louis of France.
And with the call for a royal sitting, the nobility took heart, for at last their king was acting. Before his august presence and his personal command, the third estate would bow down. The nobles were sure. This was to be the end of the fire that was smoldering in France. But only those who had lit it could put it out. The third estate. In the hall of the Assembly, the people's deputies, these citizens who for the first time had been given a voice in the governing of their lives, took counsel. The question was, what did Louis intend?
Citizens, whatever the king intends, we must stand firm. Remember our oath. A constitution alone can send us home.
The deputies had formed the Breton Club, and in the evenings they met to discuss the policies of tomorrow. On a sultry night in June, they groped for a decision on policy for the next morning.
Listen, citizens. If Louis intends the dissolution of the Assembly, I say call upon the people to defend it.
Mirabeau is right.
Yes. But King Louis has troops. 10,000 are at Versailles.
Paris is near. We have an army of citizens at our hands.
The people will defend us.
Wait, citizens. We must not be forced with force. Are we cowards?
We have the people's mandate.
Yes, we must be passive. Listen to me. We must give Louis a chance openly to declare himself for us or against us.
And if he declares against us with a round of rifle fire?
All the worse for Louis. For then he stands in the eyes of the people as their enemy. No, we must be passive tomorrow. We shall avoid bloodshed and at the same time gain the same ends. For in any event, he will either reveal himself as our enemy or grant us a constitution. Also, Monsieur Necker is still in his government. We cannot compromise our minister. Lastly, citizens, who amongst you will vouch for Louis' troops? Do you think they will dare to use them if they are uncertain as to which way the guns will be turned?
The morning of June 23rd was warm and bright. The sunlight flashed on the naked bayonets of restless troops on the edge of the city of Versailles. In the assembly hall, the deputies had gathered in their separate orders. The third estate stood between the nobility and the clergy, a mass dark and severe. At noon, the trumpet sounded. And into the hall walked Louis, gloomy, his eyes cast down. Behind him followed some of his nobles, brilliantly clad, their eyes flashing, their hands hungry for their swords. Louis mounted heavily to the rostrum. Behind him stood his brother, the Count of Artois.
The royal sitting is in session. Your king will address you, deputies of France. Give ear and listen.
I have decreed this royal sitting, for I am displeased by the manner in which the deputies of the Third Estate have behaved. You have presumed more than your responsibility warranted. You were commanded to deliberate in separate chambers. You demanded instead amalgamation with the nobility and the clergy. You were commanded to deliberate only upon questions of taxation. You acted upon more than my wishes commanded. It is not your business to deliberate upon the ancient rights and privileges of the nobility and the clergy. Nor was it your business to be concerned with the framing of a constitution for France. I am France. I am the power and the source of this government. None shall usurp that power. Therefore do I order, because of your presumption, the immediate and instant cessation of all meetings by this assembly. I command the dissolution of this mutinous body
This is my will. Obey.
And flushed with fury, the king rose and violently strode from the hall. And behind him, nobleman and clergyman rose and followed, abandoning the hall to the dark, resentful members of the Third Estate. As Louis climbed into his coach, his brother, the Count of Artois, stopped him.
Look, sire.
What?
The Third Estate disobeys your will. They remain behind in the hall.
Get them out.
Raise! Raise!
Yes, my lord.
Announce to the deputies that the king orders them to retire from the hall.
Yes, my lord.
What do you think they will do, brother?
What I'm hoping they will do. Disobey. I have troops ready.
The king commands the deputies of the Third Estate to retire immediately from this hall.
No. Now, the moment's here.
The National Assembly will consider the question.
Did you hear, sire? They defy you.
Is that your answer to your king? Go tell your master that nothing but bayonets will drive us out.
Then bayonets let it be, sire. Give them their bayonets.
Hey, Artois, help me. What shall I do?
Sire, the deputies refuse to leave.
The troops, Louis. Use the troops on these dogs.
They will not change their minds, Perez.
I do not think so, sire.
Let me call the troops, Louis.
But Artois, if they fire on us instead...
We must gamble, Louis. We must, or we lose the whole battle. Give me the order for the troops.
No, they mean to stay, Artois. They mean to stay. Tell my coachman to take me home.
And power slipped from the hands of Louis into the hands of the nation. Out of that fear, that panic in his heart, grew a victorious National Assembly. No longer was there one king in France. Now there were 1,300 of them framing a constitution at Versailles. But the nobility wanted only one ruler, Louis. And secretly, about the person of Queen Marie Antoinette, a conspiracy formed. This was the beginning of counter-revolution.
Necker must be removed.
Exactly, Your Majesty. He's sympathetic to the Third Estate. A man of iron is needed as Minister of France.
That will be you, Broglie.
I am honored, Your Majesty. But am I to face France armed only with my name as a soldier?
We will find loyal troops for you, my dear Marshal.
Why not foreign troops? Our French are shot through and through with mutinous ideas.
We must be careful as yet of foreign aid.
Nonsense, my dear Artois. You hold a throne with what you can get.
Very well, then, Your Majesty. We have some Swiss and German battalions we can count on. We will move them into Versailles and Paris with caution.
You smash the assembly first. Understood?
Well understood.
What of the king? Only he can dismiss Necker.
Have no fear, my dear Marshal. I shall convince His Majesty that Necker has been with us too long. Too disastrously long.
Are you serious, Marie? You asked me to cut off my right arm?
You shall have another, a stronger one. Marshal Broglie.
But if I dismiss Necker, what will the deputies say?
You are the King of France, Louis, not they.
Yes, but I don't know. Is it so wise now?
You promised the crown for my son, Louis. Now you have no power with which to give it. Only your traitorous assembly could grant it to him now. You're silent, Louis. It is the truth.
I will work things out.
Oh, no. It is too late to bargain, Louis. We need our own man at the ministry in France, not theirs. We need someone who, when he strikes, strikes for the king.
To Monsieur Necker, Minister of the King of France. His Majesty, after careful study and reflection, orders the dismissal of Monsieur Necker from the government of France. He thanks his former minister for the loyal services rendered to his king and wishes him Godspeed on his journey home.
He will not see me, my lord?
The king is busy, Monsieur Necker.
But this unexpected dismissal, my dear Count.
You doubt its genuineness? I believe that is the royal seal.
So it's finally come.
You will return to Geneva, monsieur.
Fools. They execute themselves. What did you say?
I am the last one in King Louis's government in whom the people and their deputies have confidence. I am the plug that holds back the flood.
I am not interested in your meditations, monsieur.
Meditations? All right, my lord. Let it come then. I'm tired anyway. I've counted Louis' francs and your pensions long enough. Who is the new minister?
Marshal Broglie.
Soldier. That explains the troops I've been seeing. That's the only kind of currency the marshal knows how to use. No doubt he plans a new economy, my lord.
I would leave for Geneva instantly, Monsieur Necker.
Have no fear, my lord. I would not remain now. To borrow a phrase of a former king of France, my lord, after me, the deluge.
The dismissal of Necker hit the National Assembly like a thunderclap. The deputies saw the first open blow against their so far bloodless revolution. In the Assembly Hall, they rose and shouted at President Mounier on the rostrum,
We must proceed to punish the authors of this dismissal.
The nobles are organizing against us. They prepare to strike back at the People's Assembly.
Citizen, Roy is an enemy of liberty.
and the deputation from the Assembly came to visit King Louis. They came not as cringing subjects, but as legislators in a new world.
What do you wish, gentlemen?
We have a message for you, sire.
Yes?
From the National Assembly.
What is it?
The National Assembly, sire, will never cease to regret the dismissal of the former minister, Monsieur Necker. And we will never feel any confidence in the new one.
You may tell the Assembly that the ministers in France are still appointed by the king.
And at Paris, the people grew tense. They saw the Swiss and German battalions marching through the city. The air grew hot with suspicion. Voices were lifted, and loudest among them was the voice of Camille Desmoulins, journalist and agitator, fighter in the People's Revolution.
To arms, I say! To arms! Monsieur Necker has been dismissed. His dismissal sounds the tocsin of a St. Bartholomew patriot. The foreign battalions are massed to slaughter us. Not a moment must be lost. To arms! Citizens, to arms!
And suspicion became panic, and panic became fury. And it was July the 14th, 1789. Through the streets and alleys of Paris, this human ocean poured, tumultuous. The dam burst under the pressure of ageless wrongs. To the Bastille! The Bastille, they cried. For this feudal fortress, this symbol of the tyranny of kings by divine right, was hated throughout the land. At Les Invalides, the people seized 27 guns, a mortar, and 32,000 rifles, and they were armed. No Swiss, no German battalions could stop them now. With each gun they seized, history was more firmly in the people's hands, and the National Assembly had at last an army.
The king! Wake the king!
Halt!
Put down your pike, you fool! Let me in!
You cannot enter the king's chamber.
They've attacked the Bastille, you idiot! Let me by! Sire!
Leoncoeur, what is the meaning of this?
The Bastille has been seized, sire, by the people of Paris. They're armed with rifles and guns.
What? When?
Today, sire.
This is a revolt.
No, sire. This is a revolution.
The secret of power lies in the possession of armed might. And in 1789, after the events of July 14th, armed might lay in the hands of the people. It assured a constitution. It assured the ascendancy of the democratic hope. On the morning of the 15th of July, another deputation arrived at the palace to see the king. Louis was pale and shaken. The deputies, calm and certain.
The Swiss and German battalions, sire?
They should be withdrawn.
Your minister, sire?
Which would you have me dismiss first, Comte Mirabeau?
Citizen Mirabeau, sire.
Very well, then, Citizen Mirabeau. Which one?
Marshal Broglie must be the first to go.
As you wish.
Monsieur Necker must be recalled.
A message shall be sent this noon.
The Assembly looks forward to your acceptance of Lafayette as military commandant in France, sire.
You may tell the Assembly that he is acceptable. Would it make any difference if he were not?
Sire, we hope for peace and harmony between all groups in France.
That is my hope, too, gentlemen.
I bear an invitation to you to visit Paris, sire, to set your seal upon a reconciliation after the events of the 14th.
Who sends it?
Monsieur Bailly, mayor of Paris.
I have never met the man.
We will introduce you, sire.
Will the members of my court be permitted to accompany me?
Yes, and also the deputies of the National Assembly. It shall be a great occasion, sire.
Aye. The king returning in chains.
And Louis went to Paris, a king in name only. For the power that had defended the feudal world of the divine rights of kings was now its enemy. And behind his coach came the nobles and the deputies, marching two by two. A duke beside a butcher from Marseille. A count behind a hungry journalist from Boulogne. This was a pilgrimage of the victors and the vanquished. Louis and his nobles were traveling down the last mile of feudal power. At the gates of Paris, a delegation waited for them.
Welcome to Paris, sire. I bring you the keys to the city of Paris.
The keys?
These keys, King Louis, were presented to your ancestor, Henri IV. He had reconquered his people of Paris. They are presented now to you, sire, for the people have reconquered the king.
If only Paris were a lot upon my workbench at Versailles. I would not need their key, Beauvais. I would not need their key at all.
And so ended the long road of the divine right of kings. Scholars, looking back across the valley of time from a vantage point of 150 years, can fix this time. They can put a finger at a crossroad on the way we came and say, it happened here. At this point, the divine right of kings died in France. But to the mob in the Paris streets on that day, and even to many of us now, the Bourbons' clutch on France did not completely end until that fateful day in January 4 years later, when on trial for his life, he faced the anger of an aroused assembly. Without a single dissenting vote, they moved to send him to the guillotine! The ancient, glittering lights of the feudal world went out. Absolute monarchy in France was dead. The National Assembly had already passed that momentous declaration, the rights of man. The people had done more than destroy the divinity of kings. They had re-won their divinity as human beings. This is the way we came. The democratic way we own was won not by words alone, but by the people's blow, struck at the crucial hour. And like a bell, that blow rings through time. Listen, Americans. Can you hear it? That blow in 1789 was struck for you and me.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you Chapter 14 of the new historical series, We Came This Way. Tonight's script was written by Raphael Hayes and directed by Mr. Albert Cruz. The original music is by Dr. Roy Shield, and the orchestra was conducted by Mr. Joseph Galicchio. The members of the cast were Mr. Clifton Utley as narrator, Mr. Wilms Herbert as Louis XVI, Miss Geraldine Kay as Marie Antoinette, Mr. Maurice Copeland as Count of Artois, Mr. William Everett as Mirabeau, Mr. Norman Gottschalk as Mounier, Mr. Michael Romano as Marshal Broglie, Mr. Armand Hunter as Necker, and Mr. Sidney Breeze as Leoncourt. Next week, We Came This Way will present Kosciuszko. is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is John Daly at the State House in Philadelphia. A powerful opponent of the Declaration of Independence has emerged here on this fourth evening of July 1776. An opponent strong enough to rally the latent opposition to separation from the mother country. Mr. John Dickinson, Pennsylvania's leading delegate to the Continental Congress, has just told reporters that he intends to speak on the floor before the final vote is taken. This in a supreme effort to block this declaration, which would commit our 13 colonies to revolutionary war with England. Mr. Dickinson agreed that he is staking his political future on the outcome of the vote. He anticipates that if he fails to block passage of the Declaration of Independence, he will be ejected from the Congress and be
July 4th, 1776, the State House in Philadelphia. You are there.
John Dickinson, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson. CBS takes you back to the evening when the colonial leaders fought their showdown battle on the issue of independence from England, with the fate of the continent hanging in the balance. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there,
you are there.
You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
July 4th, 1776, the Philadelphia State House and John Daly.
Dining during the recess, which is now officially over. We hurried from the inn to this microphone here on the floor of the Congress to bring you this news. Mr. Dickinson has not arrived yet. He should be along at any minute, but meanwhile, the news has preceded him, and it's having an explosive effect on the delegates who are present. As a matter of fact, the weather isn't helping things either. It's very hot here in Philadelphia tonight, and in their heavy waistcoats, ruffles, and wigs, the delegates in the hall are perspiring profusely. Even more irritating are the horse flies from a nearby stable which come in through the open windows. These flies are nasty, so much so that Mr. Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, the author of the Declaration, has said that it is not at all unlikely that this debate will be ended not by sharp logic of the delegates, but by the even sharper bite of the horseflies. Major George Fielding Eliot has been talking to the delegates and is now ready with his analysis of the possibilities inherent in Mr. Dickinson's announcement. So I switch you now to our CBS headquarters booth here in the Congress. Come in, Major Eliot.
Mr. Dickinson's views carry great weight here. His announcement therefore comes as a shock to those delegates who want the Declaration of Independence passed. Mr. John Adams from the Massachusetts Bay Colony, leader of the Independence Party, had hoped the Declaration would go through unanimously, but that's no longer possible. Indeed, the Declaration may not even pass. Mr. Adams and Mr. Dickinson personify the present political conflict. Mr. Adams is the son of a Massachusetts lawyer. He was educated for the law in New England. He agrees with the men who dumped the East India Company's tea into Boston Harbor. Although Mr. Adams prides himself on being a plain man, the delegates regard him as arrogant and intolerant of all who differ with his views. Mr. Dickinson, on the other hand, was born to wealth. He received his education at London's Middle Temple. He has a mild, amiable, sincere manner. He opposes independence because of his conviction that all political injustices can be righted by legal methods without recourse to violence or revolution. Just a moment. John Adams and Thomas Jefferson have entered the hall. So, back to John Daly.
Mr. Jefferson! Mr. Jefferson!
Yes?
Mr. Jefferson, you've heard the news that Mr. Dickinson will speak against independence. May we have your comment?
I have the greatest respect for Mr. Dickinson's courage and integrity. Mr. Adams and I wish we could say as much for his political judgment.
This Congress, sir, is in no mood for any more of Mr. Dickinson's temporizing. In the course of this debate, the delegates have learned to know Mr. Dickinson for what he is. A spineless aristocrat at best, at worst an agent of the enemy.
Well, Mr. Adams, we're very glad to have your comment also. Are you accusing Mr. Dickinson of being in the pay of the British?
I hardly think Mr. Adams
If you
intended
please, Mr. Jefferson. Sir, Mr. Dickinson has consistently sabotaged the work of this body by fallacious appeals to reason and by parliamentary devices, but no more of that. The Declaration of Independence will be put to a vote as soon as President Hancock arrives and calls this meeting to order. And I am confident that the gentlemen will be unable to sway the Congress from the course on which it is now well launched.
Thank you, Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson. The delegates are taking their seats. And as you must have gathered from Mr. Adams' remarks, the long smoldering enmity between him and Mr. Dickinson has finally flared out into the open. The debate, when he and Dickinson clash on the floor, promises to be more violent than any this Congress has heard in the 2 years since it's been in existence. Mr. Dickinson has just entered the hall, and he has to pass our microphone. He's coming this way now. Mr. Dickinson, sir.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Dickinson. Mr. John Adams has just called you an agent of the enemy, Mr. Dickinson. Would you care to
Mr.
make...
Adams considers anyone who differs with him to be an agent of the enemy. But I cannot allow myself to be silenced by insults. The question is, shall our colonies declare themselves independent of the mother country? And on this question, my opponents have been utterly dishonest.
Will you explain that, Mr. Dickinson?
Certainly will. 11 times in the past 2 years, Congress pledged itself not to seek independence. In January of this year, only 6 months ago, the Congress passed a most solemn declaration to the effect that we Americans have no thought of setting up an independent nation. And now, tonight, Mr. Adams asks us to break our pledged word. Nay, he demands it.
But if the people favor independence, Mr. Dickinson,
Mr. Adams has confused the people. He has engineered coup d'etats in the provincial legislatures in order to pack this Congress with delegates favoring independence. He has organized gangs of hoodlums to roam the streets of the cities and towns, attacking those who oppose revolution.
But isn't it true, Mr. Dickinson, that at least 50% of the population favors independence?
Is it right for one half of the population to impose its views on the other half by terror? Can these colonies hope to achieve victory in a revolutionary war when half of the people oppose it? I predict that if the Congress passes the Declaration of Independence, the result will be civil war, useless bloodshed, and ruinous defeat. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dickinson. The delegate from Pennsylvania is walking to his seat now. Mr. John Hancock, the president of the Congress, has entered the chamber, but it will very probably be a few moments yet before he calls the Congress to order. Mr. Dickinson said that a considerable portion of the people are opposed to independence. Well, Ken Roberts is outside the State House, where a representative crowd of Philadelphians are awaiting the result of the vote. So let's find out what they think about independence. Go ahead, Ken Roberts.
With me at our CBS microphone is Mrs. Agnes Hatcher, who lives on Water Street. Mrs. Hatcher, do you favor separation from England?
I hate separation. My husband was killed fighting for separation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's John Adams that should be sorry, and Mr. Jefferson. Why don't they make peace and end this killing?
But, Mrs. Hatcher, would you want peace at any price?
Will you tell me why my husband should die at Boston fighting the Bay Colonies battles? If the men of New England have a quarrel with the British, let them do the fighting and dying themselves.
But Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson say they want freedom for all the colonies.
I don't care about freedom. My husband is dead.
Thank you, Mrs. Hatcher. Now, here beside me is Mr. Richard Caswell, an importer in Philadelphia. I forgot to ask you, Mr. Caswell, what do you import?
The finest of English woolen, sir. The very finest.
I see. And do you favor independence? Excuse me, Mr. Caswell. A dispatch rider has just ridden up to the State House. His horse is lathered and covered with dust and sweat. It looks as if he's been ridden long and hard. Where are you from, soldier?
New York. General Washington's headquarters.
What's the news there? What's happening?
Plenty of excitement.
Wait a minute. What's going on? The rider has gone into the State House. Whatever the news is, our reporters inside will bring it to you as soon as it's released. I'm sorry about that interruption, Mr. Caswell.
Quite all right, quite all right.
You were about to tell me whether you favored independence.
It's an illusion, sir. Independent from what? How can we be independent? We're Englishmen, my family's English, they're all in England. Or my trade, my business is with England. Look at my books, you see. This talk about separation is ridiculous. Worse than ridiculous. It's vicious. It's ruining me. Ever since this war started, no shipments. Percentages, 76% less business than my firm did in 75.
But, Mr. Caswell, isn't it argued that if the colonies were independent, American businessmen could then trade with the entire world?
Who wants to trade with the entire world? What do we need the world for? Everything we can produce, we can sell in England. And everything that we need, we can buy from England. It's just common sense, that's all. How do you suppose the colonies have grown prosperous and strong and important? Protected trade with England. Protected trade.
Yes, but what about the heavy taxes that the mother country has imposed? What about taxation without representation?
Bad, very bad. But independence? Worse, much worse. Terrible. What about Pitt and Burke in Parliament? We have friends in England. They're trying to settle this thing intelligently, without violence, without bloodshed. But Mr. Adams and Jefferson, those wild men in there, hotheads, radicals, that's what they are. They want to get power, that's all, power. That's all they're interested in, power.
Well, Mr. Caswell, independence is
Independence, the word second. Listen to him. We've already become independent of principle and gratitude to the mother country.
What's he saying?
And if this war is permitted to continue, we shall become independent of cash, clothing, laws, liberty, and... Yes, life itself.
What are you talking about?
You're a liar, that's what you are, mister. You're a Tory. I'm telling the truth. It may not be popular, but it's the truth.
Shut up, you Tory, or we'll teach you a lesson.
I'm not afraid of you. Listen, close your mouth.
Mr. Caswell has just been struck by the man who's been heckling him. The crowd here is manhandling Mr. Caswell. The men are flailing at him with their fists. They must be members of the Sons of Liberty. The women are tearing at Mr. Caswell's clothes, spitting at him. This crowd has gone wild, and it's frightening. Mr. Caswell has been knocked to the ground. I can't see him, but I can hear his cries. The men are bending over him, swinging their fists, pounding.
This is John Daly inside the Continental Congress. We have interrupted Ken Roberts because President Hancock has just called the Congress to order. He's about to read the dispatch which has just arrived from General Washington's headquarters in New York. President Hancock.
This is the information contained in General Washington's dispatch. The news is grim indeed. A great British fleet is at this moment in New York Harbor. British Marines have seized Staten Island in the harbor, and redcoats are landing there by the thousands. General Washington advises that a British attack on New York City must be expected momentarily. The enemy appears to have overwhelming superiority in numbers and equipment. General Washington concludes with a statement that it may be impossible to defend New York City with the slender forces at his command. Gentlemen, the Congress will recess for 5 minutes.
Congress has again recessed. The sound of President Hancock's gavel has released a torrent of excitement and confusion bordering virtually on panic. Delegates have risen from their seats. They are moving about the floor, talking to each other in loud voices, often shouting in their arguments. Mr. John Adams and Mr. Thomas Jefferson have rushed up to the chair. Mr. Adams is pale, agitated. Only Mr. Dickinson, of all the delegates here in the chamber, has remained seated. Mr. Rutledge. Just a moment, sir. Here's Mr. Edward Rutledge, a delegate from South Carolina. Sir, what effect do you think the news of the British arrival will have on the independence vote?
It cannot fail to have a profound effect. It will add force and logic to Mr. Dickinson's position.
Thank you, Mr. Rutledge. Mr. Rutledge is one of Mr. Dickinson's supporters. Here is Mr. Elbridge Gerry, a delegate from the Massachusetts Bay Colony and an independence man. Mr. Gerry, what do you think of the announcement, sir?
Frankly, I don't know what to think. Mr. Dickinson may well argue now that the Declaration of Independence may not be worth the paper it's written on. But we must keep our head. We must stand firm.
Thank you, Mr. Gerry. Major Elliott has more news from New York, so let's switch to him in our CBS headquarters booth. Come in, Major Elliott.
We now know that the British fleet numbers 130 vessels. The troops on board are commanded by General Sir William Howe, one of England's ablest generals. The appearance of the fleet has thrown New York into disorderly confusion, and the legislature has withdrawn for safety to White Plains, 35 miles away. Our New York newsroom informs us that a short while ago, CBS correspondent Ned Kelmer passed through the British lines on Staten Island under safe conduct to interview the British commander-in-chief. He made a tape recording of this interview that our New York newsroom will play for you now.
This is the kitchen of a Staten Island farmhouse which now serves as General Howe's headquarters. A regiment of redcoats is on parade outside, marching to the music of a British military band. I can see them through an open window from where I'm standing. In their tight-fitting scarlet coats and long gaiters, these trim soldiers in perfect step to the music look like the veteran fighting men that they are. General Howe, sir, will you tell us how many such troops you have at your disposal?
14,000 on this island, and an additional 13,000 under General Carleton on their way across Lake Champlain in upper New York.
You don't mind giving General Washington this information?
What? Not at all, not at all. Frankly, I doubt very much that it will make any difference if Washington knows it.
I take it then, General Howe, that you're completely confident of victory.
Naturally. Those men you see out there, they are the conquerors of France and Spain. They are the finest troops in the world. They'll crush Washington's colonial militiamen at the very first encounter, utterly. But Washington, poor fellow, he's leading nothing but a rabble. They lack powder, guns. His officers are without experience. Washington himself is hardly what you might call, shall we say, a professional military man.
General Washington, sir, made quite a good showing in the war against the French.
Under English commanders, Mr. Calmer.
Chalmer.
Under English commanders. Mr. Calmer?
Chalmer. General Howe, you know, of course, that the Continental Congress is about to vote on independence from England. Would you care to comment on that, sir?
Yes, I would like to say something to that. I would like to say it as a friend and not as a soldier. I repeat, as a friend, because I think I have amply demonstrated my friendship for British America in the past, by word and deed.
Yes, if I recall correctly, General Howe, you once stated publicly that you would never lead British troops against British America.
Well, of course, but the situation has changed. The colonies are now being led by a pack of extremists. This rebellion by the mob must be crushed, and I have the forces with which to crush it. The greatest fleet and the most powerful force of soldiers ever assembled on American soil. I hope with all my heart that it will not be necessary to throw this array of military power into action. I pray that the counsel of the extremists will be rejected by the Continental Congress and that the advice of saner, more moderate men will prevail.
Thank you, General Howe.
This is George Fielding Eliot in Philadelphia. The interview you have just heard was a tape recording made by Ned Chalmer at British headquarters on Staten Island. The recess here in the Continental Congress continues. The delegates are confused, shaken. Mr. Adams, Mr. Jefferson, and Mr. Benjamin Franklin, the leaders of the Independent Party, are doing all they can to counteract the doubt and hesitation inspired by the news from New York. They are trying desperately to maintain their strength, to keep their pledged votes in line, and they are insisting that the final vote be taken tonight without regard for the situation in New York. On the other hand, a group of less militant delegates is urging postponement until we have more definite information from General Washington's headquarters. The commander-in-chief said in his dispatch that he fears that he may not be able to hold New York. The cautious delegates want to know for sure whether he will fight or surrender the city without a struggle. Our CBS correspondent, Bud Collier, is now at General Washington's headquarters. He may have some last-minute information. Therefore, we take you now to General Washington's headquarters in New York. Bud Collier reporting.
I'm waiting here on the parade ground before General Washington's headquarters. The Commander-in-Chief has promised to answer my question as soon as he comes out to address his troops, presumably to make some formal statement about the news of the British arrival. The bugles are blowing assembly. The men of the regiments are running to join their formations. I can see the flag of the 1st Massachusetts, I believe it is, the Virginia Rifles, the 5th Connecticut, and many others. But in all this mass of thousands of men, I see very few men in uniform. Most of the troops are dressed in civilian homespun, and quite a few of them wear the fringed leather shirts which mark them as frontiersmen. General Washington has still not come out on the parade ground. Oh, here's a militiaman coming by. Soldier!
Let me go. I got pulled.
Oh, just a few questions. You got plenty of time. What's your name, son?
Look, Tom Summers. Look, let me go, will you, mister? The sergeant will give me
That's all right. I'll fix it with General Washington for you. How old are you, Tom?
17.
Ever seen any action against the British?
No, not yet.
Well, you'll probably see action soon right here in New York.
Well, I ain't afraid if that's what you mean.
How long have you been in the Army, Tom?
2 months. Look, please, mister, ask me all your questions at once.
All right, Tom, sure. How long are you in for?
Well, I'm going back home next month. That's when my 3 months are up.
Oh?
My pa enlisted me. He wanted to make himself $10.
I see.
Well, he got his $10, and I'm going home next month. Well, there ain't nothing wrong with that, you know.
No.
Some fellas enlisted for the money and then deserted without even serving their 3 months.
Well, yes, but
What about independence, Tom? How do you feel about independence?
Well, I don't know nothing about that, honest mister. Oh, there's the general. I gotta go.
General Washington is approaching the microphone. Wears his full-dress uniform. His sword flaps against the side of his leg as he walks. General Washington, are you going to fight for New York?
It is a difficult question. Frankly, I haven't made up my mind.
If you elect to fight, General Washington, do you think you will be able to defend New York successfully?
I will do my best, and God willing, we shall be successful. In any event, I would like to say to all the people, do not yield to panic.
But General, in view of the current situation, do you think the Declaration of Independence should be passed at this time?
That must be decided by the Congress in Philadelphia.
Thank you, General Washington. Commander-in-Chief is walking away across the field now, his shoulders slightly bent, his jaw thrust forward in the manner of a man who bears an enormous responsibility for which he is ill-prepared. This is Bud Collyer in New York. I return you now to the Continental Congress in Philadelphia.
This is John Daly at the Continental Congress in Philadelphia. This is the long-awaited climax of the debate on the Declaration of Independence. The Congress has reconvened, and because Mr. Dickinson asked to speak against the Declaration, Mr. Adams has also requested the floor. By agreement, the vote will take place when the two speakers have finished. Also, by agreement, before the session began, Mr. Adams is speaking first. He's exerting his utmost efforts to keep the votes pledged to independence from bolting to Mr. Dickinson. Will he succeed? Well, we'll only know when the vote is taken. And now let's listen to Mr. Adams.
By proclaiming a Declaration of Independence, gentlemen, this Congress will be giving official recognition to a fact which already exists, namely, that these colonies are actually, in fact, independent of England. Yet, some great brains counsel us to wait, to exercise caution. Do these cautious gentlemen plead for a postponement of a Declaration of Independence so that their Tory friends may have time to hatch plots and conspiracies against us? Gentlemen, to delay is to play into the hands of the enemy, defeating the cause for which so much blood has already been shed. There must be no further delay. The people are ready. The people wait for the Congress to lead them. The hour has struck. The Congress must proceed now to a vote, an affirmative vote, on the Declaration of Independence.
Mr. Adams has left the rostrum. Mr. Dickinson is coming up to speak. Dickinson's face is pale. His fists are clenched. He's clearly marshaling all of his strength for a supreme effort of oratory. He's waiting now for the Congress to come to order. Mr. Dickinson.
Mr. President, I accuse my opponents of cynicism. They cannot believe that these colonies will be able to endure as independent states. Their true goal is not independence. They exploit indignation against the mother country to further their own personal fortunes. Mr. President, my opponents make their appeal to the emotions. I make my appeal to intelligence and logic. Mr. President, British troops are on Staten Island in overwhelming force. They are about to attack New York. General Washington's task will be difficult at best, but a Declaration of Independence now will serve only to divide the people of New York and make the defense of that city hopeless. Pass the Declaration and you will set brother against brother, father against son. The colonies will become not only the scene of warfare with a mother country, but civil war as well. And in the bloody, senseless, fratricidal struggle, there is no possibility of success.
proclaim independence this evening, gentlemen, and you gain nothing. You merely invite the whirlwind of destruction. I urge you to vote against it. I beg, I plead, I beseech you, vote against independence.
Mr. Dickinson's plea has been received without applause. The delegates are calling the question, and there seems to be no objection. Oh, but wait a minute. Several of the delegates have risen. However, they're not going to ask for the floor. These delegates are leaving the hall. 4, 5, there go 3 more. Others are leaving also, and I can recognize some of them as men who have been openly undecided. Apparently, they're unwilling to vote, caught on the horns of a dilemma, swayed, no doubt, both by Mr. Adams and Mr. Dickinson. This is a great, a fearful moment of decision. Some of these men are apparently not capable of facing up to it. President Hancock.
Embodying the Declaration of Independence. The vote will be by colonies, each colony voting as a unit. A majority will decide. The clerk will call the roll.
12 votes will be cast. New York has decided to abstain. Thus, 7 votes will carry the issue.
New Hampshire, Mr. Josiah Bartlett.
New Hampshire votes unanimously for independence.
Massachusetts, Mr. John Adams.
The patriots of Massachusetts vote unanimously for independence.
Rhode Island, Mr. William Ellery.
Independence.
Connecticut, Mr. Roger Sherman.
Independence, unanimous.
New Jersey, the Reverend Dr. Witherspoon.
Mr. President, in my judgment, the country is not only ripe for independence, but is in danger of becoming rotten for want of it. New Jersey votes unanimously for independence.
Pennsylvania, Mr. Benjamin Franklin.
The majority of the delegation from Pennsylvania votes for separation from England, so help us God.
Delaware, Mr. Caesar Rodney.
Delaware votes unanimously for independence.
The Declaration of Independence is passed. Delaware has cast the deciding vote. There is no reaction from the delegates, and the voting continues. It will very probably be unanimous by colonies. Many of the individual delegates are shaking their heads. However, no matter what may be said against the Declaration, this document is impressive. It reads well. It begins, when in the course of human events change is necessary, and then continues, and I quote, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
July 4th,
these rights,
1776. John Dickinson loses his fight to block the Declaration of Independence, and the 13 colonies go forward to establish the United States of America.
This is Studio One at CBS.
Do you not think, my friend, that a beautiful and proud woman can help you?
Speak more plainly, citizeness.
You have said we are two of a kind. We are indeed. We are both ambitious and ruthless. With my help, you could rule Paris, all of France.
I still do not understand.
I think you do, my friend. I think you've known since the moment we met. Marry me and our destinies will be great.
With a dramatic moment from The Hunted, based on a play by Booth Tarkington, CBS invites you to Studio One, a full-hour Columbia feature from the pages of the world's great storytellers. Storytellers known and loved by millions. To introduce tonight's great story, here is the director of Studio One,
Fletcher Michael.
The name of the late, renowned Booth Tarkington usually brings to mind simple, plain American stories about young people like Penrod and Sam, Gentle Julia, Clarence, and Alice Adams. Stories of small towns and their citizens, teenagers, large and small, and their problems. It seems unlikely, then, that Mr. Tarkington once turned from the recognizable American simplicities of his best-known stories to a dark melodrama of revenge and passion set in the smoking background of Paris during the French Revolution. But this he did. He wrote a short play which he called Beauty and the Jacobin. Tonight's story, The Hunted, especially prepared for Studio One by Margaret LeWorth, is based on that play. You'll be hearing Everett Sloane as Valjean, with Anne Burr as Eloise, Miriam Wolfe as Anne, and Sidney Smith as Louis. Paris, 1793, the year of the terror, a time when no man trusts his neighbor and the shadow of the guillotine crosses every face. The king is dead, the nobility destroyed. The heads of Republicans and liberals have rolled in the basket. Paris is now in the hands of the extremists. Every man walks in fear.
Yes. What do you want?
Can you tell me if Monsieur d'Aussonville lives here?
I know no Monsieur d'Aussonville.
Wait, Mama. Who wants to see Monsieur d'Aussonville?
A friend.
What is your business with Monsieur d'Aussonville?
It is personal business, but if he is not here...
I happen to know where Monsieur d'Aussonville is. I also know he was expecting a caller. If it's worth your while...
Will 20 francs do?
A louis d'or.
Very well. There. There you are. Show me to him.
Take the stairway across the court. The back room, second floor.
Thank you.
You could have gotten 10 louis.
One is enough. One must be cautious.
Pig. Who does he think he fools with his peasant shoes and coat? That was an aristocrat.
He will not last any longer than the others. But meanwhile, put the louis behind the stove, Mama. Who knows? We may be rich someday.
Yes, I am d'Aussonville. Who are you?
A friend sent by Philippe Noir, the Golden Bell. My name is Louis Balsage.
What is your real name?
That is my real name.
Balsage, the commonest name in all France. And you with those thin white hands. Monsieur, if you have come on business, we'd better be honest with each other.
Very well. My name is Louis Chanot.
You are Louis Chanot. My friend, you are a brave man to walk the streets of Paris today.
I had to come back. My sister's still here and a friend. It is for them I came.
A friend? What is her name?
Is that necessary, too?
No, that is not necessary. What do you want of me?
They tell me you can forge a passport that no one can detect.
It is expensive, Citizen Chanot.
I have gold with me. I will pay whatever you ask.
Where do you want to go?
I wish to leave Paris at once with my sister and friend and take ship from Boulogne.
I can give you such a passport. The price, 5,000 louis.
5,000?
Too much for 3 heads?
No, I have jewels with me. I can pay.
Good. For whom shall the passport be made out, Citizen Chanot?
For Citizen Balsage. His sister, Virginia Balsage. And his second sister, Marie Balsage.
Getting dark, Eloise.
Yes. I love this hour.
Why do you pretend you're not afraid?
I have nothing to fear in Paris.
Are you so sure of that?
Of course I am sure. Everyone knows Eloise d'Anville.
Yes, everyone knows you, and that's more dangerous for you.
Nonsense.
You're my half-cousin, Eloise. You've just as aristocratic blood in your veins as Louis and I. The people know that.
They also know I gave my money and jewels to the cause. I dined with Marat. Carnot and Varenne were my friends.
And goodness knows how many others when they were in power. What are you insinuating? I am not insinuating, Eloise. I'm only trying to make you see no one is safe in France anymore. Andre, my own husband...
Andre talked too much.
He was loyal to what he believed in and belonged to.
And I am not. Is that it?
Don't let us quarrel, Eloise.
You hate me, Anne. You always have. You've always been jealous because Louis is in love with me.
I do not deny I wish my brother loved another woman. I've wished it for 6 years. You don't want him, but you won't let him free.
He has a chance now. He can leave Paris with you tonight.
You know he won't go without you. Louis came all the way back from England where he was safe. He slept in stables, hidden in ditches to get here. We're both leaving with him.
How determined you've suddenly become, dear Anne.
I'm determined you're not going to ruin us.
You concern yourself needlessly. I love Paris, and Paris still loves me. And I find the air in this room stifling.
Where are you going?
Anne, I don't believe I have to account to you.
You're not going out. It isn't safe. Somebody will know you.
I hope everybody will know me.
Eloise, you're the cruelest woman I ever knew. I don't think you care for anybody.
Perhaps not. But someday I shall. And then, what a woman Eloise d'Anville will be. This is all very tiresome. I am going out. Hello, Papa Jacques. Papa Jacques.
Countess Eloise.
Please, Papa Jacques, you are behind the times. Citizeness d'Anville.
What are you doing here?
Don't look so frightened. Am I not welcome?
Don't ask me that. Wherever I am, you are welcome, Countess.
Please, Papa, call me Citizeness.
Citizeness. But you know how things are. It isn't safe for you here.
Or do you mean it isn't safe for you?
Well, come into the back room. This is quieter in here.
Poor Papa, you're so white. Have they frightened you so?
What is it you want?
What is it I want? I just want to see you. Why have I ever come? At one time you thought it was a great lark when Eloise d'Anville would slip away from the king's court to visit her old family chef in his little cafe. We would have a bottle of wine and talk about Provence. And I would forget for a while the stupidities of the court. Now you look at me as if I were a stranger.
Countess, you don't understand. You're only a woman, and these are bad times.
Only a woman. I haven't heard that since the Duke d'Orléans tried to explain the intricacies of baccarat. You've more brains than he had, Papa Jacques. And I have twice as much as you both. Yes, my old friend, I understand the time.
Then why do you come here?
Because here I don't feel lonely.
My child, all of us know that loneliness, that emptiness. But it should come with age, not with youth. You are lonely because despite everything, you've never given your heart to anyone. If you ever did, if you ever put anyone before yourself...
Oh, don't lecture me tonight, Papa Jacques. I came here to say goodbye to you.
You're leaving Paris?
I'm leaving France. A passport and a carriage will be ready if I choose to go.
I'm glad. I have worried so about you.
But I don't want to go. I belong to Paris just as much as you do, Papa Jacques. The people are my friends.
Your friends? Too many would like nothing better than see the most beautiful head in France roll into the basket.
I do not believe you.
I'm sorry, my lady. I think I'd better go back to my customers now.
Very well. Serve me wine at the corner table.
Wine? In there? Oh, no, my lady. I beg of you, don't go into the cafe.
It is a public cafe. I may come and go like anyone else.
My lady, I beseech you, do not be foolish.
And chill the wine.
Countess.
Papa?
Citizeness, listen to me. Hear the crowd. They've been in the square all day watching the guillotine. They're blood mad. You don't know what they'll do.
They will do nothing. My wine, Papa Jacques. This will be amusing. And heaven knows I need amusement.
Yeah, look at this one. Who is she, huh?
The tricolor. Looks like a blue blood.
What's she doing here?
Hello, Citizeness.
Please, let me pass.
How about a little kiss?
I wish to go to my table.
And, Citizeness, you're a cold one. No kiss?
Let Madame Guillotine kiss her.
Let me alone. Don't touch me. Don't you know who I am? Don't you know? Take your hands off me.
Madame, I can help you. The side door leads to an alley.
Who are you?
This way at once. Do you hear? Come with me.
Are we safe here in the alley?
Yes, of course. That was very foolish of you, citizeness.
And very rash of you.
Impertinent of me, but unfortunately there was no time for the usual introduction.
Who are you?
My name is Paul Valzin.
Valzin? I know of no one by that name.
Would it also be impertinent to ask your name?
Don't you know?
I'm afraid the misfortune is mine.
You really don't know who I am?
Yes. Now I do know.
Who?
The name is not important. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever found in Paris. That is very important to me.
Your manners come from the court.
Sheer mimicry, my dear citizeness. I was a veterinarian's assistant. In short, a horse doctor.
I don't believe you.
Good. And I don't believe you're a friend of the people. We shall be irresistibly attracted to each other.
You are very sure of yourself.
And you are very fascinating.
Good night, Citizen Balsa. And thank you for your rescue.
I wouldn't feel my duty done unless I saw you to your door.
I'm afraid that's impossible.
Then I may call tomorrow?
I'm leaving Paris tonight.
Citizeness, you challenge me, and I have never refused a challenge.
Then I'm afraid you'll have to find another adversary. But I wish I knew...
Knew what?
I don't believe you were a veterinarian's assistant. I don't believe anything you've said. But your face... Somewhere I've seen it before.
Where?
I don't know.
Good. Then at least my face will haunt you. I shall dream of yours.
Good night, Citizen Balsa.
Good night. I do not think we have met before, but I know we shall meet again, Citizeness.
Eloise, where have you been?
Saying goodbye to Paris. Did you get the passports, Louis?
Yes, the carriage is ordered.
How enterprising you are. As you've planned the trip, would it be too much to know where we're going?
The passport will see us through Paris and Boulogne, and right on to the ship Jean Pierrette, which sails from Boulogne for Barcelona tomorrow night. Eloise, we're safe now.
Safe? Ach, I'm beginning to hate that word.
Eloise, where were you all evening? I've worried myself ill.
You never had a strong stomach, Louis.
You will be ready, won't you? The carriage will be here at 9. Anna's packed a bag for you.
One bag? Louis, don't be naive. It's bad enough to run away like a criminal. I don't intend to look like one.
You? Oh, my dear.
Louis, let's not be romantic now. You've asked me to go on this trip. I've agreed, ridiculous as it is. Now, as it happens, I regret my decision.
You've changed your mind.
I haven't changed my mind, my frightened rabbit. I found Paris quite charming tonight.
Where did you go?
Only to the Red Cat to say goodbye to Papa Jacques.
Is that all?
That's all.
Eloise, why do you torment me like this? You were in love with me once.
Was I?
We were engaged.
One of my youthful follies.
It was no folly. I've never stopped loving you. So much so that I was miserable even while I was safe in England. I had to come back to you.
It's quite useless, Louis.
I don't believe it. And when I've got you out of France and safe, I shall make you love me again. Someday we shall be married.
Perhaps you're right, Louis.
I know I'm right.
Someday, when there's nothing else left for either of us.
Who goes?
Citizen Valsin.
Good evening, Citizen Valsin. I did not expect you tonight.
Nor did I expect to be here. I assure you, when the fog is this thick, I'd rather be in front of a fire with a glass of good Madeira.
And I'd rather be in a warm carriage than standing guard here at the West Gate.
So the world spins. No man satisfied.
You leave Paris on a night like this?
I go to Boulogne.
Boulogne? They say that is as good as Paris. Crowded with emigres, Just when my lords and ladies think they are safe, the committee comes knocking on the door, Good sport.
Too much blood, my friend. You washed nothing out with blood.
There are a lot who think so. What takes you to Boulogne?
I go to see a friend. Captain de Grasse is in port with his ship Jean Pierrette. We were friends once, in the King's service.
And I remember what they did to you there, Citizen Valsin.
A good memory is an uneasy companion, my friend. I try to remember nothing. Here, Buy yourself half a pint.
Oh, thank you, citizen.
By the way, a carriage will come through shortly with a man and 2 women. Do not trouble them.
I let no one through without proper papers.
Their papers will be in order.
Then I'll not stop them. In fact, I like to see the birds fly to the end of the net. A good trip, citizen, and a warm bed at the end of it.
You see, there was nothing to it. Let us through without question.
Oh, Louis, I feel that I can breathe now. They won't stop us again, will they?
Not until we board the ship, Anne. They'll ask to examine our passports again, but that's nothing. The worst was over when we left Paris.
It's the end of a long nightmare.
By the time you're in England, you'll forget it ever happened.
No, Louis, I'll never forget. Nor will I ever forgive the people of France. They killed Andre, the gentlest, kindest man that ever lived. He gave to the poor, so did I. We took care of 24 families, and they killed him. Someday God will bring punishment on the people of France.
Oh, Anne, don't talk rot. The people of France don't want your charity or anybody else's. They want their rights.
So, you're not asleep, Eloise. You've been so quiet, I thought you were.
How can one sleep with such idiot talk?
Eloise, we're safe now.
Safe? How comfortable and bourgeois. How common.
I declare, Eloise, I don't know which side you're on. First you talk about the people and their rights, then you talk as if you despise them.
I do in a mass, but separately they're individuals, just like you and me. Why, a man in a common cafe can have more dignity and more manners than all the king's courtiers.
Have you met such a man?
If I had, Louis, I should not tell you.
Must we quarrel all the time?
Then leave me and my ideas alone. We'll never agree. Louis, you and Anne blame the people because they turn on you now, after you've whipped and beaten them and ground them underfoot for centuries.
You don't believe those things.
Then why should I say them?
A way of proving your love for me.
My love for you?
Yes. You go to such lengths to irritate me.
You've never lost your little conceits, have you, Louis? Look out of the window.
What is it?
A carriage. I never saw it.
Well, this is the Boulogne Road.
Yes, but curiously enough, that carriage has kept the same distance from us ever since we left the West Gate.
Why didn't you tell me?
What good would that do?
It can't be. We're followed. No one knows we left Paris. You know who might be in that carriage.
My friend, I think this is an idiotic trip. I wish I hadn't come. But having embarked on it, I have no more desire to lose my head than you have.
Louis, I'm frightened. That carriage is following us.
Driver.
Yes, citizen?
Can you go faster?
With such a load, we're overpacked now.
I knew we packed too much.
Meaning I packed too much.
Driver, go as fast as you can.
I do my best.
It will do no good. That carriage keeps pace with us. It even stopped when we stopped for refreshment at Sambo. I'm afraid, Louis, there is much more interest in our journey than you think.
Citizen?
Has Captain de Grasse come in?
That's him in the side alcove, sitting with the girl with the black hair.
Oh, thank you.
You can coax money, but I still refuse.
You promise me every time, and then you say no.
Well, de Grasse?
Valzin, my old friend. Run along, Marie. I have business.
But you said... You mean I won't see you tonight?
You'll see me tonight. Wait for me at the fish walk.
Don't be long. And remember your promise. If I see you with another girl, I will scratch her eyes out.
And mine. Run along, you spitfire.
I interrupt you, de Grasse?
Oh, she can wait. She's like all the rest. Begs you to take her to Paris.
To be a lady, eh?
Oh, nothing of the sort. They want to see Madame Guillotine at work. In person.
Little savages.
The Times, my friend.
Yes.
Well, you're a sight to gladden the eyes. What brings you to Boulogne?
Business. The Times may be breeding cannibals, but they're bringing prosperity to you.
I have no complaints.
It must be profitable carrying emigres out of the country.
They pay for it. But I'm not smuggling. I take no one without the proper papers.
Better than shivering on the King's watch at 4 a.m, eh, de Grasse?
Or being stripped and beaten in the public square because you splashed mud on your superior officer, eh, Valzin?
I have not forgotten.
Well, now it's your turn. You are a man of authority.
De Grasse, I have not sought you out to talk old injury.
Valzin, you've never done anything in your life without a good reason. Why have you sought me out?
I have reason to think a party of 3 persons will board your ship sometime tonight.
What persons?
I can only tell you 2 women and a man. I want you to give them your best attention.
I see. Anything else?
I shall attend to everything else myself.
This is the only room left in the inn, citizen.
But this isn't a room, it's an attic.
If the citizen doesn't want it.
Take it, Louis. It's only for a few hours.
A few hours, you say?
I mean, just the one night.
We'll take it.
We'll pay in advance. The price of this room is 50 francs.
50 francs for this attic? There's not even a stove.
But before a holiday, the price is always doubled. 100 francs.
Here you are.
Thank you. Does the citizen wish any supper or wine?
No, just leave us alone.
Certainly. Sleep well, citizen.
Robber. They're all robbers.
In a revolution, everyone has his price.
You bore me, both of you. You're both frightened to death, but you think 100 francs too much to pay for a few hours' peace of mind.
I paid it, didn't I?
Yes, you paid it. Now you better find where the ship sails so we can get aboard. I can't say I care for these quarters. You can almost hear the rats behind the walls.
Yes, hurry, Louis, dear. I have a terrible uneasiness.
You're safe here, Anne.
We haven't been safe since we left Paris. That carriage followed us all the way. It stopped wherever we stopped. It kept the same distance. And now in Boulogne.
He can't follow us now.
But he can. Don't ask me to explain it. I know someone is watching us. Every step we take, every move.
Eloise, take care of her, will you? I'll be back right away.
Hurry, Louis.
Eloise, you will be all right.
Of course I shall be all right. If I don't smother to death in here.
You mustn't step outside this door, either of you, until I get back. You understand? I won't be long.
How quiet it is. Hardly anyone in the streets.
We can be thankful for that.
Look, even the shutters are down out there on the wine shop. You wouldn't know France is bleeding to death from this little town.
How blind you are. France is being reborn.
All right, Eloise. I'm too tired to listen to your political speeches now. Eloise.
What is it?
Look down there. Opposite the wine shop. Past those few people.
What? What are you looking at?
I saw him again.
Saw who?
Saw the face I got a glimpse of at the carriage window. Well, I told you.
I told you were foolish. You're imagining things. You have an idea that carriage was following us, but you could not have seen anyone through the curtain.
I did, I tell you.
Then why didn't Louis or I?
I don't know. But I saw him, and I'll never forget that face. I tried to tell you, thin and dark and full of the worst hatred I've ever seen. And I saw him again just now, down there in the street. I know.
You'd better lie down, Anne, before you become ill from overripe fancy and cause Louis real trouble.
You won't go away.
Where would I go? But I am going to open this door. I can't breathe.
Oh.
Aha.
Oh, citizeness.
You've been listening.
No, citizeness.
You lie, you know it. You're frightened like everybody else, but you shouldn't listen.
But, citizeness, he asked me to give you this note.
Who asked you?
A man. I don't know him. He said I was to give it to you, alone.
Thank you. This is for your trouble.
Oh, thank you, citizeness.
Eloise, what are you doing out there?
I'll be right in. Oh, what's this? Most beautiful lady, I have learned you are in Boulogne. I have thought of nothing but you since our meeting. If I could see you again for a few minutes, I would die in happiness. I will be at the wine shop waiting your answer.
Eloise, what are you doing?
I'm going out.
No, don't leave me.
I'll be back in a few minutes, Anne. A very few minutes.
I knew you would come.
This time you have done a foolish thing.
But you are here. The gods must have looked with favor.
How did you know I was in Boulogne?
By following you every moment since we met in Paris.
So it was you.
Didn't you guess?
Yes. But you frightened the lady I'm traveling with. She was quite in a panic. She saw a face in your carriage full of fury.
The fury of love, my beautiful one.
And she thinks you've followed us ever since.
She's more observing than you are.
Who are you?
I told you with far more honesty than you told me. My name is Balzac.
That means nothing to me.
I'm certain of that.
You found out so much about me. Surely now you know who I am.
The most beautiful woman I ever saw. The one I've waited for all my life.
But my name?
Your name doesn't matter.
Suppose I were famous, important.
That doesn't matter.
Are you always so determined?
When a man has lived with a dream for years, and then suddenly it is made possible, he must have determination.
And since you don't care who I am, you'd better know something about me. You see, it is quite hopeless. I'm leaving Bologna tonight.
I know that, too.
Is there anything you don't know?
What you think of me. Do you feel any of the flame that is burning in me? The attraction that draws me like a magnet? You do feel it. I see it in your eyes.
You're mistaken.
I couldn't be mistaken. Not of this. Give me the last few hours you have in Boulogne.
It's impossible. I have friends they would worry.
Then send word.
No, I must go back now.
It is now 6. Meet me at 9 at this same spot.
I can't.
Only for an hour or 2.
No, I mustn't.
You must and you will. I see it in your face. We are two of a kind, and we have found each other. Isn't it true?
Yes, heaven help me, it is true.
I'll be waiting here at 9.
From Studio One at CBS, we are bringing you The Hunted, based on a play by Booth Tarkington. Our story will resume in just a moment after the customary pause for local station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Continuing from Studio One at CBS, the story of a famous beauty of the French court, her aristocratic sweetheart and his sister, and their attempt to escape from France after the Revolution. Part 2 of The Hunted.
This way. Don't push. Give everybody a chance to read. The list, citizens, just come from Paris. Read the worthy heads that rolled into Samson's basket yesterday.
It's a very short list. What's the matter? Can't they find the rats in their holes?
Tomorrow is a holiday. Madame Guillotine is resting up for that.
They say 3 of them came to the inn this afternoon. Are they going to get away?
Citizeness, we observe the formalities. If they have a passport...
Passport? I say set up a guillotine in Bologna. Why should we miss the part?
Let me through, please. Please, I wish to pass.
What's this? Please. Doesn't the citizeness wish to read the lists?
I have no acquaintances among the proscribed. Only in the streets do I have friends.
Eloise, wait.
Louis.
What are you doing here on the street?
I had to get air. I was stifling with Anne's nerves.
Get out of this mob. I've something to tell you.
What is it?
Doesn't the citizeness want to see the new lists?
You'd better go up. They expect it.
We haven't time.
Not squeamish, are you?
It's there on the walls. Just pretend to read it, Louis. They're watching.
This is yesterday's list. Heads that have rolled. On the right is tomorrow's list.
Eloise.
What is it? Stop shaking, you fool. You'll give yourself away.
Look. The last names on the list.
Louis Chanot. Anne Chanot-Le-Seigne, your sister. Eloise. Oh, no, it's a mistake.
Eloise Danville. It's no mistake. Someone knows us. Someone knows we're here in Boulogne.
How did you blunder? I didn't.
We mustn't quarrel here.
Step along, you two. Others want to read.
You've made a mistake somewhere. How like you. But it doesn't matter if we're sailing before dawn.
That's what I have to tell you now. We're not sailing.
Not sailing?
The captain says our passport isn't good for the ship. We need a special permit. Eloise, we're trapped. Somebody's tricked us.
Come. Let us return to the attic and make a plan.
Louis, it's growing dark very fast.
I hadn't heard it.
Shall I light another candle?
Yes, please.
People are still crowding in front of the wine shop.
Naturally. Waiting for the new bullet. Oh, this isn't right.
Louis, you must have patience. You'll get the permit.
For once,
Dear Anne, I know my shortcomings. I'm learning after 3 hours that among the advantages I enjoyed as peer of France, forgery is not one.
I should feel sorry for you, Louis, if I thought this was necessary.
The ship sails with the tide at 5. If we are to sail on it, we must have a permit. We are on the condemned list. Therefore, we must write our own permit. It's so obvious, it's ridiculous.
I told you if you will let me go to the authorities.
With your name on the list, too?
Clearly a mistake. They will not touch Eloise Danville.
I'll still try to forge a credible permit.
That man is still out there, Louis.
Anne, are you seeing things again?
I know he's the one who's done this. I'm sure of it. He followed us from Paris. He spied on us.
Who is he?
I don't know. But I'm sure of one thing. He has a hatred that's personal to us. He's going to follow us until we're all in the cart on the way to the guillotine. He's the devil.
Control yourself, Anne. Hysterics won't help anything. Sometimes I think your mind isn't as strong as it should be.
Eloise.
Maybe she's right, Louis. Maybe I am imagining things. There's been so much. He isn't there now. You see?
Whoever this stranger is, he can do us no more harm. For the blinds, I'll get this permit done properly if it takes all the night.
And I'll lie down just a little while before I repack. We can't take anything much now.
Committee of Public Safety, in the name of the Republic, to all officers, civil and military, permit the citizen Balsage, that's myself, and the citizeness Virginia Balsage, his sister, that's Anne, and the citizeness Marie Balsage, that's you, Eloise, to embark on the vessel Jeune Pierrette from the port of Boulogne for Barcelona. Signed, Dio Varin, Carnot, Robespierre. It's no good. I don't even know the proper form.
Why don't you find someone who could write it better? You did in Paris.
What do you mean? Send out a street crier for an accomplished forger? You mock me, Eloise.
Of course I mock you. If you could see yourself pale, your hair rumpled, the candle burned down, papers all over the floor. Why not write your memoirs? It might be more satisfying.
These may well be my last words. Eloise, you look different.
Do I?
You
How?
So bored before you, but so cold. Now there's a sense of excitement about you. I don't understand.
You're more observing than I thought.
Eloise, don't evade me now. There's very little time left, you and I.
This whole trip was your idea, Louis. Had you stayed in England, Eloise Danville would be safe in Paris, and your precious sister under my protection.
I know. I blundered things badly. Something's gone wrong, and now it's too late. I know these permits are hopeless. I have a strong foreboding.
Of what, Louis?
But this is the last chance you will ever have.
I will ever have? For what?
To tell me that some love for me still lingers.
Oh, please, not now, Louis.
Listen, I have hope that you and Anne will be permitted to escape. That is why I'm working on this permit. But for me, the first moment I felt the eyes of that spy from Paris on me...
There's no spy. I tell you, you're imagining things.
Anne's right. I know. Just follow this. From the moment I saw that carriage, I've known I'd be taken back. A guillotine. I'm sure you will arrest me when I try to leave this place tonight.
You're so weak, Louis.
You've always thought so, haven't you? I am weak. I've always been. But for you, Eloise, my love has always been strong. Your name has been in my heart since the first day I saw
Louis,
you.
there's no time now.
Yes, I want to think of it. You were in the garden at Trianon. Your hair was like gold in the sun. Your mouth was smiling. You were the most beautiful vision I'd ever seen on earth. I still think so. Forgive me, I bore you.
You don't bore me.
I know, but I have nothing to offer you now. Not even safety.
Louis, in the name of heaven, is this the time to grow maudlin? In a few hours, that ship will sail.
But they won't touch Eloise Danville, you think.
I don't need your irony. I have no feeling for you, Louis, but contempt. But I can't let you and Anne be caught like a couple of winged ducks. If you can't do anything but sit here and scribble uselessly and talk like a fool, I can.
What do you propose to do?
Find someone to help us.
You don't know anyone in Boulogne?
Don't I? That's for you to think about, my timid friend. I have friends wherever I need them. And at 9 o'clock, I know where to find one.
Again. But brings you to the square so late?
To see the news, of course.
Let the citizeness through. She's one of us.
There'll be a fat catch tomorrow, citizeness.
Indeed?
Yes. There's Louis Chenot, the colonel of the King's cavalry, his sister Anne, and then at last the beauty.
You know her? The one you call the beauty?
Everyone knows her. Eloise d'Anville.
What do you know?
She lived on the fat of the cause.
But she gave her money to the cause, all her wealth.
That's what they said.
But it's true.
She's an adventuress. I say her head should roll with the rest of her.
And I say you're wrong. Are you so bloodthirsty you don't know the innocent from the guilty, your friends from your enemies? If you are, France is lost. But I say France is won. And women like Eloise d'Anville belong to it now.
This is where I find you making speeches.
Balthazar, I couldn't get through to the wine shop. The mob.
It does seem you have a talent for rabble-rousing, and I a talent for rescuing you. If you'll come this way.
I couldn't help it. They're maligning a good woman they don't know anything about.
Is there a good woman?
Yes.
Who, my beautiful one?
Eloise d'Anville, friend of the people.
You know her?
Slightly.
So do I.
You do?
Slightly. But this is no time for idle conversation. We have only an hour or two to ourselves. And I'm passionately in love with you.
And yet you don't know me.
I don't want to know. You're all the women I've ever dreamed about. And if you must leave Boulogne tonight, then I want to remember you without a name.
Listen, do you love me enough to help me?
Do you love me enough to ask me?
Yes. Yes, I do. I've never met anyone like you. I've known shallow, weak, spiritless men who think more of the king's smile... who think only of themselves, who ask a woman's favor and never command. You are different.
What do you want, my little beauty?
I have 3 friends in Boulogne in trouble.
Is that so?
They are to sail tonight. They have a passport. For some reason, suddenly the passport is not sufficient. They need a permit as well.
Oh, yes.
There's no way now to get that permit.
What do you think I could do?
Tell me where the ship is, whom I could see.
You have courage.
Please help me.
What is the ship?
The Jeune Pierrette.
Oh, that is a coincidence. I happen to know the captain.
You do?
Yes. His name is de Grasse. You'll find him this moment in the Wharf Cafe. You'll see the sign of the lobster.
Would you go with me?
I would, but I think you might do better alone. You have nothing to fear. De Grasse welcomes money.
And you? Where will you be?
I shall be waiting for you.
Louis, what do you think has happened?
I don't know. He can only wait.
I'm frightened.
I knew where to look for her.
You mustn't go out. You've heard the mobs like wild beasts at every new bulletin posted in the square. Have you finished the permit?
20 of them. They're no good. I'm lost.
No, Louis, no. We still have 3 hours until the ship sails. We'll use what we have.
If they stop us, you try for the ship. I am the one they want.
Oh, Louis. Louis, why didn't you stay safe in England?
Because I had a dear sister in France.
And because your heart had gone to a woman who would betray anyone if it gave her pleasure.
Anne, this may be the last time you and I will ever talk. If I am taken and you and Eloise escape, I beg you'll be kind to her.
I despise her. She's brought you to this.
We've brought ourselves, all of us. Eloise is no more nor less guilty. She's fiery, impetuous, but her only real sin is wanting to drink life in deep draughts, to taste every flavor of it.
You're too kind to a selfish woman.
I love her, Anne.
I know. Louis, do you hear anything?
I heard it a few seconds ago.
What is it?
I think it means a number of things are ended.
I don't understand.
You will, in a few moments.
The Marseillaise.
Oh, just chorus.
What's happening?
We shall see presently.
I can see torches now. There are hundreds of people. Louis.
Yes, my dear.
They're coming this way, toward the inn. Where is Eloise?
I thank heaven every moment she's not here.
What do you mean?
The end of the hunt, Anne. Have you courage?
Yes. We have our passport. Here, give it to me. And one of the permits, anyone.
My dear.
Louis, look. A troop of soldiers is leading the mob, and look at the man at the head of them. You can see him plainly by the torchlight.
So it is. You are quite right, our spy. Well, I have been expecting it.
We'll light every candle. Throw back the blinds. They shall see we're not running away. They shall see we are innocent and unafraid. Louis! They're stopping! Right in front of the inn!
Who's there?
French Republic.
It is difficult to hear. Louis, quickly hide in the closet. Yes. What do you want?
Open the door.
That is impossible. Quickly, Louis.
Open this door.
I am here alone. I am dressing. I can admit no one.
For the last time, citizeness, open the door.
No. Have you no honor? Have you no...
My pardon, madame, but you left me no other course.
Who are you?
Permit me, fellow traveler. I am Valzin, National Agent of Public Safety.
It was you following us, a spy.
I deplore the word. Soldiers, attention. To the street. I will handle this alone. Now, madame, we shall have some peace.
How dare you come into this room?
I owe you an apology. I came looking for one Louis Chenot.
I know no one by that name.
Curious after your long journey from Paris?
Yes, I have returned from Paris. I am a widow. Virginia Balsage. I live here quietly. My brother and sister were with me.
The widow Balsage, living in gentle obscurity. Madam, my heart weeps for your plight. How long have you lived here?
2 months.
And your brother lives here, too?
We are simple people. He is a school teacher.
School teacher? An admirable calling, Madame Lezaine.
Balsage, I told you.
I seem to have difficulty with the name. If I could see it written, some official certificate, perhaps.
I have a passport. There.
Thank you. And also a permit to embark on the Jeune Pierrette.
Yes.
Madame, you should blot your writing immediately. This is still wet.
What do you want of us? We're not hurting you or France. We're 3 simple people living in obscurity.
Where is Louis Chenot?
I don't know.
I must have an answer, madame.
I tell you, I don't know. I don't know, Louis Chenot. I don't know. I don't know.
When you have collected yourself, citizeness, we will proceed. It is, of course, quite hopeless. The people have been hungry a long time, citizeness. And you who were on the top like foam on the wave never heard them. You forget that with hunger comes power. Now you are helpless. Yes, citizeness, the people will eat you to the bone.
Very pretty speech, Citizen Balzan. I should have known this.
My little beauty. You with these people.
As if you didn't know. You played a very fine joke on me, didn't you, with your smiles and your lovemaking?
Don't talk. Don't say anything, sister.
Yes, I will. For hours I've been waiting on the quay for the good captain of the Jeune Pierrette, only to learn that he is dead drunk and will not be revived until sailing time.
I was afraid of that.
You knew it. Then I began to suspect things.
I was sure you would.
Don't talk, I beg of you.
And I have an account to settle.
Widowed sister's advice, little firebrand. I am not here for you, but for Louis Chenot.
But you lied to me. You made love to me.
From the bottom of my heart.
Oh, how can you say this?
I would do it again. In fact, I shall do it again.
No, get out of here!
Presently. Now, about Louis Chenot.
You will not find him here.
Then I shall find him somewhere else. For 6 years, my dear little firebrand, I have followed Louis Chenot.
Followed him? Why? What has he done to you?
What do you care, Citizeness Balsage?
I don't.
I shall go on. The story might interest you. And you, Citizeness.
It won't.
My name is Valzin, now a national agent, formerly a soldier in the King's cavalry, a very common soldier. My commander was Colonel Louis Chenot.
Oh.
You begin to understand. This Louis was like all weak-kneed, lily-livered aristocrats. When he felt out of sorts, the men suffered. There were many blows and punishments. But one day, Louis was more than a little upset. It seemed he was engaged to the reigning court beauty, a woman of some repute.
How do you know this?
The beauty jilted him. On that same unhappy day, my horse unfortunately fell and splashed the elegant colonel with mud. That night, the beauty danced light-hearted as thistledown at the court. I was in prison.
In prison?
Prison was nothing. It was even nothing the next day when I was stripped and beaten and made to stand all day in the parade grounds in the February rain for everyone to see. But then I was drummed out of the regiment, and my military career was over. You see, Citizeness, when I told you I was a veterinarian's assistant, I spoke the truth. There was nothing else left.
So it's for that you want revenge.
It is for that I have followed Louis Chenot through France. It was my agent who forged his passport. His 5,000 louis have gone to the people. It was I who rode in the carriage behind him. Now the hour has come.
Louis Chenot is not here.
Then I shall leave. But I shall return in 1/4 of an hour. If Louis Chenot is in this room when I return, you two women shall have safe conduct to the boat. If not...
He will not be here, I tell you.
Then my duty is inevitable.
Louis, you can come out from the closet now.
I know. It is hopeless for me.
What do you expect? You've treated people like that all your life. Now the wheel has turned. It's their chance.
Have you nothing in your heart for me?
Did you have anything in your heart for him and his kind?
Are you on his side?
I despise him. But perhaps he is entitled to his revenge.
Don't quarrel now. We've got to get Louis out of here.
No. You escape. There's no escape for me.
Stop being ridiculous, both of you. I care nothing for your lives or safety. But I have a score to settle with our agent. Eloise Danville will humble this jack-in-the-box.
You've done enough, Eloise.
He's made a fool of me. Louis, the guards will be watching for 2 women. If you'll wear my clothes, you and Anne can escape to the ship.
And what about you?
He shall find out whom he's trifled with. Eloise Danville is still safe in France and powerful. Go on, get into the dress, Louis. The time is short, I insist. I'll wait here. I want to see this Valzin once more. Landlord.
Yes, citizeness. You wanted to speak to me?
I'm expecting a caller shortly.
The door? What's happened to the door?
Some common soldiers made a mistake.
Do you know this inn is surrounded? So bad for business.
Don't let the agents hear you say that. I summoned you because I'm expecting a caller. I do not wish to be disturbed on any account.
But, citizeness...
You hear my order.
Yes, citizeness.
You needn't knock. The door is broken.
My little beauty.
Louis Chenot is not here.
I did not expect he would be, but I knew you would not fail me.
What do you mean?
I arranged this. I expected you to be here, and here you are.
You're quite wrong if you think this is a rendezvous.
I think nothing. I merely said I knew you would be here. I intended things should work out like this. I gave your friends the chance to escape. I sincerely hope they made the most of it. Although, to be frank, he did look rather a fool in that gown of yours.
Why did you let them go? To torture them further?
Perhaps. Perhaps to see you again. I told you I've always dreamed of a woman like you.
I despise you.
Do you, Citizeness Balsage?
But fortunately, I have a friend more powerful than you, who will see nothing happens to me.
Indeed, and who is this friend?
A patron of the Republic, a defender of the people, one who has given everything she has to the cause of the Revolution.
And who is this great person?
Eloise Danville. Surely you know her.
Yes, I know her. In fact, in my pocket, I carry a warrant for her arrest.
Arrest?
Of course. I'm amazed that with your cleverness, Citizeness, you defend a woman like that.
You cannot know her. You are a petty official. She walks with the great. What are you laughing at?
Your loyalty to her. It would be funny if it weren't so tragic. Citizeness Balsage, don't you know who Eloise Danville is? What they think of her? She's despised. She's the joke of the Revolution. She gave her wealth a week before it would have been confiscated. She cultivated the Republicans to shock her royalist friends, and she talked revolution for sheer sensation.
How dare you?
Worse still, she is a court beauty. And everything and everyone in her life she has sacrificed for that. She has no heart, only vanity.
You don't know.
I do. She was the woman who jilted Louis Chenot, so he took his anger out on me. I might have forgiven that. But later, as I was standing bound and stripped in the court, it was her laughter I heard from a carriage. The spectacle amused her.
Oh, no, you're wrong.
She laughed at me. She was the most beautiful, maddening, damnable woman I had ever seen. And from that moment, I vowed someday I would bring her to her knees.
Have you no heart?
Has she?
Yes. Yes, she has. And for a few hours, she lost it. Surely that means something.
It means a great deal, Citizeness. It means the answer to 6 years' misery.
It could not have been too miserable. You have risen far, Valsin, from a veterinarian's assistant.
I am not through.
And do you not think a beautiful and proud woman could help you?
Speak more plainly, citizeness.
You have said we are two of a kind. We are. We are both ambitious and ruthless. With my help, you could rule Paris, all of France.
I still do not understand.
I think you do, my friend. I think you've known since the moment our eyes met. Marry me, and our destinies will be greater.
I told myself it would not happen, but it has.
What do you mean?
My cup runs over. It was what I had planned. And here it is.
You planned?
That you would one day stand before me, begging me.
You fool, I'm begging you for nothing.
Believe me, citizeness, that was the sweetest moment of my entire life. I regret I cannot accept your kind offer of marriage.
Oh, I despise you.
I'm sure of it. Now, Eloise Danville, are you prepared for the last act of my little drama?
This way, citizeness. Mind that beam. Step carefully.
Take this accursed bandage from my eyes.
In a moment. In a moment.
Where are you taking me?
Patience, citizeness. Patience. This way.
Let go of my elbow.
Just a little further. There.
Take this bandage off.
Yes, I can do that now.
Louis. Anne.
Eloise, how did you get here?
Well, where are we?
On board the Jeune Pierrette. That means he's letting us all escape.
Yes, it would seem so.
Aren't you through with your little comedy yet, Citizen Balsin?
Almost. You three, Louis Chenot, Anne Chenot-Lezaine, and Eloise Danville, are on board the Jeune Pierrette. In a few moments, you will lift sail for Barcelona and freedom.
I don't trust you.
You shouldn't, my dear citizeness. But I have had my amusements. I've watched you while first fatigue, then suspicion, then terror seized you. It would be easy now to send you to the guillotine. Death is swift and easy. But that is too quick to pay for the wrongs I have been done.
What are you going to do?
Against Madame Lezaine, I have no revenge. You will die soon enough, Madame, as soon as that soft brain of yours weakens from shock. For Louis and the lady he loves, another fate. Captain?
Yes, Balzan.
This is Captain de Grasse, my friends. Captain, when the ship is 20 degrees south, you are to use your authority as a ship's commander and an agent of the Republic to marry Louis Chenot and Eloise Danville.
Marry? Marry Eloise?
Oh, no, you can't do that.
I can, with Madame Guillotine waiting in Paris. That is my revenge. You love this beauty, Louis, and she despises you. You are weak, she is vain and selfish. You will have a lifetime of misery, and I shall have a lifetime avenged. And you will cling to each other despite your misery because there is nothing else.
Tide is going out.
You're a fiend.
Yes, citizeness, I am. Made so by the lash of a royalist whip.
You will pay for this.
In the next world, perhaps. Meanwhile, a long life of misery to you both.
The ship's going out, Valzin. Look.
Yes. Come, D'Assonville. The fog is thickening.
We'll wake up the innkeeper for some hot wine.
No, we're returning to Paris.
To Paris?
I've finished my work. It's completed as I planned it. Every detail.
I suppose you know what you're about? To me, the prettiest picture is that knife in the sun. I would like to have seen Madame Guillotine slice off their heads.
That would have been most unsatisfactory compared to the vengeance I planned. I did it just as I planned, complete. And yet, it's true. Nothing is quite perfect in this world. There is always the one tiny flaw.
And what is it this time?
I did not know how much I would love her.
From Studio One at CBS, you have just heard Fletcher Markle's production of The Hunted, based on a play by Booth Tarkington. Another full-hour Columbia feature from the pages of the world's great storytellers. Tonight's script was written especially for this series by Margaret LeWorth, and the original musical score was composed by Lana Domian and conducted by Alexander Semler. Now again, Mr. Markle.
May a producer introduce the principal members of our cast tonight? In the foreground,
Paul Valzin
was played by Everett Sloane.
Eloise Danville.
Was Anne Burr.
Louis Chanot.
Sidney Smith.
Anne Chenot.
Miriam Wolfe.
Captain de Grasse.
Was Gregory Morton.
D'Arsonville.
Was played by Martin Wolfson. With tonight's performance, Everett Sloane, one of your Studio One favorites, leaves our company on a busman's holiday. Over on Broadway, just a few blocks down the street from Studio One, Mr. Sloane will be opening shortly in a featured role in Donald Ogden Stewart's new play, How I Wonder. I know you'll join us in wishing him much luck and success and look forward to his return to our microphone as warmly as we do. Next week from Studio One at CBS, our story is Robert Ardrey's remarkable and controversial play, Thunder Rock, a wise and memorable study of a man who attempted to escape from our troubled world to another world of imagination, a world he built in his own mind. It's a wonderful story with an astonishing conclusion. We hope you'll be with us. And now until next week, until Thunder Rock, this is Fletcher Markle with a good night and thank you from all of us in Studio One.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.